HarperCollins presents The Chronicles of Ixia, Poison Study by Maria V. Snyder. Read by Kristen Atherton. Chapter 1. Locked in darkness that surrounded me like a coffin, I had nothing to distract me from the memories. Vivid recollections waited to ambush me whenever my mind wandered. Encompassed by the blackness, I remembered white-hot flames stabbing at my face. Though my hands had been tied to a post that dug sharply into my back, I had recoiled from the onslaught. The fire had pulled away just before blistering my skin, but my eyebrows and eyelashes had long since been singed off. "Put the flames out," a man's rough voice had ordered. I blew at the blaze through cracked lips, dried by fire and fear. The moisture in my mouth had gone, and my teeth radiated heat as if they had been baked in an oven. "Idiot," he cursed. "Not with your mouth. Use your mind. Put the flames out with your mind." Closing my eyes, I attempted to focus my thoughts on making the inferno disappear. I was willing to do anything, no matter how irrational, to persuade the man to stop. "Try harder!" Once again the heat swung near my face, the bright light blinding me in spite of my closed eyelids. "Set her hair on fire!" a different voice instructed. He sounded younger and more eager than the other man. "That should encourage her. Here, father, let me." My body jerked with intense fear as I recognized the voice. I twisted to loosen the bonds that held me as my thoughts scattered into a mindless buzzing. A droning noise had echoed from my throat and grew louder until it had pervaded the room and quenched the flames. The loud, metallic clank of the lock startled me from my nightmarish memory. A wedge of pale yellow light sliced the darkness, then travelled along the stone wall as the heavy cell door opened. Caught in the lantern's glow, my eyes were seared by the brightness. I squeezed them shut as I cowered in the corner. "Move it, rat, or you'll get the whip!" Two dungeon guards attached a chain to the metal collar on my neck and hauled me to my feet. I stumbled forward, pain blazing around my throat. As I stood on trembling legs, the guards efficiently chained my hands behind me and manacled my feet. I averted my eyes from the flickering light as they led me down the main corridor of the dungeon. Thick, rancid air puffed in my face. My bare feet shuffled through puddles of unidentifiable muck. Ignoring the calls and moans of the other prisoners, the guards never missed a step, but my heart lurched with every word. "Someone's gonna swing!" Snap, crack, then your last meal slides down your legs. "One less rat to feed." Take me, I want to die too." We stopped. Through squinted eyes, I saw a staircase. In an effort to get my foot onto the first step, I tripped over the chains and fell. The guards dragged me up. The rough edges of the stone steps dug into my skin, peeling away exposed flesh on my arms and legs. After being pulled through 2 sets of thick metal doors, I was dumped onto the floor. Sunlight stabbed between my eyes. I shut them tight as tears spilled down my cheeks. It was the first time that I had seen daylight in seasons. This is it, I thought, starting to panic. But the knowledge that my execution would end my miserable existence in the dungeon calmed me. Yanked to my feet again, I followed the guards blindly. My body itched from insect bites and from sleeping on dirty straw. I stunk of rat. Given only a small ration of water, I didn't waste it on baths. Once my eyes adjusted to the light, I looked around. The walls were bare, without the fabled gold sconces and elaborate tapestries I had been told once decorated the castle's main hallways. The cold stone floor was worn smooth in the middle. We were probably travelling along the hidden corridors, used solely by the servants and guards. As we passed two open windows, I glanced out with a hunger that no food could satisfy. The bright emerald of the grass made my eyes ache. Trees wore cloaks of leaves. Flowers laced the footpaths and overflowed from barrels. The fresh breeze smelled like an expensive perfume, and I breathed deeply. After the acidic smells of excrement and body odour, the taste of the air was like drinking a fine wine. Warmth caressed my skin. A soothing touch compared to the constantly damp and chilly dungeon. I guessed it was the beginning of the hot season, which meant that I had been locked in the cell for 5 seasons, 1 season shy of a full year. It seemed an excessively long time for someone scheduled for execution. Winded from the effort of marching with my feet chained, I was led into a spacious office. Maps of the territory of Ixia and the lands beyond covered the walls. Piles of books on the floor made walking a straight line difficult. Candles in various stages of use littered the room, singe marks evident on several papers that had gotten too close to the candle's flame. A large wooden table, strewn with documents and ringed by 6 chairs, occupied the centre of the room. At the back of the office, a man sat at a desk. Behind him, a square window gaped open, permitting a breeze to blow through his shoulder-length hair. I shuddered, causing the chains to clatter. From the whispered conversations between prison cells, I had determined that condemned prisoners were taken to an official to confess their crimes before being hanged. Wearing black pants and a black shirt with 2 red diamonds stitched on the collar, the man at the desk wore the uniform of an advisor to the commander. His pallid face held no expression. As his sapphire blue eyes scanned me, they widened in surprise. Suddenly conscious of my appearance, I glanced down at my tattered red prison gown and dirty bare feet roughened with yellow calluses. Dirt-streaked skin showed through the rips in the thin fabric. My long black hair hung in greasy clumps. Sweat-soaked, I swayed under the weight of the chains. A woman. The next prisoner to be executed is a woman. His voice was icy. My body trembled on hearing the word executed aloud. The calm I'd established earlier fled me. I would have sunk sobbing to the floor if the guards weren't with me. The guards tormented anyone who showed any weakness. The man tugged at the black ringlets of his hair. I should have taken the time to reread your dossier. He shooed the guards away. You're dismissed. When they had gone, he motioned me to the chair in front of his desk. The chains clanged as I perched on the edge. He opened a folder on his desk and scanned the pages.
Yelena, today may be your lucky day, he said.
I swallowed a sarcastic reply. An important lesson I had mastered during my dungeon stay was never to talk back. I bowed my head instead, avoiding eye contact. The man was quiet for a while.
Well behaved and respectful. You're starting to look like a good candidate.
Despite the clutter of the room, the desk was neat. In addition to my folder and some writing implements, the only other items on the desk were 2 small black statues, glittering with streaks of silver, a set of panthers carved to lifelike perfection.
You've been tried and found guilty of murdering General Brazel's only son, Riyadh.
He paused, stroking his temple with his fingers.
That explains why Brazel's here this week, and why he has been unusually interested in the execution schedule.
The man spoke more to himself than to me. Upon hearing Brazel's name, fear coiled in my stomach. I steadied myself with a reminder that I was soon to be out of his reach forever. The territory of Ixia's military had come to power only a generation ago, but the rule had produced strict laws called the Code of Behavior. During peacetime, most of the time, strangely enough for the military, proper conduct didn't allow the taking of a human life. If someone committed murder, the punishment was execution. Self-preservation or an accidental death were not considered acceptable excuses. Once found guilty, the murderer was sent to the commander's dungeon to await a public hanging.
I suppose you're going to protest the conviction. So you were framed, or you killed out of self-defense.
He leaned back in his chair, waiting with a weary patience.
No, sir,
I whispered, all I could manage from unused vocal cords.
I killed him.
The man in black straightened in his chair, shooting me a hard look. Then he laughed aloud.
This may work out better than I'd planned. Yelena, I'm offering you a choice. You can either be executed, or you can be Commander Ambrose's new food taster. His last taster died recently, and we need to fill the position.
I gaped at him, my heart dancing. He had to be joking. He was probably amusing himself. Great way to get a laugh. Watch hope and joy shine on the prisoner's face, then smash it by sending the accused to the noose. I played along.
A fool would refuse the job.
My voice rasped louder this time.
Well, it's a lifetime position. The training can be lethal. After all, how can you identify poisons in the commander's food if you don't know what they taste like?
He tidied the papers in the folder.
You'll get a room in the castle to sleep, but most of the day you'll be with the commander. No days off. No husband or children. Some prisoners have chosen execution instead. At least then they know exactly when they're going to die, rather than guessing if it's going to come with the next bite.
He clicked his teeth together, a feral grin on his face. He was serious. My whole body shook. A chance to live. Service to the commander was better than the dungeon, and infinitely better than the noose. Questions raced through my mind. I'm a convicted killer. How can they trust me? What would prevent me from killing the commander or escaping? Who tastes the commander's food now? I asked instead, afraid if I asked the other questions, he'd realize his mistake and send me to the gallows.
I do. So I'm anxious to find a replacement. Also, the Code of Behavior states that someone whose life is forfeit must be offered the job.
No longer able to sit still, I stood and paced around the room, dragging my chains with me. The maps on the walls showed strategic military positions. Book titles dealt with security and spying techniques. The condition and amount of candles suggested someone who worked late into the night. I looked back at the man in the advisor's uniform. He had to be Valek, the commander's personal security chief and leader of the vast intelligence network for the territory of Ixia.
What shall I tell the executioner?
Valek asked. I am not a fool. Chapter 2. Valek snapped the folder closed. He walked to the door, his stride as graceful and light as a snowcat traversing thin ice. The guards waiting in the hall snapped to attention when the door opened. Valek spoke to them, and they nodded. One guard came toward me. I stared at him. Going back to the dungeons had not been part of Valek's offer. Could I escape? I scanned the room. The guard spun me around and removed the manacles and chains that had been draped around me since I'd been arrested. Raw bands of flesh circled my bloody wrists. I touched my neck, feeling skin where there used to be metal. My fingers came away sticky with blood. I groped for the chair. Being freed of the weight of the chains caused a strange sensation to sweep over me. I felt as if I were either going to float away or pass out. I inhaled until the faintness passed. When I regained my composure, I noticed Valek now stood beside his desk pouring 2 drinks. An opened wooden cabinet revealed rows of odd-shaped bottles and multicolored jars stacked inside. Valek placed the bottle he was holding into the cabinet and locked the door.
While we're waiting for Marg, I thought maybe you could use a drink.
He handed me a tall pewter goblet filled with an amber liquid. Raising his own goblet, he made a toast.
To Yelena, our newest food taster. May you last longer than your predecessor.
My goblet stopped short of my lips.
Relax, he said. It's a standard toast.
I took a long swig. The smooth liquid burned slightly as it slid down my throat. For a moment, I thought my stomach was going to rebel. This was the first time I had taken something other than water. Then, it settled. Before I could question him as to what exactly had happened to the previous food taster, Valek asked me to identify the ingredients of the drink. Taking a smaller portion, I replied, "Peaches, sweetened with honey."
Good. Now take another sip. This time, roll the liquid around your tongue before swallowing.
I complied, and was surprised to taste a faint citrus flavor. Orange?
That's right. Now gargle it.
Gargle? I asked. He nodded. Feeling foolish, I gargled the rest of my drink, and almost spat it out. "Rotten oranges!" The skin around Valek's eyes crinkled as he laughed. He had a strong, angular face, as if someone had stamped it from a sheet of metal, but it softened when he smiled. Handing me his drink, he asked me to repeat the experiment. With some trepidation, I took a sip, again detecting the faint orange taste. Bracing myself for the rancid flavour, I gargled Valek's drink, and was relieved that gargling only enhanced the orange essence.
"Better?"
Valek asked as he took back the empty cup.
"Yes."
Valek sat down behind his desk, opening my folder once more. Picking up his quill, he talked to me while writing.
"You just had your first lesson in food tasting. Your drink was laced with a poison called butterfly's dust. Mine wasn't. The only way to detect butterfly's dust in a liquid is to gargle it. That rotten orange flavor you tasted was the poison."
I rose, my head spinning. "Is it lethal?"
"A big enough dose will kill you in 2 days. The symptoms don't arrive until the 2nd day, but by then it's too late."
Did I have a lethal dose? I held my breath.
"Of course. Anything less, and you wouldn't have tasted the poison."
My stomach rebelled, and I started to gag. I forced down the bile in my throat, trying hard to avoid the indignity of vomiting all over Valek's desk. Valek looked up from the stack of papers. He studied my face.
"I warned you the training would be dangerous, but I would hardly give you a poison your body had to fight while you suffered from malnutrition. There is an antidote, the butterfly's dust."
He showed me a small vial containing a white liquid. Collapsing back into my chair, I sighed. Valek's metal face had returned. I realized he hadn't offered the antidote to me.
"In answer to the question you didn't ask but should have, this..."
Valek raised the small vial and shook it.
"Is how we keep the commander's food taster from escaping."
I stared at him, trying to understand the implication.
"Yelena, you confessed to murder. We would be fools to let you serve the commander without some guarantees. Guards watch the commander at all times, and it is doubtful you would be able to reach him with a weapon. For other forms of retaliation, we use butterfly's dust."
Valek picked up the vial of antidote and twirled it in the sunlight.
"You need a daily dose of this to stay alive. This antidote keeps the poison from killing you. As long as you show up each morning in my office, I will give you the antidote. Miss one morning, and you'll be dead by the next. Commit a crime or an act of treason, and you'll be sent back to the dungeon until the poison takes you. I would avoid that fate if I were you. The poison causes severe stomach cramps and uncontrollable vomiting."
Before full comprehension of my situation could sink in, Valek's eyes slid past my shoulder. I turned to see a stout woman in a housekeeper's uniform opening the door. Valek introduced her as Marg, the person who would take care of my basic needs. Expecting me to follow her, Marg strode out the door. I glanced at the vial on Valek's desk.
"Come to my office tomorrow morning. Marg will direct you."
An obvious dismissal, but I paused at the door with all the questions I should have asked poised on my lips. I swallowed them. They sank like stones to my stomach. Then I closed the door and hurried after Marg, who hadn't stopped to wait. Marg never slowed her pace. I found myself panting with the effort to keep up. Trying to remember the various corridors and turns, I soon gave up as my whole world shrank to the sight of Marg's broad back and efficient stride. Her long black skirt seemed to float above the floor. The housekeeper uniform included a black shirt and white apron that hung from the neck down to the ankle and was cinched tight around the waist. The apron had 2 vertical rows of small red diamond shapes connected end to end. When Marg finally stopped at the baths, I had to sit on the floor to clear my spinning head. "You stink," Marg said, disgust creasing her wide face. She pointed to the far end of the baths in a manner that indicated she was used to being obeyed. "Wash twice, then soak. I'll bring you some uniforms." She left the room. The overpowering desire to bathe flashed like fire on my skin. Energized, I ripped the prison robe off and raced to the washing area. Hot water poured down in a cascade when I opened the duct above my head. The commander's castle was equipped with heated water tanks, located 1 floor above the baths, a luxury even Brazel's extravagant manor house didn't have. I stood for a long time, hoping the drumming on my head would erase all thoughts of poisons. Obediently, I washed my hair and body twice. My neck, wrists, and ankles burned from the soap, but I didn't care. I scrubbed 2 more times, rubbing hard at the stubborn spots of dirt on my skin, stopping only when I realized they were bruises. I felt unconnected to the body under the waterfall. The pain and humiliation of being arrested and locked away had been inflicted on this body, but my soul had long since been driven out during the last 2 years I had lived in Brazel's manor house. An image of Brazel's son suddenly flashed before me. Riyadh's handsome face distorted with rage. I stepped back, reflexively jerking my hands up to block him. The image disappeared, leaving me shaking. It was an effort to dry off and wrap a towel around me. I tried to focus on finding a comb instead of the ugly memories Riyadh's image called forth. Even clean, my snarled hair resisted the comb. As I searched for a pair of scissors, I spotted another person in the baths from the corner of my eye. I stared at the body. A corpse looked back at me. The green eyes were the only signs of life in the gaunt, oval face. Thin, stick legs looked incapable of holding the rest of the body up. Recognition shot through me, like a cold splash of fear. It was my body. I averted my eyes from the mirror, having no desire to assess the damage. Coward, I thought, returning my gaze with a purpose. Had Riyadh's death released my soul from where it had fled? In my mind, I tried to reconnect my spirit to my body. Why did I think my soul would return if my body was still not mine? It belonged to Commander Ambrose to be used as a tool for filtering and testing poisons. I turned away. Pulling clumps of knotted hair out with the comb, I arranged the rest into a single long braid down my back. Not long ago, all I had hoped for was a clean prison robe before my execution. And now, here I was sinking into the commander's famous hot baths. That's long enough, Marg barked, startling me out of a light doze. Here are your uniforms. Get dressed. Her stiff face radiated disapproval. As I dried myself, I felt Marg's impatience. Along with some undergarments, the food taster's uniform consisted of black pants, a wide red satin belt, and a red satin shirt with a line of small black diamond shapes connected end to end down each of the sleeves. The clothes were obviously sized for a man. Malnourished, and measuring only 4 inches past 5 feet, I looked like a child playing pretend with her father's clothes. I wrapped the belt 3 times around my waist and rolled up the sleeves and pant legs. Marg snorted. Valak only told me to feed you and show you to your room. But I think we'll stop by the seamstresses first. Pausing at the open door, Marg pursed her lips and added, You'll need boots too. Obediently, I followed Marg like a lost puppy. The seamstress, Delana, laughed gaily at my appearance. Her heart-shaped face had a halo of curly blonde hair. Honey-coloured eyes and long eyelashes enhanced her beauty. The stable boys wear the same pants, and the kitchen maids wear the red shirts, Delana said, when she had stifled her giggles. She admonished Marg for not spending the time to find me better size uniforms. Marg pushed her lips together tighter. Fussing around me like a grandmother instead of a young woman, Delana's attentions warmed me, pulled me toward her. I envisioned us becoming friends. She probably had many acquaintances and suitors who came to bask in her attentions like cave-dwellers drawn to a blazing hearth. I found myself aching to reach out to her. After writing my measurements down, Delana searched through the piles of red, black, and white clothing stacked around the room. Everyone who worked in Ixia wore a uniform. The commander's castle servants and guards wore a variation of black, white, and red colour clothes with vertical diamond shapes either down the sleeves of the shirts or down the sides of the pants. Advisors and higher-ranking officers usually wore all black with small red diamonds stitched on the collars to show rank. The uniform system became mandatory when the commander gained power, so everyone knew at a glance who they were dealing with. Black and red were Commander Ambrose's colours. The territory of Ixia had been separated into 8 military districts, each ruled by a general. The uniforms of the 8 districts were identical to the commander's except for the colour. A housekeeper wearing black with small purple diamond shapes on her apron therefore worked in Military District 3, or MD3. I think these should fit better. She handed me some clothes, gesturing to the privacy screen at the far end of the room. While I was changing, I heard Delana say, She'll need boots. Feeling less foolish in my new clothes, I picked up the old uniforms and gave them to Delana. These must have belonged to Oskov, the old food taster, Delana said. A sad expression gripped her face for a moment, before she shook her head, as if to rid herself of an unwanted thought. All my fantasies of friendship fled me, as I realized that being friends with the commander's food taster was a big emotional risk. My stomach hollowed out while Delana's warmth leaked from me, leaving a cold bitterness behind. A sharp stab of loneliness struck me as an unwanted image of May and Kara, who still lived at Brazel's manor, flashed before my eyes. My fingers twitched to fix Kara's crooked braids and to straighten May's skirt. Instead of Kara's silky ginger hair in my hands, I held a stack of clothes. Delana guided me to a chair. Kneeling on the floor, she put socks on my feet, and then a pair of boots. The boots were made of soft black leather. They came up over my ankle to mid-calf, where the leather folded down. Yelena tucked my pant legs into the boots and helped me stand. I hadn't worn shoes in seasons, and I expected them to chafe, but the boots cushioned my feet and fit well. I smiled at Yelena, thoughts of May and Kara temporarily banished. These were the finest pair of boots I'd ever worn. She smiled back and said, "I can always pick the right size boots without having to measure." Marg harumphed. "You didn't get poor Anne's boots right. He's too smitten with you to complain. Now he limps around the kitchen." "Don't pay any attention to her," Yelena said to me. "Marg, don't you have work to do? Get going, or I'll sneak into your room and shorten all your skirts." Yelena shooed us good-naturedly out the door. Marg took me to the servants' dining room and served me small portions of soup and bread. The soup tasted divine. After devouring the food, I asked for more. "No, too much will make you sick," was all she said. With reluctance, I left my bowl on the table to follow Marg to my room. "At sunrise, be ready to work." Once again, I watched her retreating back. My small room contained a narrow bed with a single stained mattress on a stark metal frame, a plain wooden desk and chair, a chamber pot, an armoire, a lantern, a tiny wood stove, and one window shuttered tight. The grey stone walls were unadorned. I tested the mattress. It barely yielded. A vast improvement over my dungeon cell, yet I found myself somewhat dissatisfied. Nothing in the room suggested softness. With my mind and eyes filled with Valek's metal face and Marg's censure, and the harsh cut and colours of the uniforms, I longed for a pillow or blanket. I felt like a lost child looking for something to clutch, something supple that wouldn't end up hurting me. After hanging my extra uniforms in the armoire, I crossed to the window. There was a sill wide enough for me to sit on. The shutters were locked, but the latches were on the inside. Hands shaking, I unlocked and pushed the shutters wide, blinking in the sudden light. Shielding my eyes, I squinted beneath my hand and stared at the scene in front of my window in disbelief. I was on the first floor of the castle. 5 feet below was the ground. Between my room and the stables were the commander's kennels and the exercise yard for the horses. The stable boys and dog trainers wouldn't care if I escaped. I could drop down without any effort and be gone. Tempting, except for the fact that I would be dead in 2 days. Maybe another time, when 2 days of freedom might be worth the price. I could hope. Chapter 3. Riyad's whip cut into my skin, slashing my flesh with a burning pain. "Move!" he ordered. I dodged ineffectively, hampered by the rope tied to my wrist, which anchored me to a post in the centre of the room. "Move faster! Keep moving!" Riyad shouted. The whip snapped again and again. My tattered shirt gave no protection from the stinging leather. A cool, soothing voice entered my skull. "Go away," it whispered. "Send your mind to a distant place, a warm, loving place. Let your body go, The silken voice didn't belong to Riyadh or Brazel. A savior, perhaps? An easy way to escape the torment. Tempting. But I held out for another opportunity. Determined, I stayed, focusing on avoiding the lash. When exhaustion claimed me, my body began to vibrate of its own accord. Like an out-of-control hummingbird, I darted around the room, avoiding the whip. I woke in darkness, soaked with sweat, my crumpled uniform twisted tight around my body. The vibration in my dream, replaced by a pounding. Before falling asleep, I had wedged a chair under the doorknob to prevent anyone from barging in. The chair rattled with each thud. "I'm up!" I shouted. The racket stopped. When I opened the door, Marg stood frowning with a lantern. I hastened to change my uniform and joined her in the hallway. "I thought you said sunrise." Her disapproving stare seared my lips shut. "It is sunrise." I followed Marg through the labyrinth of the castle's hidden hallways as the day began to brighten. My room faced west, shielding me from the morning sun. Marg extinguished the lantern just as the scent of sweet cakes filled the air. Inhaling, I asked her, "Breakfast?" A hopeful, almost pleading note crept into my voice, galling me. "No, Valak will feed you." An image of breakfast laced with poison did wonders for suppressing my appetite. My stomach tightened as the unwanted memory of Valak's butterfly's dust came to mind. By the time we had reached his office, I had convinced myself that I was about to collapse, soon to be vanquished by the poison if I didn't receive the antidote. When I entered the room, Valak was in the process of arranging plates of steaming food. He had cleared off a section of the table, the displaced papers balanced in messy piles. He gestured to a chair. I sat, searching the table for the small vial of antidote. "I hope you're—" Valak studied my face. I stared back, trying not to flinch under his scrutiny. "It's amazing what a difference a bath and a uniform can make," Valak said, absently chewing on a slice of bacon. "I'll have to remember that. It might be useful in the future." Placing 2 plates of an egg and ham mixture before me, he said, "Let's get started." Feeling dizzy and flushed, I blurted out, "I'd rather start with the antidote." Another long pause from Valak caused me to fidget in my seat. "You shouldn't be feeling any symptoms. They won't arrive until later this afternoon." He shrugged and went to his cabinet. He used a pipette to extract a measure of the white liquid from a large bottle and then locked the antidote back inside the cabinet. My interest in the location of the key must have been obvious, because Valak used some type of sleight of hand to make the key disappear. Handing me the pipette, he sat down on the opposite side of the table. "Drink up, so we can start today's lessons," he said. I squeezed the contents into my mouth, cringing at the bitter taste. Valak took the pipette from my hands and exchanged it for a blue jar. "Take a sniff." The jar contained a white powder, resembling sugar but smelling like rosewood. Gesturing to the 2 plates cooling in front of me, Valak asked me to pick the one sprinkled with the poison. I sniffed at the food, like a scent hound nosing for prey. A faint odor of rosewood emanated from the left plate. "Good.
should you pick up that aroma from any of the commander's food, reject it. The poison is called tictus, and a single grain of the powder will kill within the hour. Valek removed the tainted food. Eat your breakfast. He indicated the other plate. You'll need your strength. I spent the remainder of the day smelling poisons until my head ached and spun. The multitude of names and aromas began to confuse me, so I asked Valek for some paper, quill, and ink. He stilled. I don't know why you continue to surprise me. I should have remembered that General Brazel educates his orphans. Valek flung a book of papers, a quill, and ink down in front of me. Take them back to your room. We've done enough for today. I silently cursed myself for reminding Valek why I had been the next person to be executed as I gathered the book and writing implements. Valek's hard, unforgiving expression revealed his thoughts. Taken off the streets, fed and educated by Brazel, I had repaid Brazel's kindness by murdering his only child. I knew Valek would never believe the truth about Brazel and Riyadh. General Brazel's orphanage was a topic of ridicule from the other generals. They thought he had gone soft after the takeover of Ixia 15 years ago. This impression suited Brazel. Seen as a kindly old benefactor, Brazel could continue unchallenged in his administration of Military District 5. I hesitated at the entrance of Valek's office, noticing for the first time the 3 complex locks on the thick wooden door. Absently fingering the locking mechanisms, I lingered in the doorway until Valek asked, "Now what?" "I'm not sure where my room is." Valek spoke, as if talking to a slow-witted child. "Ask the first housekeeper or kitchen maid you find. They're always scurrying about this time of day. Tell her you're in the west servant wing, ground floor. She'll show you." The kitchen maid I snared into helping me was more talkative than Marg, and I took full advantage of her good nature. She guided me to the laundry room to obtain some linens for my bed. Then I had her show me the way to the baths and the seamstress's work area. Delana's piles of uniforms might come in handy someday. In my room, I opened the shutters to let in the fading light from the setting sun. Sitting down at my desk, I wrote exhaustive notes on what I had learned that day, including a rough map of the servants' corridors. I considered more exploration of the castle, but Valek had been right. I needed my strength. I hoped I would have time to explore later. During the next 2 weeks, the training proceeded in a manner so similar to the first day that I lapsed into a routine, arriving at Valek's every morning to train. After 14 days of sniffing poisons, I found that my sense of smell had heightened. By then, Valek announced I was strong enough to begin tasting poisons. "I'll start with the deadliest one," he said. "If you don't die from it, the other poisons wouldn't kill you either. I don't want to waste all my time training you only to see you die in the end." He placed a slender red bottle on his desk. "It's nasty. Affects the body immediately." Valek's eyes lit up as he admired the poison. "It's called Have a Drink, My Love, or My Love for short, because the poison has a history of being used by disheartened wives." He squeezed 2 drops of the poison into a steaming cup. "A larger dose would definitely kill you. With a smaller dose, there is a chance you'll survive. But you'll become delusional, paranoid, and completely disoriented for the next few days.
Balak, why do I have to taste my love if it has immediate results? Isn't that what a food taster is for? I taste the commander's food. I keel over, dead. End of the tale. I tried pacing around the room, but kept tripping over stacks of books. Frustrated, I kicked 2 piles into their neighbours, scattering books into a messy heap on the floor. Balak's gaze pierced me, draining the odd feeling of satisfaction I had gotten from kicking the books.
A food taster's job is much more complex than that,
Balak explained, pulling his hair back from his face.
Being able to identify which poison taints the commander's food can lead me to the poisoner.
Balak handed me the cup.
Even if you only have a split second to shout out "my love" before passing out, it would narrow down the list of suspects. There are a number of assassins who are partial to my love. The poison is grown in Scythia, the southern lands. It was easy to obtain before the takeover. With the closure of the southern border, only a handful of people have enough money to purchase it illegally.
Balak went over to the mess on the floor and started restacking the books. His movements were so graceful that I wondered if he had been a dancer, but his words betrayed to me that his fluid gestures were those of a trained killer.
Yelena, your job is very important. That's why I spend so much time training you. A shrewd assassin can watch a taster for several days to discover a pattern.
Balak continued his lecture from the floor.
For example, the taster might always cut a piece of meat from the left side, or never stir the drink. Some poisons sink to the bottom of the cup. If the taster only sips off the top, then the assassin knows exactly where to place the poison to kill his intended victim.
He finished picking up the books. The new piles were neater than the rest of the stacks on the floor. It seemed an invitation to Balak to continue straightening the books. He cleared a bigger path through his office.
Once you drink the poison, Marg will help you to your room and take care of you. I'll give her your daily dose of butterfly's dust antidote.
I stared at the steam drifting from the tea. I picked up the cup, the heat warming my icy hands. When Marg entered the room, it felt as if the executioner had just mounted the dais, reaching for the lever. Should I sit down or lie down? I looked around the room, seeing nothing. My arms started to tingle as I realized I had been holding my breath. I raised the cup in a mock salute, and then drained the contents. "Sour apples," I said. Balak nodded. I had only enough time to put the cup on the table before my world began to melt. Marg's body undulated toward me. Her large head sprouted flowers from her eye sockets. A moment later, her body filled the room as her head shriveled. I sensed movement. The grey walls grew arms and legs that reached for me, trying to use me in their fight against the floor. Grey spirits rose from under my feet. They dived, poked, and cackled at me. They were freedom. I tried to push the Marg thing away, but it clung and wrapped itself around me, digging through my ears and pounding on my head.
"Murderer,"
it whispered.
"Sneaky bitch. You probably slit his throat while he slept. Easy way to kill. Did you enjoy yourself as you watched his blood soak the sheets? You're nothing but a rat."
I grabbed at the voice, trying to make it stop, but it turned into 2 green and black toy soldiers who held me tight.
She'll die from the poison. If not, you can take her,
the Marg thing said to the soldiers. They pushed me into a dark pit. I plunged into blackness. The stench of vomit and excrement greeted me when I regained consciousness. They were the unmistakable odours of the dungeon. Wondering how I ended up back in my old cell, I sat up. A surge of nausea demanded my attention. I groped around for the slop pot and encountered the metal leg of a bed, which I clutched as dry heaves racked my body. When they stopped, I leaned against the wall, grateful to be on the floor of my room and not back in the dungeon. Beds were a luxury not included with the subterranean accommodations. Summoning the strength to stand, I located and lit my lantern. Dried vomit caked my face. My shirt and pants were soaking wet and smelled foul. The liquid contents of my body had collected in a puddle on the floor. Marg took good care of me, I thought sarcastically. At least she was practical. If she had dumped me on the bed, I would have ruined the mattress. I thanked fate that I had survived the poison and that I had awakened in the middle of the night. Unable to endure the feel of my sodden uniform any longer, I made my way to the baths. On my return, voices stopped me before I reached the hallway leading to my room. Extinguishing my lantern in one quick motion, I peeked around the corner. 2 soldiers stood in front of my door. The soft light of their lantern reflected the green and black colours of their uniforms. Brazel's colours. Chapter 4.
"Shall we check if she's dead?"
asked one of Brazel's soldiers. He held the lantern up to my door, his overloaded weapon belt jingling with the motion.
"No, the housekeeper checks every morning and gives her a potion. We'll hear about it soon enough. Besides, it stinks in there."
The other soldier waved his hand in front of his face.
"Yeah, if the smell don't kill the mood, taking off her vomit-soaked uniform would make any man gag. Although..."
The lantern soldier's hand briefly touched the manacles hanging from his belt.
"We could drag her down to the baths, clean her up, and have some fun before she dies." "Nah, someone would see us. If she survives, we'll have plenty of time to peel off her uniform. It'll be just like opening a present, and definitely more entertaining when she's awake."
He leered. They laughed. They continued down the hallway and were soon out of sight. I clung to the wall and wondered if what I had just witnessed had been real. Was I still having paranoid hallucinations? My head felt as if it had soaked too long in a pool of water. Dizziness and nausea rippled through my body. The soldiers were long gone before I worked up the nerve to go back to my room. I pushed the door wide and thrust my lantern in front of me, shining the light into every corner and under the bed. A harsh, acrid odour was the only thing to attack me. Gagging, I unlocked the shutters and threw them open, taking deep breaths of the cool, cleansing air. I looked at the noxious puddle on the floor. The last thing I wanted to do was clean up the mess, but I knew I would never be able to sleep while breathing in that foul smell. After raiding housekeeping supplies and stopping for the occasional bout of nausea, I managed to scrub the floor without fainting. Exhausted, I stretched out on the bed. It felt lumpy. I turned in my blankets, hoping to find a comfortable position. What if Brazel's soldiers came back? Asleep in bed, I would be an easy target. I'd cleaned myself up, so there was no need to drag me to the baths. The room smelled like disinfectant, and I'd forgotten to put the chair under the doorknob. Imagination kicked in. A vivid scene of me manacled to the bed, helpless, while the soldiers stripped me slowly to heighten their anticipation and savour my fear. The walls of my room seemed to thicken and pulse. I bolted out into the hallway, expecting to see Brazel's soldiers lurking around my door. The corridor was dark and deserted. When I tried to re-enter my room, I felt as if someone pressed a pillow against my face. I couldn't get my feet to move past the doorway. My room was a trap. The paranoia effect of my love, or common sense, I wondered. Indecision kept me standing in the hallway until my stomach growled. Guided by my hunger, I searched for food. Hoping to find the kitchen empty, I was dismayed to see a tall man wearing a white uniform with 2 black diamonds printed on the front of his shirt, mumbling to himself as he lurched around the ovens. His left leg didn't bend. I tried to sneak back out, but he spotted me. "Are you looking for me?" he asked. "No," I said. "I was looking for something to eat." I craned my neck back to see his face. He frowned and shifted his weight to his good leg as he studied my uniform. Too thin for a cook, I thought, but he wore the proper clothes, and only a cook would be up this early. He was handsome in a subtle way, with light brown eyes and short brown hair. I wondered if this was Delana's Rand that Marg had talked about. "Help yourself." He gestured toward 2 steaming loaves of bread. "You just won me a week's wages." "Excuse me?" I said, while cutting off a large piece of bread. "How could I win you money?" "You're the new food taster, right?" I nodded. "Everyone knows Valak gave you a dose of my love. I took a chance and bet a week's wages that you would live." He stopped to take 3 more loaves out of the oven. "A big risk, since you're the smallest and skinniest food taster we've ever had. Most everyone else had wagered that you wouldn't pull through, including Marg." The cook rummaged through one of the cabinets. "Here." He handed me some butter. "I'll make you some sweet cakes." Grabbing various ingredients from a shelf, he proceeded to mix up a batter. "How many food tasters have there been?" I asked him, between bites of buttered bread. Working alone didn't seem to suit him. He seemed glad to have some company. With his hands in constant motion, he said, 5 since Commander Ambrose has been in power. Valak loves his poisons. He poisoned many of the Commander's enemies and he likes to keep in practice. You know, testing the food tasters from time to make sure they haven't grown lazy." The cook's words crawled up my spine. I felt as if my body had liquefied and pooled into a giant mixing bowl. I was just a puddle of ingredients to be beaten, stirred, and used. When the cook poured the batter onto the hot griddle, my blood sizzled along with the sweet cakes. "Poor Oskov. Valak never liked him. Testing him constantly until he couldn't handle the pressure. The official cause of death was suicide, but I think Valak killed him." Flip. I stared as the cook deftly flicked his wrist, turning the cakes over. My muscles trembled in sync with the sound of frying sweet cakes. Here I was worried about Brazel, when one misstep with Valek and... flip. I would be gone. He probably held a couple of poisons in reserve, just in case he decided to replace the taster. Glancing over my shoulder, I imagined Valek coming into the kitchen to poison my breakfast. I couldn't even enjoy talking with a chatty cook without being reminded that tasting potentially poisoned food wasn't the only danger of my new job. The cook handed me a plate loaded with sweet cakes, took 3 more loaves of bread out of the oven, and refilled his bread pans with dough. Piping hot sweet cakes was such a rare treat that I devoured them despite my unsettled stomach.
Oskov was my friend. He was the commander's best food taster. He used to come to my kitchen every morning after breakfast and help me invent new recipes. I have to keep things interesting or the commander will start looking for a new cook. Know what I mean?
I nodded, wiping butter off my chin. He thrust out his hand.
My name's Rand.
I shook his hand. Yelena. I stopped at an open window on my way to Valek's office. The rising sun was just cresting the Sol Mountains to the east of the castle. The colours in the sky resembled a ruined painting, as if a small child had spilled water on the canvas. I let my eyes feast on the vibrant display of life as I inhaled the fresh air. Everything was in full bloom, and soon the cool morning breeze would warm to a comfortable level. The hot season was in its infancy. The days of sweltering heat and limp, humid nights were still a few weeks away. I had been training with Valek for a fortnight, and I wondered how long my love had held me unconscious. Tearing myself away from the window, I walked toward Valek's office, arriving at his door just as he was leaving.
Yelena, you made it.
Valek smiled.
It's been 3 days. I was beginning to worry.
I studied his face. He seemed sincerely glad to see me.
Where's Marg?
He asked. I haven't seen her. Thank fate, I thought.
Then you'll need your antidote,
Valek said, while moving back to his cabinet. Once I swallowed the liquid, Valek headed toward the door. When I didn't follow, he gestured to me.
I have to taste the commander's breakfast,
he said, setting a quick pace. I huffed along behind him.
It's time you meet the commander and watch how food tasting should be done.
We turned into the main hallway of the castle. Valek didn't miss a step, but I stumbled and stifled a gasp. The famous tapestries from the king's era were torn and soiled with black paint. In Brazel's orphanage, we had been taught that each tapestry represented a province of the Old Kingdom. Hand-quilted with gold threads during the course of many years, the coloured silk pictures told a story about the history of each province. Now, in rags, they still told a very powerful tale about the commander's rule. The commander's disdain for the opulence, excesses, and injustices of the former ruler and his family were well known throughout Ixia. From monarchy to military, the changes in Ixia were severe. While some citizens embraced the simple but strict rules in the code of behaviour, others rebelled by refusing to wear their uniforms, by not requesting permission to travel, and by escaping to the south. Based on the offence, the insurgents' punishment matched exactly what was written in the code. No uniform meant 2 days chained naked in the town square. It didn't matter if the offender had a legitimate reason. The punishment was always the same. Ixia's people discovered that there wasn't going to be any guessing about their punishment. No bribing or good old boy networking either. The commander meant business. Live by the code or face the consequences. I pulled my eyes away from the tapestries in time to see Valek disappear through an arched doorway, decorated with lavish stonework. Splintered wooden doors hung crookedly on their hinges, but the intricate carvings of trees and exotic birds were still visible. Another victim of the takeover, and another reminder of the commander's intent. I stopped in amazement just past the broken doors. This was the castle's throne room. Inside was a sea of desks, occupied by numerous advisors and military officers from every military district in the territory. The room hummed with activity. It was hard to distinguish individuals in the commotion, but I finally spotted Valek's smooth stride as he went through an open door at the back of the room. Finding a path around the maze of desks took some time. When I arrived at the door, I heard a man's voice complaining about cold sweet cakes. Commander Ambrose sat behind a plain wooden desk. His office was stark in comparison to Valek's and lacked personal decorations. The only object in the room that did not have a specific purpose was a hand-sized statue of a black snowcat. The cat's eyes glinted with silver, and bright specks of the metal peppered the beast's powerful back. The commander's black uniform was perfectly tailored and immaculate, indistinguishable from Valek's, except that the diamonds stitched on his collar were real. They twinkled in the morning light. The commander's black hair was sprinkled with grey and cut so short that the strands stood straight up. In Brazel's classroom, we had learned that the commander avoided public appearances and having his portrait painted. The fewer people who knew what he looked like, the less his chances were of being assassinated. Some thought he was paranoid, but I believed that since he had gained power by using assassins and covert warfare, he was merely being realistic. This was not the commander I had envisioned, burly, bearded, and weighed down with medals and weapons. He was thin, clean-shaven, with delicate features.
Commander, this is Yelena, your new food taster,
Valek said, pulling me into the room. The commander's gold, almond-shaped eyes met mine. His gaze had the sharpness of a sword point. It pressed against my throat and fastened me to the floor. I felt myself being drawn out and examined. When he looked over at Valek, I swayed with relief.
From what Brazel's been hollering about, I expected her to breathe fire,
the commander said. I stiffened on hearing Brazel's name. If Brazel was complaining to the commander, I could be back in line for the noose.
Brazel's a fool, Valek said. He wanted the drama of a public hanging for his son's killer. I personally would have taken care of her immediately. It would have been within his rights.
Valek slurped the commander's tea and sniffed the sweet cakes. My chest was tight. I was having trouble drawing in air.
Besides, it's clearly written in the code of behavior that the next to be hanged gets the job offer. And Brazel was one of the authors.
Cutting a piece of one sweet cake from the center and the other from the side, Valek put both pieces in his mouth, chewing slowly.
Here.
He handed the plate to the commander.
Brazel does have a point,
The commander said. He picked up his tea and stared at the contents.
When does she start? I'm getting tired of cold food.
A few more days.
Good,
The commander said to Valek, then turned to me.
You arrive with my food and taste quick. I don't want to be looking for you. Understand?
Feeling light-headed, I answered,
Yes, sir. Valek, I'm losing weight because of you. Lunch is in the war room. Don't be late.
Yes, sir,
Valek said, and headed for the door. I followed. We wound our way through the tangle of desks. When Valek stopped to consult with another advisor, I glanced around. A handful of the commander's advisors were women, and I noticed 2 female captains and 1 colonel. Their new roles were one of the benefits of the takeover. The commander assigned jobs based on skill and intelligence, not on gender. While the monarchy preferred to see women work as maids, kitchen helpers, and wives, the commander gave them the freedom to choose what they wanted to do. Some women preferred their former occupations, while others jumped at the chance to do something else, and the younger generation had been quick to take advantage of the new opportunities. When we finally reached Valek's office, Marg was dusting around Valek's piles of papers on the table. It looked to me as if she was spending more time reading the papers than straightening them. Didn't Valek notice? I wondered what Marg did for Valek besides cleaning. Marg turned a pleasant face to Valek, but as soon as he walked away, she glared fiercely at me. Must have lost a lot of money betting against my survival, I thought. I smiled at her. She managed to control her outraged expression before Valek glanced up at us from his desk.
Yelena, you look exhausted. You make me tired just looking at you. Go rest. Come back after lunch, and we'll continue with your training.
I didn't really feel tired, but rest sounded like an excellent idea. As I moved along the hallway, Valek's comment wormed its way through my mind. My pace slowed, and I dragged my feet toward my room. I was so preoccupied with the physical effort of walking that I bumped right into 2 of Brazel's guards.
"Looky, Wren! I found our rat!"
one guard exclaimed, grabbing my wrist. Alert, I gaped at the green diamonds on the guard's uniform.
"Good for you,"
Wren said.
"Let's show your catch to General Brazel. The General isn't fond of live rats, especially this one."
The guard shook me hard. Pain coursed up my arm to my shoulder and neck. In a panic, I searched the hallway for help. It was deserted.
"That's right. He prefers them skinned alive."
I'd heard enough. I did what any good rat would do. I bit down on the guard's hand until I tasted blood. Yelping and cursing in surprise, his grip lessened. I jerked my arm out of his grasp and ran. Chapter 5. I was only a couple of steps away from Brazel's guards when they recovered from their surprise and began to chase me. Being terrified and unburdened of weapons, I had a slight advantage. It wouldn't last. I was already puffing with the effort. The corridors were mysteriously empty as I ran through them. If I did find someone, I wasn't really sure they would or could help me. Like a rat, my only hope of escape was to find a hole to hide in. I ran without a plan, caring only about keeping ahead of the guards. The corridors blurred together until I imagined I was running in place and it was the walls that were moving. I slowed for a moment to get my bearings. Where was I? The light in the hallway was waning. My pounding steps kicked dust up from the floor. I had headed toward an isolated part of the castle, a perfect place for a quiet murder. Quiet, because I wouldn't have enough air in my lungs to scream. I made a quick right turn into a corridor that led off into darkness. Momentarily out of the guard's sight, I pushed against the first door I encountered. Groaning and creaking, it yielded slightly under my weight, and then stuck tight. A gap big enough for my body, but not my head. Hearing the guards turn down the corridor, I threw myself against the door. It moved another inch. I tumbled headfirst into a dark room and landed on the floor. The guards found the door. I watched in horror as they tried to muscle it open. The gap began to expand. I scanned the room. My eyes adjusted to the gloom. Empty barrels and rotten sacks of grain littered the floor. A pile of rugs was stacked against the far wall below a window. The door surrendered a couple more inches to the guards' efforts before lodging again. I stood and stacked the barrels on top of the rug pile. Scrambling up them, I reached the window only to discover it was too small for me to fit through. The door cracked ominously. I used my elbow to shatter the window pane. Pulling the ragged glass fragments out of the frame, I tossed them to the floor. Blood ran down my arm. Heedless of the pain, I jumped down, pressed myself against the wall next to the doorway, and fought to stifle the harsh sound of my breathing. With a loud groan, the door stopped mere inches from my face as the guards stumbled into the storeroom. "Check the window! I'll cover the door," Wren said. I peeked around the edge. Wren's companion walked to the pile of rugs and barrels, crushing glass beneath his boots. My plan wasn't going to work. Wren blocked my escape route. The broken window would only delay the inevitable.
"Too small! She's still here!"
the guard called from above. My rough breathing had accelerated into fast gasps. I felt lightheaded. The rat trap had sprung. I was immobilized in its metal jaws. My thoughts jumbled into a cloud of images. I clutched at the door, trying not to fall. A buzzing sound burst, uncontrolled, from my throat. I was unable to suppress the drone. Trying harder only caused the sound to grow louder. I staggered out from behind the door. With all the noise I made, the guards didn't even glance in my direction. They seemed frozen in place. My lungs strained for air. On the verge of passing out, the buzzing then released me. The sound still rang in the room, but it no longer came from me. The guards continued to be unresponsive. After taking several deep breaths, I bolted from the room. I wasn't going to waste time trying to understand. The buzzing sound followed me as I ran back the way we had come. The loud hum ended as soon as I started seeing other servants hurrying through the hallway. Odd looks were cast my way. I realized I must be quite a sight. I forced myself to stop running as I tried to calm my hammering heart. My throat burned from panting. My uniform was stained. Pain throbbed in my elbow, and bright red beads dripped off my fingers. Looking at my hands, I saw deep cuts from handling the glass. I gazed at the blood on the floor. Turning around, I saw a line of crimson drops disappearing down the corridor. I clutched my arms to my chest, but it was too late. I had left a blood trail. and there were Brazel's guards, like trained dogs, following it. They were coming around the corner at the far end of the hall. Undetected, so far, I knew any sudden movement would draw their attention. I joined a group of servants, hoping to blend in. Pain pulsated in harmony with my labouring heartbeat. When I reached a turn, I risked a glance over my shoulder. The guard stood at the spot where my blood trail had ended. Ren gestured as he argued with his partner. I slipped around the corner unnoticed, then bumped right into Valak.
Yelena, what happened to you?
Valak grabbed my arm. I winced. He let go. I fell on some glass. It was weak. I hurried to cover it. I'm on my way to get cleaned up. As I began to walk past Valak, he grasped my shoulder, spinning me around.
You need to see a medic.
Okay. I tried once more to get past Valak.
The medic is this way.
Valak pulled on my shoulder, forcing me to follow him back down the corridor toward the guards. Foolishly, I hoped they wouldn't see me, but as we walked past, they smiled, falling into step behind us. I glanced at Valak. There was no expression on his face. His grip on my shoulder tightened. Was Valak leading me to some secluded spot where the three of them could kill me? Should I make a break for it? But if Valak wanted me dead, he had only to withhold the antidote to butterfly's dust. When the hallway emptied of people, Valak let go of my shoulder and swung around to face the two guards. I stayed close behind him.
Are you lost?
Valak asked the guards.
No, sir,
said Ren. A foot taller than Valak, his hands were the size of my head.
Just want to reclaim our prisoner.
Ren tried to reach around Valak to grab me. Valak deflected his hand.
Your prisoner?
Valak's voice sliced through the air like steel. The guards looked at each other in disbelief. Valak had no weapons. While the other guard was shorter than Ren, he still outweighed the other two men. Identical, cocky smirks touched both guards' faces. I wondered if sneering and glaring were part of their training. Rand the cook would probably bet a month's wages on Brazel's soldiers winning this argument.
Actually, General Brazel's prisoner, sir. Now, if you would...
Ren gestured for Valak to step aside.
Tell your boss that Valak doesn't appreciate having his new food taster chased through the castle, and that I would like her to be left alone.
The guards glanced at each other again. I was beginning to suspect that they only had one brain to share between them. Regarding Valak with a more focused expression, they shifted their posture into a fighting stance.
We have been ordered to bring the girl to the general. Not messages,
Ren said, pulling his sword from his belt. With the sound of ringing metal, the second guard flourished his weapon as well. Ren asked Valak to move aside once more. Faced with two swords, what could Valak do? Run for my life is what I would do, so I shifted my weight to the balls of my feet, preparing to flee. Valak's right hand blurred into motion with two quick snaps of his wrist. It looked as if he had saluted both guards. Before the men could react, he was between them, too close for swords. He crouched low, put his hands on the floor, and spun. Using his legs, Valak windmilled both guards to the ground. I heard a clatter of metal, a whoosh of air from Ren, and a curse from the other before they both lay motionless. Baffled, I watched Valek gracefully move away from his fallen opponents. He counted under his breath. When he reached 10, he bent over each man and removed a tiny dart from each of their necks.
It's a dirty way to fight, but I'm late for lunch.
Chapter 6. Stepping over the prone forms of the sleeping soldiers, Valek took my injured arm and inspected it.
Not as bad as it looks. You'll live. We'll see the commander first, then the medic.
Valek hurried me through the castle. My arm began to throb. I lagged behind. The thought of facing the commander's stony gaze dragged at my feet. Finding the medic, then sinking into a hot bath, was without a doubt more appealing. We entered a spacious, round chamber that served as the commander's war room. Slender, stained-glass windows stretched from the floor to the ceiling and encircled 3/4 of the chamber. The kaleidoscope of colours made me feel as if I were inside a spinning top. Dizzy, I would have stumbled, except I caught a glimpse of something that rooted me to the floor. A long, wooden table filled the centre of the room. Sitting at the head of the table, with 2 guards standing behind him, was the commander. His thin eyebrows were pinched together in annoyance. A tray of untouched food sat by his side. Also seated around the table were 3 of the commander's generals. 2 of the generals were busy eating their lunch, while the third's fork hovered in midair. I focused on the hand. White knuckles equaled white-hot rage. With reluctance, I met General Brazel's gaze. Brazel lowered his fork, his face taut. His eyes held lightning. I was the target, and like a rabbit caught in the open, I was too frightened to move.
Valek, you're...
Commander Ambrose began.
late.
Valek finished for him.
I know. There was a slight altercation,
he said. He pulled me closer. Intrigued, the other 2 generals stopped eating. I flushed, stifling a strong desire to bolt from the room. Having no contact with any high-ranking officers, I recognized the generals only by the colors on their uniforms. My trip to the commander's dungeon was the first time I had been past the borders of MD5. Even during the first 10 years I had lived in Brazel's orphanage, I had only caught brief glimpses of him and his family. Unfortunately, after I had turned 16, the sight of Brazel and his son Riyadh became my daily nightmare. I had been flattered by the attention of my benefactor. His grey hair and short beard framed a square-shaped, pleasant face that shouted respectability. Stout and sturdy, he was the ultimate father figure to me. Brazel told me I was the smartest of his adopted children, and that he needed my help with some experiments. I readily agreed to participate. The memory of how grateful and naive I had been sickened me. It was 3 years ago. I had been a puppy. A puppy still wagging her tail as the bag's opening was tied shut. 2 years I had suffered. My mind recoiled from the memories. I stared at Brazel in the war room. His lips were pressed tight as his jaw quivered. He fought to contain his hatred. Faint with fatigue, I saw Riyadh's ghost appear behind his father. Riyadh's slashed throat hung open, and blood dripped down, staining his nightshirt. A distant recollection of a tale about murder victims haunting their killers until their business was settled filtered through my mind. I rubbed my eyes. Did anyone else see the ghost? If so, they hid it well. My gaze slid to Valek. Was he haunted by ghosts? If that old story was to be believed, he would be swamped by them. Worry that I might not be completely rid of Riyadh pulsed through me, but not a trace of remorse. The only thing I was sorry for was not having the courage to kill Brazel when I had the chance. Sorry that I was unable to save my sisters and brothers at Brazel's orphanage from turning 16. Sorry that I was unable to warn May and Kara and help them run away. The commander's voice brought my attention back to the war room. Altercation, Valek? He sighed like an indulgent parent. How many dead? None. I couldn't justify the disposal of soldiers merely following General Brazel's orders to hunt down and kill our new food taster. Besides, they weren't very smart. Seems she was on the verge of giving them the slip when she ran into me. Good thing, though, or I might not have found out about the incident. The commander studied me for a while before turning to Brazel. It was all Brazel needed. Leaping from his chair, he shouted, "She should be dead! I want her dead! She killed my son!" Valek said, "But the code of behavior—" "Damn the code! I'm a general! She killed a general's son, and here she is." Emotion choked off Brazel's voice. His fingers twitched, as if he wanted to wrap his hands around my throat that instant. Riyadh's ghost floated behind his father, a smirk on his face. "It's a dishonor to me that she lives," Brazel said. "An insult. Train another prisoner. I want her dead." Instinctively, I stepped behind Valek. The other generals were nodding their heads in agreement. I was too terrified to look at the commander. "He has a sound argument," the commander said, without a trace of emotion tainting his voice. "You have never deviated from what's written in the code of behavior," Valek argued. "Start now and you'll begin a trend. Besides, you'll be killing the brightest food taster we've ever had. She's almost trained." He gestured to the tray of cold food beside the commander. I glanced around Valek to see the commander's expression. Thoughtful, he pursed his lips while he considered Valek's argument. I crossed my arms, digging my fingernails deep into my flesh. Brazel, sensing a change of heart, took a step toward the commander. "She's smart because I educated her. I can't believe you're going to listen to this upstart, conniving, sneaky thief." Brazel stopped. He had said too much. He had insulted Valek, and even I knew that the commander had a special fondness for Valek. "Brazel, leave my food taster alone." My breath hissed with relief. Brazel attempted to argue, but the commander silenced him. "It's an order. Go ahead and build your new factory. Consider your permit approved." He dangled a carrot in front of Brazel. Was a new factory worth more than my death? Silence followed, as everyone waited for Brazel to comment. He gave me a look full of venom. Riyadh's ghost grinned, and I guessed from his cat-that-got-the-rat smile that the permit approval was very important to Brazel. More important than he let on to the commander. The rage and indignation over my missing the noose was genuine, but he could build his factory now, and then kill me later. He knew where to find me. Brazel left the room without saying another word. The amused ghost mouthed the words, "See you next time," before following his father. When the other generals started to protest the permit approval, the commander listened to their arguments in silence. Momentarily forgotten, I studied the two generals. Their uniforms were similar to the commander's, except that they wore black jackets with gold buttons. Instead of real diamonds on their collars, each general had 5 embroidered diamonds stitched on their coats over their left breasts. No medals or ribbons decorated their uniforms. The commander's troops wore only what was needed for recognition and for battle. The diamonds on the general sitting close to the commander were blue. He was General Hazal, in charge of Military District 6, just west of Brazel's MD5. General Tesso's diamonds were silver for MD4, which bordered to the north of Brazel's. If a district planned a big project, like building a new factory or clearing land for farming, a permit approved by the commander was required. Smaller projects, like installing a new oven at a bakery or building a house within the district, only needed approval from that district's general. Most generals had a staff to handle the processing of new permit applications. It was apparent from the general's complaints that Brazel's permit was in the initial processing stages. Discussions with the bordering districts had started, but the commander's staff had not yet reviewed and authenticated the factory's plans. Usually, once the staff recommended approval, the commander signed off on the application. The Code of Behavior only stated that permission must be received prior to building, and if the commander wanted to bypass his own process, he could do so. We had been taught the Code of Behavior at the orphanage. Anyone wishing the honor of running errands into town had to memorize and recite the code perfectly prior to gaining the privilege. Besides reading and writing, the education I had received from Brazel had also included mathematics and the history of Ixia's takeover by the commander. Since the takeover, education was available to everyone, and not just a privilege for the men of the richer classes. My education, though, took a turn for the worse when I began helping Brazel. Memories threatened to overwhelm me. My hot skin felt tight. I trembled, forcing my mind to the present. The generals had finished their rebuttal of the commander's decision. Valek tasted the commander's cold food and pushed it closer to him.
"Your concerns are noted. My order stands,"
the commander said. He turned to Valek.
"Your food taster had better live up to your endorsements. One slip, and you'll be training her replacement prior to your reassignment. You're dismissed."
Valek took my arm and steered me from the chamber. We walked down the hallway until the door of the war room clicked shut. Then Valek stopped. The features on his face had hardened into a porcelain mask.
"Yelena,
don't say anything. Don't threaten, or bully, or intimidate. I've had enough of that from Brazel. I make every effort to be the best taster because I'm getting used to the idea of living. And I don't want to give Brazil the satisfaction of seeing me dead. Tired of examining Valek's every facial expression and straining to hear every small nuance in his voice for clues to his mood, I moved away from him. He followed me. When we reached an intersection, Valek's hand grasped my elbow. I heard him utter the word medic as he guided me to the left. Without once looking at his face, I let him steer me to the infirmary. As I was led to an empty examining table, I squinted at the medic's all-white uniform. The only colour on the uniform was 2 small red diamonds stitched on the collar. My mind was so muddled with fatigue that it took me some time to figure out that the short-haired medic was a female. With a grunt, I stretched out on the table. When the woman left to get her supplies, Valek said, "I'll post some guards outside the door, in case Brazil changes his mind." Before leaving the infirmary, I saw him speak with the medic. She nodded and glanced toward me. The medic returned with a tray full of shiny medical instruments that included a jar of a substance that looked like jelly. She scrubbed my arms with alcohol, making the wounds bleed and sting. I bit my lip to keep from crying out. "They're all superficial except this one," the medic said, as she pointed to the elbow I had used to break the glass. "This wound needs to be sealed." Sealed? It sounded painful. The medic picked up the pot of jelly. "Relax, it's a new method for treating deep lacerations. We use this glue to seal the skin. Once the wound heals, the glue is absorbed into the body." She scooped out a large amount with her fingers and applied it to the cut. I winced at the pain. She pinched my skin together, holding it tight. Tears rolled down my cheeks. "It was invented by the commander's cook, of all people. There are no side effects, and it tastes great in tea." "Brand?" I asked, surprised. She nodded. Still holding the skin together, she said, "You'll need to wear a bandage for a few days and keep the cut dry." She blew on the glue for a while before releasing her grip. She bandaged my arm. "Valek wants you to stay here tonight. I'll bring you dinner. You can get some rest." I thought eating might require too much effort, but when she brought the hot food, I realized I was starving. A strange taste in my tea caused me to lose my appetite in an instant. Someone had poisoned my tea. Chapter 7. I waved down the medic. "There is something in my tea," I cried. I began to feel lightheaded. "Call Valek!" Maybe he had an antidote. She stared at me with her large brown eyes. Her face was long and thin. Longer hair would soften her features. Her short style merely made her resemble a ferret. "It's sleeping pills. Valek's orders," she said. I let out a breath, feeling better. The medic gave me an amused look before she left. My appetite ruined, I shoved the food aside. I didn't need sleeping pills to help me give in to the exhaustion that lapped up my remaining strength. When I woke the next morning, there was a blurry white blob standing at the end of my bed. It moved. I blinked and squinted until the image sharpened into the short-haired medic. "Did you have a good night?" "Yes," I said. The first night in a long time free of nightmares, although my head felt as if wool had been shoved into it, and a rank taste in my mouth didn't promise for a good morning. The medic checked my bandages, made a non-committal sound, and told me breakfast would be a while. As I waited, I scanned the infirmary. The rectangular room held 12 beds, 6 on each side, and spaced so that they formed a mirror image. The sheets on the empty beds were pulled tight as bowstrings. Orderly and precise, the room annoyed me. I felt like rumpled bedding, no longer in control of my soul, my body, or my world. Being surrounded by neatness offended me, and I had a sudden desire to jump on the empty beds, knocking them out of line. I was farthest from the door. 2 empty beds lay between the 3 other patients and me on my side of the room. They were sleeping. I had no one to talk to. The stone walls were bare. Hell, my prison cell had more interesting decorations. At least it smelled better in here. I took a deep breath. The clean, sharp smell of alcohol mixed with disinfectant filled my nose, so different from the dungeon's fetid air. Much better. Or was it? There was another scent intermixed with the medical aroma. Another whiff, and I realized that the sour odor of old fear emanated from me. I shouldn't have survived yesterday. Brazel's guards had me cornered. There was no escape. Yet I had been saved by a strange buzzing noise that had erupted from my throat like an unruly, uncontrollable offspring. A primal survival instinct that had echoed in my nightmares. I avoided thoughts about that buzz because it was an old acquaintance of mine, but the memories kept invading my mind. Examining the past 3 years, I forced myself to concentrate on when and where the buzzing had erupted, and to ignore the emotions. The first couple of months of Brazel's experiments had merely tested my reflexes, how fast I could dodge a ball or duck a swinging stick. Harmless enough, until the ball had turned into a knife, and the stick into a sword. My heart began to pound. With sweaty palms, I fingered a scar on my neck. No emotion, I told myself sternly, flicking my hands as if I could push away the fear. Pretend you're the medic, I thought, asking questions to gain information. I imagined myself dressed in white, calmly sitting next to a fevered patient while she babbled. What came next? I asked the patient. Strength and endurance tests, she answered. Simple tasks of lifting weights had turned into holding heavy stones above her head for minutes, then hours. If she dropped the stone before the time was up, she was whipped. She was ordered to clutch chains dangling from the ceiling, holding her weight inches above the floor, until Brazel or Riyadh gave permission to let go. When was the first time you heard the buzzing? I prompted the patient. She had released the chains too early, too many times, and Riyadh became furious. So he forced her outside a window 6 floors above the ground and let her hold on to the ledge with her hands.
Let's try it again, Riyadh said. Now that we've raised the stakes, maybe you'll last for the whole hour.
The patient stopped speaking. Go on. Tell me what happened, I prodded. Her arms had been weak from spending most of the day hanging from the chains. Her fingers were slick with sweat, her muscles trembled with fatigue. She panicked. When her hands slipped off the ledge, she howled like a newborn. The howl mutated and transformed into a substance. It expanded out, enveloped and caressed her skin on all sides. She felt as if she was nestled in a warm pool of water. Next thing she remembered, she was sitting on the ground. She glanced up at the window. Riyadh watched her with his face flushed, his perfect blonde hair an unusual mess. Delighted, he blew her a kiss. The only way she could have survived the fall was by magic. No, absolutely not, she insisted. It had to have been some strange wind currents, or landing the right way. Not magic. Magic, a forbidden word in Ixia since Commander Ambrose came to power. Magicians had been treated like disease-riddled mosquitoes. They were hunted, trapped, and exterminated. Any hint or suggestion that someone had magic was a death sentence. The only chance to live was to escape to Scythia. The patient was growing agitated, and the other occupants of the room were staring at her. Me. Small doses, I told myself. I could handle the memories in modest quantities. After all, I hadn't been hurt by the fall, and Riyadh was sweet to me for a while. But his kindness only lasted until I started failing his tests again. To distract myself from the memories, I counted the cracks in the ceiling. I was up to 56 when Valek arrived. He carried a tray of food in one hand and a file folder in the other. I eyed the steaming omelette with suspicion. "What's in it?" I demanded. "More sleeping pills or another new poison?" Every muscle in my body had stiffened. I tried unsuccessfully to sit up. "How about giving me something to make me feel good for a change?"
"How about something to keep you alive?"
Valek asked. He pulled me to a sitting position and offered a pipette filled with my antidote. Then he placed the tray of food on my lap.
"No need for sleeping pills. The medic told me you picked up on that taste last night."
Valek's voice held a note of approval.
"Taste your breakfast, and tell me if you would allow the commander to eat it."
Valek hadn't been exaggerating when he said I'd have no days off. Sighing, I smelled the omelette. No unusual odours. I cut the omelette into quarters, examining each for any foreign material. Taking a small piece from each section, I put them into my mouth one at a time and chewed slowly. Swallowing, I waited to discern any aftertaste. I sniffed the tea and stirred it with a spoon before sipping. Rolling the liquid over my tongue, I detected a sweet taste before I swallowed. Unless the commander doesn't like honey in his tea, I wouldn't reject this breakfast.
"Then eat it."
I hesitated. Was Valek trying to trick me? Unless he had used a poison I hadn't learned, the breakfast was clean. I ate every morsel, and then drained the tea while Valek watched.
"Not bad,"
he said.
"No poisons. Today."
One of the medics brought another tray to Valek. This tray held 4 white cups of an olive-coloured liquid that smelled like mint. Replacing my breakfast tray with the new one, Valek said,
"I want to go over some tasting techniques. Each of these cups contains mint tea. Taste one."
clasping the closest mug, I took a sip. An overwhelming flavour of mint pervaded my mouth. I choked. Valak grinned.
Taste anything else?
I attempted another mouthful. The mint dominated. No.
All right. Now pinch your nose tight and try again.
After some fumbling with my bandaged arm, I managed to gulp the tea while holding my nose. My ears popped. I marvelled at the taste. Sweet. No mint. My voice sounded silly, so I released my grip. Immediately, the mint eclipsed the sweetness.
Correct. Now try the others.
The next cup of mint tea hid a sour taste. The third had a bitter flavour, and the fourth was salty.
This technique works for any drink or food. Blocking your sense of smell eliminates all flavours except sweet, sour, bitter, and salt. Some poisons are recognisable by one of those 4 flavours.
Valak paged through his folder.
Here is a complete list of human poisons and their distinct tastes for you to memorise. There are 52 known poisons.
I looked through the inventory of poisons. Some of them I had already smelled. My love was at the top. The list would have saved me from the dizziness, nausea, headaches, and occasional delusional effects of the poison. I brandished the paper in the air. Why didn't you just give me this list, instead of making me sample my love? Valak stopped paging through his folder.
What would you learn from a list? Cat's gut tastes sweet. What does that taste like? Honey sweet? Apple sweet? There are different levels of sweetness, and the only way to learn them is to taste them yourself. The only reason I'm giving you this list is because the commander wants you working as soon as possible.
Valak snapped his folder shut.
Just because you aren't going to taste those poisons now doesn't mean you won't in the future. Memorize that list. Once the medic releases you from the infirmary, I will test your knowledge. If you pass, then you can start work.
And if I fail?
Then I'll be training a new taster.
The voice was flat, monotone, but the force behind it caused my heart to lock. Valak continued.
Brazel will be in the castle for another 2 weeks. He has more business to attend to. I can't have you guarded all day, so Marg is preparing a room for you in my suite. I'll come back later to see when you'll be discharged.
I watched Valak walk to the door. He glided across the room, balanced and athletic. I shook my head. Thinking about Valak was the absolute worst thing I could be doing. Instead, I focused on the list of poisons clutched in my hand. I smoothed the paper out and hoped my sweat hadn't smeared the ink. Relieved that the writing was legible, I began to study. I barely noticed when the medic came to check on my arm. She must have taken the tray of teacups because it disappeared from my lap. I had blocked out all the noise and commotion of the infirmary so that I jumped when a plate containing a round pastry was thrust under my nose. The arm that held the plate led to Rand. His grin was gleeful.
Look what I smuggled past Medic Mommy. Go ahead, eat it before she comes back.
The warm dessert smelled like cinnamon. Melted white icing dripped down the sides, causing the cake to stick to my fingers when I picked it up. I examined the pastry closely, inhaling the aroma in search of a foreign smell. One small bite revealed multiple layers of dough and cinnamon.
My God, Yelena, you don't think I'd poison it?
Rand's face was pinched tight, as if he was in pain. Exactly what I'd been thinking, but admitting it to Rand would offend him. His motives for being here were unclear. Seeming nice and friendly, he could be holding a grudge over his friend Oskov, the previous food taster. But then again, he was a potential ally. Who better to have on my side? Rand, the cook, whose food I'd be eating on a daily basis, or Valak, the assassin, who had a nasty tendency of poisoning my meals. Occupational hazard, I tried. He grunted, still put out. I took a big bite of the pastry. Wonderful, I said, appealing to his ego to give me another chance. Rand's face softened.
Good, isn't it? My latest recipe. I take a long strip of pastry dough, cover it with cinnamon, roll it up into a ball, bake it, and then spread the icing on while it's hot. I'm having some trouble with the name, though. Cinnamon cake? Ball? Swirl?
Rand stopped his ramblings to find a chair. After quite a bit of twisting to compensate for his unbendable left leg, he finally settled into a comfortable position. While I finished the pastry, Rand continued.
Don't tell Medic Mommy I gave you that. She doesn't like her patients eating anything but a thin gruel. She says the gruel promotes healing. Well, of course it has an effect.
He threw his arms up, exposing several burn scars around his wrists.
It tastes so terrible that anyone would get better just to get a decent meal.
The wild gesture caused the other patients to glance our way. Rand leaned in closer to me and asked in a quiet voice,
So, Yelena, how are you feeling?
He looked at me as though he was appraising a selection of meat, determining which one would make the best roast. I was wary. Why would he care? Gambling again? I asked. He leaned back.
We're always gambling. Gambling and gossiping is all we servants do. What else is there? You should have seen the commotion and betting that went on when you were spotted being chased by Brazil's goons.
Appalled, I said, Nobody came to help me. The hallways were deserted.
That would be involvement in a situation that doesn't affect us directly. Servants don't ever do that. We're like cockroaches scurrying around in the dark.
Rand's slender fingers waggled.
Shine a light. Poof.
He flicked his long fingers for emphasis.
We disappear.
I felt like the unlucky cockroach that got caught by the light. Always scrambling to stay one step ahead while the shadow of a boot crept closer.
Anyway, the odds were against you. Most lost big, while only a few.
Rand paused dramatically.
One big.
Since you're here, I suppose you won big. He smiled.
Yelena, I'm always going to bet on you. You're like one of the Commander's terriers. A tiny, yappy dog you wouldn't look at twice, but once it grabs your pant leg, it won't let go.
Poison the dog's meat, and it won't bother you anymore. My sour tone deflated Rand's grin.
Trouble?
Surprised that the castle's gossip network hadn't already started laying odds about Valak's test, I hesitated. Rand liked to talk, and he could get me in trouble. No, it's just being the food taster and all. I hoped that would satisfy him. Rand nodded. He spent the rest of the afternoon alternating between reminiscing about Oskov and digressing about potential new recipes. When Valak appeared, Rand stopped talking. His face paled, and he mumbled something about having to check on dinner. Lurching from his chair, he almost toppled in his haste to flee the room. Valak watched as Rand staggered out of the infirmary.
What was he doing here?
Valak's expression remained neutral, but the stillness of his body made me wonder if he was angry. Carefully choosing my words, I explained to him that Rand had come to visit.
When did you meet him?
A casual question, but again there was an undercurrent to his words. After I recovered from my love, I went in search of food and met Rand in the kitchen.
Watch what you say around him. He is not to be trusted. I would have reassigned him, but the commander insisted he stay. He is a genius in the kitchen. Some kind of protégé. He started cooking for the king at a very young age.
Valak stared at me with his cold blue eyes, warning me away from Rand. Maybe that's why Valak hadn't liked Oskov. Being allied with someone who had been loyal to the king could cast more suspicion on me. But letting Valak scare me off rankled. I stared back at him with, I hoped, an indifferent look. Valak looked away. I was jubilant. In my mind, I had finally won a round.
You leave the infirmary tomorrow morning.
Valak was curt.
Get yourself cleaned up and report to my office to take the test. I won't think you're ready, even if you pass, but the commander ordered me to have you available by lunch.
He shook his head in annoyance.
It's a shortcut. I hate shortcuts.
Why? You won't have to risk yourself anymore. I regretted the words as soon as they had left my mouth. Valak's gaze was lethal.
In my experience, shortcuts usually lead to death.
Is that what happened to my predecessor? I asked, unable to stifle my curiosity. Would Valak confirm or deny Rand's theories?
Oskov?
Valak paused.
He didn't have the stomach for it.
Chapter 8. When I awoke the next morning, Valak's list of poisons was still clutched in my hand. I reviewed the poison inventory until the medic discharged me. Bruised muscles protested every movement as I headed for the door. I should have been happy to leave the infirmary, but my nerves preoccupied me. My stomach felt as if it contained a live mouse trying to chew its way out. The guards stationed outside the infirmary door startled me. But they weren't wearing Brazel's colours, and I belatedly remembered that Valak had assigned them as protection until I reported to his office. I glanced around to get my bearings, but had no idea which direction led to my room. I had been living in the castle for 18 days, but I was still uncertain of its inner layout. The basic shape of the castle itself eluded me, having never seen it from the outside. The prison carriage that had brought me to the castle had been a square box with air holes. I had refused to peer out like some caged animal. When I reached the castle, I squeezed my eyes shut in an attempt to block out the anguish of being chained, groped, and dragged to the dungeon. I guess I could have focused on potential ways to escape, but I had accepted my punishment when I had killed Riyadh. As much as I hated to ask the guards for directions to my room, I had no choice. Wordlessly, they guided me through the castle. One walked in front, the other followed. Only after the lead man inspected my room was I allowed inside. My uniforms hung undisturbed in the armoire. But instead of being hidden inside a drawer, my journal lay open on the top of the desk. Someone had read my impressions of poisons and other information. The queasy feeling in my gut was replaced by a cold, hard sensation. The mouse had died, reflecting my sour mood perfectly. I suspected Valek. He was bold enough to have gone through my personal papers. He had probably even reasoned that it was his duty to make sure I wasn't plotting something. After all, I was just the food taster and not entitled to any privacy. Grabbing the journal and uniforms, I left my room and headed for the baths. The guards waited outside while I soaked in the water. I took my sweet time. Valek and his test could wait. I wasn't going to carry out his orders like some idiotic drone. Chased by Brazel's guards, finding poison in almost all of my meals, and being wagered on like some damn racehorse didn't cause me to be as angry as I was about Valek reading my journal. Arriving at Valek's office, I cut off any smart remark he could make by demanding, "Where's your test?" Amusement touched Valek's face. He rose from behind his desk. Sweeping his arm with a dramatic flourish, he indicated 2 rows of food and drinks on the conference table. "Only one item isn't poisoned. Find it. Then eat or drink your selection." I tasted each item. I sniffed, I gargled, I held my nose, I took small bites. I spat. Some of the food had grown cold. Most of the meals were bland, making the poison easy to spot, while the fruit drinks masked the poison. Finishing the last item, I turned to Valek. "You bastard! They're all poisoned!" What a nasty trick. I should have suspected he would pull a stunt like that. "Are you sure?" "Of course. I wouldn't touch anything on that table." Valek's gaze was stony as he walked toward me. "I'm sorry, Yelena. You've failed." My heart plunged into my stomach. The dead mouse resuscitated and began to gnaw holes in my gut. I searched the table. What had I missed? Nothing. I was right. I challenged Valek to prove me wrong. Without hesitation, he raised a cup. "This one is clean." "Drink it." I remembered that cup. It was laced with a bitter poison. Valek's hand wavered a bit. He sipped. I bit my lip. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was the cup next to it. Valek held my gaze as he rolled the liquid around his tongue. He spat. I wanted to jump, to cheer, to dance little circles around him. Instead, I said, "Blackberry poison." "Yes," Valek said. He alternated between examining the cup in his hand and absent-mindedly staring at the rows of cold food. "I passed?" He nodded, still distracted. Then he walked to his desk, and he gently placed the cup down. Shaking his head, he picked some papers up, only to put them back unread. "I should have known you would try to trick me." My heated tone drew his eyes. I wished then that I'd remained silent. "You're all fired up.
And it isn't because of the test. Explain yourself.
Explain? Why do I have to explain? Maybe you should explain why you read my journal.
There. I'd said it.
Journal?
Valek looked at me in amazement. I didn't read anything of yours, but if I had, it would have been within my rights.
Why?
I demanded. An incredulous look settled on Valek's face. His mouth opened and closed several times before he was able to voice his thoughts.
Yelena, you confessed to murder. You were caught straddling Riyadh's body with a bloody knife in your hand. I searched your file for a motive. There was none. Only a report that you refused to answer all questions.
Valek stepped closer. He lowered his voice.
Since I don't know what motivates you to kill, I can't predict if you'll do it again, or what might set you off. I'm bound by the code of behavior, so I had to offer you the choice of becoming the new taster.
He drew a deep breath and continued.
You'll be very close to the commander on a daily basis. Until I can trust you, I'll be watching you.
My anger leaked away. Why should I expect Valek to trust me when I didn't trust him? My composure returned. How do I win your trust?
Tell me why you killed Riyadh.
You're not ready to believe me. Valek averted his gaze to the conference table. I covered my mouth with my hand. Why had I used the word ready? Ready implied that he would believe me at some point. Pure wishful thinking on my part.
You're right,
he said. We seemed to be at an impasse. I passed your test. I want my antidote. Roused into action, Valek drew a dose, handing it to me. Now what? I asked.
Lunch. We're late.
He hustled me out the door. I gulped the white liquid as we moved. As we neared the throne room, the noise of many voices speaking at once echoed through the halls. Two of the commander's advisors were arguing. Officers and soldiers clumped behind the two advisors. The commander leaned against a nearby desk, listening intently. The group debated the best way to locate and recapture a fugitive. The right side insisted upon using an oversupply of soldiers and tracking dogs, while the left claimed that a few clever soldiers would work. Brute force versus intelligence. The exchange, while loud, lacked anger. The guards stationed around the room stood relaxed. Surmising that this type of debate was common, I wondered if the fugitive was a real person or just part of a hypothetical exercise. Valek moved next to the commander. I stood behind them. The debate made me squirm, because I couldn't help imagining myself as the poor soul being hunted. I pictured myself running through the woods, out of breath, and straining to hear the sounds of pursuit. Unable to blend into a town because a new face would alert the soldiers on patrol. Bored soldiers whose only job was to watch, who were familiar with the town's inhabitants. Every citizen of the territory of Ixia had a specific job. After the takeover, everyone had been appointed an occupation. A citizen was allowed to move to a different town or military district, but proper forms were required. A completed transfer request needed approval from the supervisor and proof that a position was being held at the new address. Without the proper documents,
a civilian found in the wrong neighborhood was arrested. Visiting other districts was acceptable, but again, only as long as the proper papers were obtained and shown to the soldiers on arrival. While working in isolation with Brazel and Riyadh, I had obsessively thought about escape. Thinking of freedom had been better than dwelling on my life as a laboratory rat. With no family or friends outside the manor to hide me, though, the southern lands were my best option, assuming I could penetrate the well-guarded border. I had created elaborate fantasies of stealing away to Ixia, finding an adoptive family, and falling in love. Corny, sentimental rubbish, but it was my only elixir. Every day, when the experiments began, my mind would focus on Ixia, finding bright colours, loving gestures and warmth. Holding those images in my mind, I endured Riyadh's tests. But even if I had been given the opportunity to escape, I don't know if I would have seized it. Although I remembered nothing of my birth family, I did have a family living within the manor house. The other lost children who had been taken in. My sisters, my brothers, my children. I learned with them, I played with them, and I took care of them. How could I abandon them? To think of May or Kara taking my place was too much to bear. I bit on my finger until I tasted blood, and dragged my thoughts back to the present. I had escaped from Brazel. He would leave the castle in 2 weeks and return home, probably to the next round of experiments with a different laboratory rat. My heart went out to her, whoever she was. Brazel was brutal. She was in for a rough time. But I had saved her from Riyadh. Putting my hand away from my mouth, I inspected the bite mark. Not too deep, it wouldn't scar. I traced the network of semicircular scars that covered my fingers and knuckles. When I looked up, I caught Valek staring at my hands. I laced them behind my back. The commander raised his hand. Quiet descended in an instant.
Excellent points from both sides. We will put your theories to the test. 2 teams.
Pointing to the 2 main debaters, the commander said,
You'll be the captains. Assemble your team and organize a plan of attack. Recruit as needed. Valek will supply a fugitive from one of his men. You have a fortnight to prepare.
The noise level rose as the commander headed toward his office with Valek and I close behind. Valek shut the office door, muffling the commotion.
Is Marok's escape to Ixia still bothering you?
He asked. The commander frowned.
Yes. Sloppy work, that pursuit. Marok must have known you were in MD8. You really need to train a couple of protégés.
Valek looked at him in mock horror.
But then I wouldn't be indispensable.
A quick smile graced the commander's face, before he spotted me lingering near the corner.
Well, Valek, you were right about this one. She survived your test.
Then to me, he said,
Come here.
My feet obeyed, despite my hysterical heart.
As my official food taster, you're to report to me with my breakfast. I'll give you my daily itinerary and expect you to be present at each meal. I will not accept tardiness. Understand?
Yes, sir. He glanced at Valek.
She looks fragile. Are you sure she's strong enough? Yes, sir.
The commander appeared unconvinced. His golden eyes tracked from me to Valak as he contemplated. I hoped with desperation that he wasn't looking for an excuse to fire me.
All right. Since I missed lunch, Valak, you will join me for an early dinner. Yelena, you start as my food taster tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir, Valak and I said in unison. We were dismissed. We returned to Valak's office to gather my extra uniforms and journal. Valak escorted me to his living quarters, located in the central part of the castle. As we travelled the main hallways, I noticed that the bright areas of stone on the wall outnumbered the darker zones. A vast array of paintings must have been taken down. We also passed several large, colourless rooms that had been redesigned as either offices or barracks. It occurred to me that the commander's functional style and stark standards had robbed the castle of its soul. All that remained was a dead stone building reassigned to purely utilitarian purposes. I was too young to remember what life was like before the takeover, but I had been taught in Brazel's orphanage that the monarchy had been corrupt, and its citizens unhappy. The takeover had been just that. To call it a war would be inaccurate. Most of the king's soldiers had switched loyalty to the commander. They had been disgusted with promotions based on bribery and blood ties instead of hard work and skill. Orders to kill people for minor infractions because a member of the elite was angry caused sour feelings among the men. Women had been recruited to the commander's cause, and they made excellent spies. Valak assassinated the key supporters of the king. When the king tried to raise an army to fight the commander's army, he had no defenders. The commander captured the castle without a fight, and little blood was shed. Most of the nobility had been killed, but a few had escaped to Scythia. Valak and I arrived at a pair of massive wooden doors, guarded by 2 soldiers. Valak spoke with the guards, instructing them that I was to be allowed access as needed. We entered a short hallway with 2 doors on opposite sides. Valak unlocked the door on the right and explained to me that the other led to the commander's apartment. Valak's living quarters turned out to be an expansive suite of rooms. Coming in from the gloomy hallway, I was struck by the brightness of the main L-shaped living area. Windows as thin as a tiger's stripes allowed sunlight to pour in. Piles of books occupied every corner and tabletop. Hand-size grey rocks, streaked with white, and multicoloured crystals were scattered throughout. Small black statues of animals and flowers glinted with silver. The statues dotted the room. Delicate and intricately detailed, they were similar to the panthers on Valak's office desk, and were the room's only decoration. A considerable collection of weapons hung on the walls. Some of the weapons were old, dust-covered antiques that hadn't been used in years, while others shined. One long, thin knife still had fresh blood on the blade. The crimson liquid gleamed in the sunlight, causing a chill to snake through my body. I wondered who had been on the wrong end of that blade. To the left of the entrance was a stairway, and 3 doors lined the right wall of the living area. Valak pointed to the first door on the right.
That room is yours until Brazel leaves the castle. I suggest you get some rest.
He picked up 3 books from an end table.
I'll be back later. Don't go out. I'll bring you dinner.
Valak left, but then came back before the door shut.
Lock the door behind me. You should be safe here.
Safe, I thought, turning the bolt, was the last thing I could ever feel here. Anyone who knew how to pick a lock could sneak in, grab a weapon, and have at me. I examined the swords on the wall and sighed with some relief. The weapons were anchored securely. I tugged hard on a mace, just to be sure. The clutter surrounding my door was thicker than around the other two, and I discovered why when I entered. Clean, box-shaped areas were outlined by the thick dust that still coated the floor, bed, bureau, and desk. The room had been used for storage. Instead of cleaning it, Marg must have just moved the boxes out and considered her job done. Marg's minimal work was a not-so-subtle hint of her vast dislike for me. Perhaps it would be best to avoid her for a while. Inside the room, the bedding was filthy. A musty smell permeated. I sneezed. There was a small window, and after wrestling with the shutters, I managed to open it. The furniture was made of expensive ebony. Intricate carvings of leaves and vines curled down chair legs and across drawers. When I wiped the dust off the headboard, I uncovered a delicate garden scene with butterflies and flowers. After I stripped the bed of its dirty sheets and stretched out on the mattress, my impression of Marg as a harmless grump with a grudge evaporated. At that moment, I saw that a message had been written in the dust on the desk. It read, "Murderer, the noose waits." Chapter 9. I vaulted from the bed. The message disappeared from view, but I didn't feel any better. Little darts of fear pulsed from my heart as my mind leapt from one horrible scenario to the next. Was Marg warning or threatening me? Was she planning to earn the money she'd lost betting against me by turning me over to Brazel's goons for a fee? But why warn me? I calmed myself. Once again, I had overreacted. From what I'd seen and heard about Marg, her message was probably for the satisfaction of seeing me squirm. A peevish gesture, because she was angry at having to do extra work for me. I decided it would be best not to give her any indication that I'd seen or had been affected by her childish note. Thinking back on it, I would bet that she had also read my journal, leaving it wide open on the desk just to annoy me. Valek had suggested I rest, but I was on edge. I went into Valek's living room. Marg's note had reminded me to stick to my instincts and not trust a soul. Then, my worries would be minimized to tasting for poisons and avoiding Brazel. If only it was that simple, or I was that strong. Naivete and blind trust may have been driven out of me by Brazel and Riyadh, but deep down in the small corners of my heart, I still clung to the hope that I might find a true friend. Even a rat needs other rats. I could empathize with the rats. I, too, scurried around, looking over my shoulder and sniffed for poisoned traps. Right now, I scrambled just to stay alive until the next day, but someday I would be searching for a way out. Knowledge was power, so I planned to sit tight, to listen and learn all I could. I started with Valek's living area. Lifting a rock off one of the tables, I began to pick my way through the clutter in his suite, surface snooping only because I suspected Valek would booby-trap his drawers. I found a couple of texts on poisons that interested me, but their contents dealt mostly with assassination and intrigue. Some of the books had worn leather bindings and were written in an archaic language that I couldn't decipher. Valek was either a collector or he had stolen the books from the dead king's library. I was at the bottom of the stairs when I spotted a diagram of the castle's layout. It had been wedged into the corner of a picture frame hanging on the right wall of the staircase. Finally, something I could use. As I examined the map, I felt as if a translucent mask had been lifted off my face, allowing me to see the castle clearly. Postponing my explorations of the rooms upstairs, I retrieved my journal. The map was displayed in full sight. Valek wouldn't be upset that I had seen it. He'd probably be happy that I didn't need to ask for directions every time I had to go somewhere new. I cleared a space on the couch, wormed into a comfortable position, and began to copy the map. I jerked awake. My journal slammed to the floor. Blinking in the candlelight, my eyes searched the room. I had been dreaming of rats. They had poured down from the walls, welled up from the floor, and swarmed after me. A sea of biting rodents that seized clothes, skin, and hair in their sharp little teeth. A shudder shook my body. I lifted my feet off the floor as I scanned the room. No rats, unless I included Valek. He was halfway around the room, lighting the lanterns. As I watched him finish, I thought about Valek being a fellow rat. No, definitely not. A cat. And not just any ordinary household cat, but a snow cat, the most efficient predator in the territory of Ixia. Pure white, the snow cat was the size of two massive dogs fused together. Quick, agile, and lethal, the snow cat killed before its prey even suspected danger. They stayed mostly in the north, where the snow never melted, but had ventured south when food grew scarce. No one in the history of Ixia had killed a snowcat. The predator either smelled, heard, or saw the hunter before he could get close enough to strike with a handheld weapon. They bolted like lightning upon hearing the twang of a bowstring. The best the northern people could do was feed the cats, hoping to keep them on the snowpack and away from populated areas. After lighting the last lantern, Valek turned toward me.
Something wrong with your room?
He picked up a tray and handed it to me. No, couldn't sleep. Valek snorted with amusement.
I see.
He gestured toward the tray.
Sorry your dinner is cold. I was detained.
Automatically testing for poisons, I took a couple of small spoonfuls. I glanced at Valek to see if he was offended by the gesture. He was not. His face still held an amused expression. Between bites, I asked Valek if anyone else had a key to his suite.
Just the Commander and Marg. Will that help you sleep better?
Ignoring his question, I asked, Is Marg your personal housekeeper?
Mine and the Commander's. We wanted someone we could trust. Someone instantly recognizable. She was with us before the takeover, so her loyalty is beyond doubt.
Valek sat at his writing desk, but turned his chair to face me.
Remember when you were in the war room?
Confused by the change in subject, I nodded.
There were 3 generals in the room. Brazil, you knew. But can you identify the other 2?
Tesso and Hazal, I answered, proud that I had remembered.
Can you describe them? Hair color, eyes?
I hesitated as I thought back. They had worn generals' uniforms, and they had been eating lunch. I shook my head. I think General Tesso has a beard.
You identified them by their uniforms, and didn't look at their faces, correct?
Yes.
That's what I thought. That's the problem with the uniform requirement. It makes a person lazy. A guard will see a housekeeping uniform and just assume that person belongs in the castle. It's too easy for someone to sneak about, which is why I keep the commander surrounded at all times by loyal people. And why Marg is the only housekeeper permitted to clean the commander's and my suites and offices.
Valek's tone made me feel as if I had been transported to a classroom. Why not dismiss all the servants in the castle and use your own people?
Soldiers make up the majority of our army. Civilians who joined prior to the takeover were made advisors or given other prominent positions. Some of the king's servants were already on our payroll, and the others we paid double what they earned working for the king. Well-paid servants are happy servants.
Does the entire castle's staff get paid?
Yes.
Including the food taster?
No.
Why not? I hadn't even thought about receiving wages until Valek mentioned it.
The food taster is paid in advance. How much is your life worth?
Chapter 10. Not expecting an answer, Valek swiveled back to his desk. Ah, well, he had a point. I finished the cold food. When I set the tray aside to go to my room, Valek turned back to me.
What would you buy with the money?
A list rushed from my mouth, surprising even me. A hairbrush, nightclothes, and I'd spend some at the festival. I wanted nightclothes because I was tired of sleeping in my uniform. I didn't dare sleep in my undergarments, for fear I'd have to run for my life in the middle of the night. And the annual fire festival was approaching. It was sort of an anniversary for me. It had been during the previous fire festival that I had killed Riyadh. Although the commander outlawed all forms of public religion, he encouraged the festivals as a form of boosting morale. Only 2 annual festivals were permitted. I had been in the dungeon during the last ice festival, missing the indoor events where artists and craftsmen displayed their work. The ice festival was always held during the cold season, when there was nothing to do but huddle by the fire and make crafts. It was a local event, with each town hosting its own festival. The fire festival was a massive carnival that travelled from town to town during the hot season. The festival began in the far north, where the warm weather lasted a few short weeks, and then wound its way south. Traditionally, additional performances and contests were scheduled for the week-long celebration at the castle in the middle of the hot season, and I was hoping I might be permitted to attend. Valek had indicated to me that he would be teaching me additional tasting techniques in the afternoons, but the rest of the time between meals had, so far, been mine. I had always loved going to the fire festival. Brazel had given the children in his orphanage a small allowance, so we could go each year. It had been the most anticipated event at Brazel's manor house. We would practice all year to qualify for the various contests, and save every penny possible for the entry fee. Valek's practical voice interrupted my thoughts.
You can get some night clothes from the seamstress Delana. She should have included them with your uniforms. As to the rest, you'll have to make do with what you can find.
Valek's words brought home the realities of my life, meaning fire festivals were not included. I might get a chance to see the festival, but I wouldn't be able to sample the spicy chicken steaks or taste the wine. Sighing, I picked up my journal and went into my room. A dry, warm breeze caressed my face. I cleaned the rest of the dust, but I only wiped away half of Marg's message. She had been right in a way. The noose did wait for me. A normal life was not in my future. Her message would serve as a reminder to me to not get too comfortable. I was either going to screw up and be replaced as the food taster, or I was going to foil an assassination attempt with my own death. I might not technically die from a broken neck, but the haunting image of an empty noose would always plague me. The next morning, I hovered outside Delana's workroom. She sat in a small patch of sunlight, humming and sewing. Her golden curls gleamed. Unwilling to disturb her, I turned to go.
Yelena?
She called. I stepped back into view.
My goodness, girl, just come in. You're always welcome.
Delana put her sewing down and patted the chair next to her. When I joined her in the sunlight, she exclaimed,
You're as thin as my finest thread. Sit, let me get you something to eat.
My protests didn't stop her from bringing me a large slice of buttered bread.
My Rand sends me a steaming loaf of honey bread every morning.
Her light brown eyes glowed with affection. I knew she would stand over me until I took a bite. Not wanting to hurt her feelings, I suppressed my desire to taste the bread for poisons. Only when my mouth was full was she satisfied.
How can I help you?
She asked. Between bites, I asked about nightclothes.
My goodness, how could I have forgotten? You poor dear.
She bustled around the room, assembling quite a collection. Delana, I said to stop her. I only need a few things.
Why didn't you come sooner? Marg should have said something to me.
Delana was genuinely upset. Marg, I began, then quit. I wasn't sure how Delana felt about her.
Marg's a mean old grump, a spiteful hag, and an overgrown bully,
Delana declared. I blinked at her in surprise.
She instantly dislikes anyone new, and she's basically a plague on the rest of us.
But she was nice to you.
She hounded me for weeks after I first arrived. Then I snuck into her wardrobe and tightened all her skirts. It took her 2 weeks of physical discomfort to figure out what was happening.
Delana swooped down next to me, smiling.
Marg can't sew a stitch, so she had to tuck in her pride and ask for my help. Since then, she's treated me with respect.
Delana grabbed my hand in hers.
Unfortunately, you're her new target. But don't let her get to you. If Marg's nasty, be nasty right back. When she sees you're not easy prey, she'll lose interest.
I had trouble believing that this lovely woman was capable of such underhandedness, but her smile held a glimmer of mischief. She draped a pile of nightclothes over my arms and added an array of brightly coloured ribbons.
For the festival, my dear,
she said, answering my quizzical look.
To augment your beautiful dark hair.
Have you found a fugitive for the exercise?
The commander asked Valek as soon as Valek arrived in his office for lunch. I was tasting the commander's food when Valek once again destroyed my tentative sense of well-being. Granted, I had been working as the official food taster for the last 10 days, but my stomach had finally stopped its painful contractions whenever I was near the commander.
Yes, I know the perfect person for the job.
Valek settled into the chair facing the commander.
Who? Yelena.
What? Having given up all pretense of minding my own business, my exclamation echoed the commander's.
Explain,
the commander ordered. Valek smiled at his reaction, as though he knew all along what the commander would say.
My people are trained to avoid capture. Assigning one of them wouldn't be fair to the search party. Therefore, we need a person not skilled in the art of evasion, but who is intelligent enough to bring some challenge to the exercise.
Valek stood to continue his lecture.
The fugitive needs an incentive for a good chase, yet must return to the castle. I can't use a real prisoner. None of the servants have any imagination. I briefly considered the medic, but she's needed here in case of emergencies. I was about to assign one of your soldiers when I thought of Yelena.
Valek gestured toward me.
She's smart,
he counted with his fingers to emphasize his words.
She'll have an incentive to perform well, and an incentive to return. Incentives?
A frown creased the commander's face.
The food taster receives no wages, but for this extra job, and others like it in the future, she can be paid. The longer she evades capture, the higher the payment. As for the incentive to return, that should be obvious.
It was to me. The daily antidote to butterflies' dust kept me alive. If I didn't return to the castle by the next morning, they would be searching for a corpse. And if I refuse? I asked Valek.
I'll recruit one of the soldiers, but I'll be disappointed. I thought you would appreciate the challenge.
Maybe I don't.
Enough!
The commander's voice was curt.
It's preposterous, Valek. That's the whole point. A soldier would make predictable moves. She's an unknown. You might outguess our fugitive, but the people I've assigned to the exercise aren't that quick. I'm hoping to find someone who can be trained as your assistant. I understand what you're waiting for, but I don't believe it'll happen any time soon. We need someone now.
The commander sighed. It was the most emotion I'd witnessed from him.
Valek, why do you constantly undermine my orders to instruct an assistant? Because so far I have disagreed with your choices. When the suitable candidate appears, then all efforts to train him will be fully endorsed.
The commander glanced at the tray in my hands. Taking the food, he ordered me to fetch some hot tea. A thinly disguised ruse to be rid of me while they argued. I was more than happy to oblige. On my way to the kitchen, I mulled over the possibility of playing fugitive for Valek. My first reaction had been negative. I didn't need any more problems. But as I contemplated the challenge of eluding searchers, combined with the chance to earn some money, the exercise started to look like an excellent opportunity. By the time I reached the kitchen, I hoped Valek would win. Especially since I would be outside the castle for a day, and any skills I learned from being a fugitive might prove useful in the future.
Something wrong with lunch?
Rand asked, hurrying toward me, concern pulling the corners of his mouth tight. No, just need some hot tea. Relief softened his face. I wondered why he was so worried that lunch had been unsatisfactory. An image of a younger Rand rebelling against the commander by ruining food as a form of sabotage entered my mind. I dismissed the thought. Rand wouldn't serve inferior food. His ego centered on his edible creations. There must be something else between him and the commander. Uncertain that our new relationship would survive asking personal, perhaps sensitive questions, I held my tongue. I'd known Rand for almost 2 weeks now, but I still hadn't figured him out. His moods ran the gamut, and changed without notice. Rand liked to talk. He dominated most conversations and asked only a few personal questions. I doubted he really heard my answers before he rambled on again. "While you're here," Rand said, pulling a white cake from one of the cooling racks that hung on the wall like shelves. "Can you try this? Let me know what you think." He cut me a slice. Iced with whipped cream, the layers of vanilla cake were separated by a mixture of raspberries and cream. I tried to mask that my first bite tasted for poison. "Good combination of flavors," I said. "It's not perfect, but I can't pinpoint the problem." "The cream is a little too sweet," I said, taking another bite. "And the cake is slightly dry." "I'll try again. Will you come back tonight?" "Why?" "I need an expert opinion. It's my entry for the Fire Festival's baking contest. Are you going?" "I'm not sure." When I had mentioned the festival the other night, Valak hadn't said that I couldn't go. "A bunch of us from the kitchen are going. You can come with us if you want." "Thanks. I'll let you know." On my way back to the commander's office, an unpleasant thought wove its way into my mind. I had been staying close to Valak because Brazel was still in the castle and wasn't slated to leave until after the festival. If I played fugitive, what would happen if Brazel found out? What if I accidentally encountered him at the festival? Coming to the conclusion that I was safer within the castle walls until Brazel left, I decided to decline both Valak's and Rand's offers. But by the time I delivered the tea to the commander, Valak had already won his argument. He quoted cash incentives to me before I could say a word. The sum for remaining free for an entire day was a large amount. "The exercise is scheduled to take place during the Fire Festival. A busy time for the soldiers. Should we postpone it until after?" Valak asked the commander. "No. The added commotion will increase the level of difficulty for our pursuers." "Well, Yelena, that gives you only a few days to prepare. Fair enough, since some prisoners plan an escape route, while others see an opportunity and bolt." "Are you interested in the challenge?" Valak asked. "Yes." The words sprang from my gut before the rational no in my mind could escape. "On the condition that Brazel not be informed of my participation." "Isn't having a room in my personal suite an indication that I'm properly concerned with your well-being?" Valak's voice huffed. I realized that I had insulted him. When I had offended Rand, I quickly tried to make amends. With Valak, I tried to think of another comment to annoy him further, but I couldn't produce one that quick. "Speaking of Brazel," the commander interrupted. "He gave me a gift. A new dessert that his chef invented. He thought I might like it." Commander Ambrose showed us a wooden box full of thick brown squares stacked on top of each other like tiles. They were smooth and shiny, but the edges looked as if they had been cut with a dull knife, ragged and shedding brown flakes. Valak picked up a piece and sniffed it. "I hope you didn't try any." "It's too blatant even for Brazel to be poisoned, but no, I didn't." Valak handed the container to me.
Yelena, take some pieces out at random and taste them.
I sorted through the squares and selected 4. They were each about the size of my thumbnail, and all 4 fit on the palm of my hand. If I hadn't been told they were a dessert, I probably would have guessed they were pieces of brown candle wax. My fingernail left an impression on the top, and my fingertips felt slightly greasy after handling them. I hesitated. These were from Brazil, and I didn't remember his cook being especially inventive. I shrugged off my trepidation. I had no choice. Thinking wax, I anticipated tasting wax. I bit into the hard cube, expecting it to crumble between my teeth. It must have been the expression on my face that caused the commander to rise, because I didn't say a word. The sensations in my mouth had me enraptured. Instead of crumbling, the dessert melted, coating my tongue with a cascade of flavor. Sweet, bitter, nutty, and fruity tastes followed one another. Just when I thought I could say it was one, I would taste them all again. This was unlike anything I had ever encountered. Before I knew it, all 4 cubes were gone. I longed for more. Unbelievable! What is it? Valak and the commander exchanged puzzled looks. The commander said,
Brazil called it Criollo. Why? Is there poison in it?
No poisons. It's just... The proper words to describe it failed me. Try it, was all I could manage. I watched the commander's face as he bit into one of the squares. His eyes widened, and his eyebrows arched in surprise. His tongue dashed along his lips and teeth as he tried to suck all the remaining flavor from them. He grabbed another piece.
It's sweet. Different. But I don't taste anything unbelievable about it,
Valak said, wiping the brown flakes from his hands. It was my turn to exchange looks with the commander. Unlike Valak, he had an appetite for fine cuisine. He recognized excellence when he tasted it.
I bet that little rat won't last an hour,
Marg's muffled voice said through the kitchen door. I had been about to enter when I had heard her.
I'll give 50 to 1 anyone stupid enough to think the rat'll last the day, and 100 to 1 to the sucker who thinks she won't be caught.
After Marg called the odds, the room erupted with sounds of betting. I listened with growing horror. Marg couldn't be talking about me. Why would Valak tell Marg about the exercise? It'd be all over the castle by tomorrow. Brazil would find out.
I'll bet a month's wages that Yelena stays free all day,
Rand's voice boomed out. The rest of the kitchen staff grew quiet. My emotions seesawed from betrayal to pride. They were betting on me, and I couldn't believe Rand had bet a month's wages. He had more confidence in me than I did in myself. I tended to agree with Marg on this one. Marg's laughter echoed on the tiled walls.
You've been in the kitchen too long, Rand. The heat's cooked your brain to mush. I think you're starting to like the little rat. Better lock up your knives when she's here, or she may...
All right, that's enough, Rand said. Dinner's over. Everyone out of my kitchen.
I moved down the hallway and out of sight. Since I had promised Rand I would taste his cake, I looped back to the kitchen after everyone had gone. Rand was sitting at one of the tables chopping nuts. There was a slice of his raspberry and cream cake on the table. He pushed the plate to me. I tasted it. Much better. The cake is incredibly moist. What's different? I asked.
I added pudding to the batter.
Rand was unusually quiet. He didn't mention the betting. I wasn't going to ask. He finished chopping the nuts. After cleaning up, he said,
I'd better get some sleep. We're going to the festival tomorrow night. Are you coming?
Who's going? I stalled. I hated to miss out on the first night of the festival. Hated to let Brazil ruin the only fun I'd have. Although, if Marg was going as well, I'd stay with my original decision.
Porter, Sammy, Liza, and maybe Delana.
Rand's tired eyes lit up ever so slightly when he said Delana's name.
Why?
When are you leaving? Again, my heart was ready to overrule the logical and safe choice.
After dinner. It's the only time everyone is free. The commander always orders an easy meal for the first night of festival, so the kitchen staff can leave early. If you want to come, just meet us here tomorrow.
Rand headed to his rooms, which were adjacent to the kitchen, and I went back to Valek's suite. The dark apartment was empty. Locking the door, I groped around and found some flint. As I lit the lanterns, I passed by Valek's desk and noticed a paper lying on top. Glancing around to make sure Valek wasn't hiding in the shadows, I looked at the sheet. Names had been written on it, and then scratched out. My name had been circled. Underneath was the comment that I would make a perfect fugitive for the exercise. This was probably how Marg had known. I remembered seeing her reading papers in Valek's office before. Depending on how long these papers had been here, she could have known for a while. That woman was going to get me killed. If I survived long enough, I'd have to face her. Unfortunately, it would have to wait until after I played fugitive for Valek. As for my escape plan, I searched through Valek's piles of books. I remembered seeing some appropriate titles, and I was rewarded by finding 2 on the techniques of pursuit, and 1 on the best ways to elude capture. Nobody said I couldn't do a little research. Borrowing Valek's texts, I took a lantern and retired to my room. I studied the books until my vision blurred with fatigue. Changing into my new nightclothes, I extinguished the lantern and collapsed into bed. I was jolted awake by the frightening awareness that someone was in my room. Instant, sweat-soaked fear gripped me. A black shape loomed over me. Yanked out of bed, I slammed into the wall. 1, 2, 3 gasps passed. Nothing more happened. The assault had stopped, but I remained pinned. My eyes adjusted to the dark. I recognized my attacker's face. Valek? Chapter 11. Valek's face, inches from mine, resembled a statue, silent, cold, and devoid of emotion. My door had been left ajar, and even the faint glow of lantern light slipping through the gap at the threshold couldn't lend his blue eyes any warmth. Valek, what's wrong? Without warning, he released me. Too late, I realized that he had held me suspended above the floor. I landed in a heap at his feet. Wordless, Valek left my room. I staggered upright, feeling as if I had too many arms and legs, and managed to catch up to him in the living room. He stood in front of his desk. If this is about the books, I said to his back, guessing that he was angry with me for borrowing his manuals. He turned. Books? You think this is about books? His voice held amazement for a brief moment, before it turned sharp and cutting.
I've been a fool. All this time I admired your survival instincts and intelligence, but now—"
He paused, and then looked around the room as if searching for the right words.
"I overheard some servants discussing you as the fugitive. They were placing wagers. How could you be so stupid, so indiscreet? I considered killing you now to save myself the trouble of hunting for your dead body later."
I didn't tell a soul. I allowed anger to colour my voice. How can you think I would jeopardize my own life?
Why should I believe you? The only other person who knew was the commander.
Well, Valak, you're the spy master. Couldn't someone have overheard the conversation? Who else has access to this room? You left your notes in full view on your desk. Before he could leap to another wrong conclusion, I hurried on. They were conspicuous. If I noticed them with just a quick glance, then they begged for inspection to someone seeking information.
What are you saying? Who are you accusing?
A ridge of flesh grew above Valak's nose as his eyebrows pinched together. Alarm flashed across his face before being doused by his stone guise. His fleeting expression told me a great deal. Either Valak had been so convinced that I had gossiped to the servants that he hadn't considered other options, or he couldn't accept the possibility of a breach in his security. For once, I had thrown him off balance, if only for a second. Someday, I would dearly love to see him in an ungainly heap at my feet. I have my suspicions, I said, but I'll accuse nobody without proof. It's unfair, and who would believe me?
No one!
Valak snatched a grey rock from his desk and hurled it toward me. Stunned, I froze as the stone whizzed past and exploded on the wall behind me. Grey debris pelted my shoulder and rained to the floor.
Accept me.
He sank into a chair.
Either I'm addicted to risk, or you're starting to make sense, and we have a leak. An informer. A gossip. A mole. Whoever he is, we need to find him.
Or her. Valak frowned.
Do we play it safe and find another fugitive? Or cancel the exercise? Or continue as planned and make you both fugitive and bait, enticing our spy to reveal himself?
He grimaced.
Or herself?
You don't think Brazel will come after me?
No, it's too soon. I don't expect Brazel to try to kill you before his factory is up and running. Once he gets what he wants, then it's going to get interesting around here.
Oh, good. I can barely stay awake now from all the boredom. My voice dripped with sarcasm. Only Valak would consider an attempt on my life a fascinating diversion. He ignored my remark.
It's your choice, Yelena.
My choice wasn't contained in one of Valak's scenarios. My choice was to be someplace where my life wasn't in danger. My choice was to be where I didn't have an assassin for a boss and some unknown person trying to make my already intense life even more complicated. My choice was freedom. I sighed. The safer course of action was the most tempting, but it wouldn't solve anything. I had learned the hard way that avoiding problems didn't work. Run and hide were my trademark impulses, which only led to being trapped in a corner with no recourse other than to blindly strike out. The results were not always favourable. The lack of control, unnerving. My survival instinct seemed to have a mind of its own. Magic. The word floated at the edge of my mind. No. Someone would have noticed by now. Someone would have reported me. Or would he, if that someone was Brazel or Riyadh? I shook my head, banishing the thoughts. It was in the past. I had more immediate concerns. Okay, I'll dangle on the hook to see what fish swims out. But who's going to hold the net?
I will.
I let out a slow breath. The tight feeling around my stomach eased.
Don't alter your plans. I'll take care of everything.
Valek picked up the paper with my name on it. He dipped the corner of the page into a lantern, setting it on fire.
I should probably follow you to the fire festival tomorrow night. Unless logic has made you decide to turn down Rand's offer and stay in the castle.
He let the burning paper float to the floor. How did you... I stopped. I wasn't going to ask. It was well known that he didn't trust Rand, so I shouldn't be surprised that Valek had an informant in the kitchen. Valek hadn't said I couldn't go. I made a sudden decision. I'm going. It's a risk, so what? I take a risk every time I sip the commander's tea. At least this time I might get a chance to enjoy myself.
It's hard to have fun at the festival without money.
Valek crushed the dying embers of the paper under his boot. I'll manage.
Would you like an advance on your wage as fugitive?
No. I'll earn the money. I didn't want Valek to do me any favours. I was unprepared for thoughtfulness from him. For Valek to soften even a little might destroy our strange tug-of-war relationship, and I was reluctant for it to alter. Besides, thinking kind thoughts about Valek could be extremely dangerous. I could admire his skills and be relieved when he was on my side in a fight. But for a rat to like the cat? That scenario ended only one way. With one dead rat.
Suit yourself,
Valek said.
But let me know if you change your mind. And don't concern yourself about the books. Read all the books you want.
Heading back to my room, I paused with my hand resting on the doorknob. Thanks, I spoke to the door, unwilling to look at Valek.
For the books?
No. The offer. My eyes traced the wood grain.
You're welcome.
The castle hummed with activity. Smiling servants rushed through the corridors. Laughter echoed off the stone walls. It was the first day of the fire festival, and the castle's staff hurried to complete their chores so they could attend the opening celebration. Their excitement was contagious, and even after a restless night of sleep, I was beginning to feel like a child again. Determined to push the ugly image of someone stalking me at the festival to a far, dark corner of my mind, I allowed myself to savour the anticipation of the evening's events. I fidgeted through an afternoon lesson with Valek. He was trying to teach me how to spot a tail. It was mostly common sense advice, and some techniques that I had already read about in one of his books, and my mind wandered. I wasn't planning on looking over my shoulder all night. Sensing my mood, Valek ended the session early. Soon after, I grabbed a clean uniform and the coloured ribbons Delana had given me and headed toward the baths. At this time of day, the steaming pools were empty. I washed fast and sank into one of the baths. Inching my way into the hot liquid, I let each muscle relax, oohing and ahhing until the water reached my neck. Only when the skin on my fingers began to wrinkle did I leave the water. I had been avoiding the mirror for a month. Now, curious, I scanned my reflection. Not as skeletal, although I needed to gain some more weight. My cheeks were hollow, and my ribs and hip bones poked through my flesh. What had once been dull, uncombable black hair now shone. The scar on my right elbow had turned from bright red to a deep purple. Swallowing, I looked far into the mirror. Had my soul returned? No. Instead, I saw Riyad's smirking ghost floating behind me. But when I turned around, he was gone. I wondered what Riyad wanted. Revenge, most likely. But how would you confront a ghost? I decided not to worry about it tonight. Changing into a clean uniform, I braided the brightly coloured ribbons into my hair. I let the ends fall past my shoulders and loosely down my back. When I reported to the commander to taste his dinner, I expected a tart comment on my unmilitary hairstyle. All I received was one raised eyebrow. After dinner, I raced to the kitchen. Rand greeted me with a huge smile. The staff was still cleaning, so I helped scrub the countertops and floors to avoid the awkwardness of just standing around waiting. Rand reigned over an immaculate kitchen, and only when the kitchen was spotless was the staff dismissed. While Rand changed out of his stained uniform, I watched a small group of people talking among themselves as they waited for him. I knew them all by sight and reputation, but hadn't spoken to any of them. Occasionally, one or two glanced warily in my direction. I suppressed a sigh, trying not to let their nerves bother me. I couldn't blame them. It wasn't a secret that I had killed Riyad. Of the group, Porter was the oldest. He was in charge of the commander's kennels. Another handover from the king's reign, he had been deemed too valuable to be replaced. He scowled more than he smiled, and Rand was his only friend. Rand had told me stories about Porter in an "I can't believe anyone would believe such nonsense" tone of voice, but wild rumours that Porter had mental links with the dogs made him an outcast. The uncanny way the dogs responded and understood Porter seemed abnormal, almost magical. The suspicion of magic was enough for everyone to treat Porter like he had a contagious disease. Still, no one had proof, and his rapport with the animals was useful, something the commander prized. Sammy was Rand's fetch boy. A thin child of 12, his sole purpose was to obtain anything Rand needed. I'd seen Rand yell at Sammy, then hug him in the space of a heartbeat. Lisa was a quiet woman, only a few years older than me. She was the castle's pantler, in charge of the pantry's inventory. Lisa plucked at her uniform sleeve like she was nervous, but I guessed talking with Porter was better than being near me. When Rand emerged from his rooms, we left the castle. Sammy raced ahead of the group, too excited to stay with us for very long. Porter and Lisa continued their discussion, while Rand and I trailed behind. The night air was refreshing. I could smell the clean scent of damp earth, tinged with the distant aroma of wood smoke. It was my first trip outside in almost a year, and before we went past the gate in the immense stone buttress that surrounded the castle complex, I peered back. Without a moon, it was too dark to see any detail besides the few lighted windows and the towering walls. The complex appeared deserted. If Valak followed, I couldn't spot him. When we cleared the gate, a breeze greeted us as the day's hot air cooled. I walked with my arms held slightly away from my body, allowing the air to flow past me. My uniform rippled in the wind, and my hair blew. I inhaled, enjoying the fresh evening scent. We walked through the grass field that surrounded the guard walls. No buildings were permitted within a quarter-mile of the castle. The town, once named for Queen Jewel, was renamed Castletown after the takeover. Jewel's Town had been built by the king in the valley south of the castle complex as a gift for his wife. The Fire Festival's tents had been set up in the fields just west of Castletown. "Isn't Delana coming?" I asked Rand.
"She's already there. Some big emergency came up this afternoon. When the dancers opened the costume boxes, they discovered that some animal had eaten holes in all of the outfits. They called Delana to help mend them before the opening ceremony."
Rand laughed.
"I bet the panic that reigned after they opened the boxes would have been fun to watch."
"Fun for you, but not for the poor woman in charge of costumes."
"True."
Now silent, he limped beside me. Because of our slower pace, we fell farther behind the others. "Where's your cake?" I hoped I hadn't ruined his good mood.
"Sammy ran it down this morning. The baking contest is judged on the first day, so they can sell the entries while they're fresh. I want to check the results. How come you're not entering any competitions?"
A simple question. One of many about the festival that I had been avoiding with some success since Rand and I became friends. At first, I suspected his interest to be an attempt to gain some insider information for the next round of betting. But now that the gambling was finished, I realized his interest was genuine. "No money for the entry fees," I said. The truth, but not the entire story. I would need to completely trust Rand before I would tell him about my history with the Fire Festival.
Rand clucked his tongue in disgust. "It doesn't make sense not to pay the food taster. Otherwise, what better way to obtain information about the commander than to bribe the taster?"
He paused, then turned to me, his face serious.
"Would you sell information for money?"
Chapter 12.
I shivered at Rand's question. Was he asking just to ask? Or was he offering to pay me for information? I imagined Valak's reaction if he discovered that I had taken a bribe. Having no money was better than facing his wrath. "No, I wouldn't," I said. Rand grunted. We walked in an unnatural silence for a while. I wondered if Oskov, the old food taster, had taken money for information. It would explain why Valak hadn't liked him, and why Rand suspected Valak of killing Oskov. "If you like, I'll pay the entry fee for you. Your help has been invaluable, and I've certainly won enough money on your resourcefulness," Rand said.
"Thanks, but I'm not prepared. It'd be a waste of money." Besides, I was determined to enjoy the festival without money, just to prove to Valak that it could be done. Despite promising myself I wouldn't, I glanced back over my shoulder. Nothing. I tried to convince myself that not seeing Valak was a good thing. If I could spot him, then anyone could. Still, the nagging feeling that maybe he had decided to let me take my chances wouldn't quit. "Stop it," I told myself. "Don't worry." Then again, I'd be an idiot to walk around the festival blind to danger. I felt as if I balanced on a high wire, trying not to fall. Could I watch for trouble and have fun at the same time? I didn't know, but was determined to try.
Which competition would you have entered?
Rand asked. Before I could answer, he waved his hands in front of me.
No, don't tell me. I want to guess.
I smiled. Go ahead.
Let's see. Small, thin, and graceful. A dancer?
Try again.
Okay. You remind me of a pretty bird, willing to sit on the windowsill as long as nobody comes too close, but prepared to fly away if somebody does. A songbird? Perhaps you're a singer?
You've obviously never heard me sing. Are all your guesses going to come with a lengthy discussion of my personality? I asked.
No, now be quiet. I'm trying to think.
The glow from the festival was growing brighter. I heard the distant buzz of music, animals and people blended together.
Long, thin fingers. Maybe you're a member of a spinning team?
Rand guessed.
What's a spinning team? Usually, there's one shearer, one carder, one spinner, and one weaver in a team. You know, sheep to shawl. The teams race to see who can shear a sheep's wool and turn it into a garment first. It's pretty amazing to watch.
Rand studied me for a while. I began to wonder if he had run out of guesses.
A jockey?
Do you really think I could afford to buy a racehorse? I asked in amazement. Only the very wealthy citizens had horses to race for sport. The military used horses for the transportation of high-ranking officers and advisors only. Everyone else walked.
People who own racehorses don't ride them. They hire jockeys, and you're the perfect size, so stop looking at me like I'm daft.
As we arrived at the first of the massive multicoloured tents, our conversation ceased as we absorbed the frenzied activity and panoramic sights that assaulted us. When I was younger, I used to stand amid the chaos and feast on the energy of the fire festival. I'd always thought the name of the festival was perfect, not because it occurred during the hot season, but because the sounds and smells pulsated like heat waves, making my blood sizzle and pop. Now, after spending close to a year in a dungeon, I felt the force slamming into me as though I were a brick wall. A wall whose mortar threatened to crumble from the overload of sensations. Torches blazed, and bonfires burned. We walked into a slice of captured daylight. The performance and competition tents were scattered throughout the festival, with small open stands tucked in and around them like children clinging to their mothers' skirts. From exotic gems to fly swatters, the merchants sold an array of goods. The aroma of food cooking made my stomach grumble as we passed several barbecue pits, and I regretted having skipped dinner in my haste to get here. Entertainers, contestants, spectators, and laughing children ebbed and flowed around us. Sometimes the press of people hurried us along from behind, and sometimes we struggled to go forward. We had lost track of the others. If he hadn't linked his arm in mine, I probably would have been separated from Rand as well. Distractions peppered the festival. I would have followed the lively music to its source or lingered to watch a skit, but Rand was determined to see the results of the baking contest. As we moved, I examined faces in the crowd, searching for green and black uniforms even though Valak had said Brazel wouldn't be a threat. I thought it prudent to avoid him and his guards altogether. Unsure of who I was looking for, I watched for unusual faces. It was the wrong way to detect a tale. Valak had taught me that the best agents were unremarkable in appearance and didn't draw attention to themselves. But I figured if a skilled spy followed me, my chances of spotting him or her was small. We met up with Porter and Lisa in a small tent filled with a sweet aroma that made my stomach ache with hunger. They were talking to a large man in a cook's uniform, but they stopped when we entered. Surrounding Rand, they congratulated him on his first-place win. The heavy man declared that Rand had broken a festival record by winning 5 years in a row. While Rand examined the array of baked goods lining the shelves, I asked the man who had won in Military District 5. I was curious if Brazel's cook had won with his Criollo recipe. The man's brow creased with concentration, causing his short, curly black hair to touch his thick eyebrows.
Bronda won it with a heavenly lemon pie. Why?
I thought General Brazel's chef, Ving, might win. I used to work at the manor.
Well, Ving won 2 years ago with some cream pie, and now he enters the same pie every year, hoping it'll win again.
I thought it odd that he hadn't entered his Criollo, but before I could deduce a reason, Rand jubilantly swept us out of the tent. He wanted to buy everyone a glass of wine to celebrate his victory. We sipped our wine and wandered around the festival. Sammy materialized on occasion from the crowd to report some wonder with great delight, only to rush off again. Twice I spotted a woman with a serious expression. Her black hair was pulled into a tight bun. Wearing the uniform of a hawk mistress, she moved with the grace of someone used to physical exercise. The second time I saw her, she was much closer, and I made eye contact. Her almond-shaped, emerald eyes narrowed, staring boldly back at me until I looked away. There was something familiar about her, and it was some time before I figured it out. She reminded me of the children in Brazel's care, and was more similar to my own colouring than to the pale ivory complexion of most of the territory's people. Her skin was bronze, not tanned from the sun, but a natural pigmentation. Then our aimless group was snared in a flow of spectators heading into a big red and white striped tent. It was the acrobatics tent, where trampolines, tightropes, and floor mats were covered with brightly costumed men and women. They were all trying to pass the qualifying round. I watched as one man performed a beautiful series of flips on the tightrope, only to be disqualified when he fell during his solo tumbling run. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Rand watching me. His expression was triumphant. "What?" I asked.
You're an acrobat!
I was an acrobat. Rand waved his hands.
Doesn't matter. I was right!
It mattered to me. Riyadh had tainted acrobatics. The time when I felt satisfaction and enjoyment from performing was gone, and I couldn't imagine getting any happiness from it now. From the benches in the tent, our small kitchen group watched the contestants. Grunts of effort, sweat-soaked costumes, and thumping feet made me long for the days when all that worried me was finding time to practice. 4 of us in Brazel's orphanage had taken up acrobatics. We had scavenged and begged for materials to set up a practice area behind the stables. Our mistakes sent us crashing to the grass until the stablemaster took pity on our bruised bodies. One day, we arrived to find a thick coating of dung-scented straw carpeting our practice area. Brazel's teachers had encouraged us to discover something we could excel in. While some found singing or dancing to be their calling, I had been fascinated by the acrobatic displays since my first fire festival. Despite hours of practice, I failed during the qualifying round at my inaugural competition. The disappointment stabbed my heart, but I healed the ache with resolve. I spent the next year covered with black and blue marks, nursing sprains too numerous to count. When the festival returned, I passed the qualifiers and the initial round, only to fall off the tightrope in the second. Each year, I worked hard and advanced steadily. I won through to the final round the year before Brazel and Riyadh claimed me as their laboratory rat. Brazel and Riyadh didn't allow me to practice acrobatics, but that didn't stop me from slipping away whenever Riyadh was on some mission for his father. What did stop me was getting caught by Riyadh a week before the festival, when he arrived home early from a trip. I was concentrating so hard that I failed to notice him astride his horse until I finished my tumbling routine. His expression, a mixture of anger and elation, caused the beads of sweat on my skin to turn into ice crystals. For disobeying his orders, I was forbidden to go to the festival that year. And as an added deterrent to disobedience, I was punished for the duration of the festival. Each evening, for 5 nights, Riyadh forced me to strip. With a cruel grin on his face, he stared at me as I stood shivering despite the warmth of the night. He draped heavy chains from a metal collar around my neck to metal cuffs on my wrists and ankles. I wanted to scream, to beat him with my fists, but I was too terrified to anger him further. Pleasure at my fear and humiliation made his face flush as he drove me with a small whip to perform acrobatics of his own devising. A lashing sting on my skin was the reprimand for moving too slow. The chains battered my body as they swung with my movements. Their weight dragged at my limbs, making each tumble an exhausting ordeal. The cuffs began to rub my wrists and ankles raw. Blood streaked down my arms and legs. When Brazel participated in the experiments, Riyadh meticulously followed his father's instructions. But when he was alone with me, the indifferent exercises turned vicious. Sometimes he would invite his friend, Mogcan, to assist him, and they made my hell a contest to see who invented the best way to test my endurance. I was in constant fear that I would madden Riyadh enough to force him to cross the only line he seemed to have drawn. For all the torture and pain he inflicted, he never raped me. So I somersaulted and cartwheeled with chains just to keep him from crossing that line. Rand's heavy arm fell across my shoulders. I flinched back into the present.
Yelena, what's wrong?
Rand's eyes, full of concern, searched mine.
You looked like you were having a nightmare with your eyes open.
Sorry.
Don't apologize to me. Here.
He handed me a steaming meat pie.
Sammy brought these for us.
I thanked Sammy. When my attention focused on him, his eyes grew wide, and his young face whitened. He averted his gaze. Without thinking, I took a small bite and tasted for poison. Finding nothing, I ate and wondered what wild stories had been told about me to cause Sammy's fearful reaction. Children Sammy's age usually enjoyed scaring each other with imaginative horror tales. We used to frighten ourselves at the orphanage after the lanterns had been blown out, and we were in bed waiting for sleep. whispered stories about monsters raging, and magicians' curses made us gasp and giggle. We told gruesome tales about the older graduates of the orphanage, who just seemed to disappear. No explanation was given to us of where they were working, and we never encountered any of them in town or in the manor house. So we created horrible scenarios about their fates. How I missed those nights with the other children, when I was finally able to rest after spending a day with Riyadh. He had isolated me from the others. Taken from the girls' dorm, I had been given a small room next to Riyadh's suite. At night, with my body aching and my spirits crushed, I would lie awake and recite those tales in my mind until I fell asleep.
Yelena, we can go.
What? I looked at Rand.
If this is upsetting you, we can go. There's a spectacular new fire dance.
We can stay. I was just reminiscing. But if you want to see the fire dance, I'll go along.
Reminiscing? You must have hated being an acrobat.
Oh no, I loved everything about it. Flying through the air, the complete control over my body as I spun and twirled. The thrill of knowing I was going to land the perfect dismount before I even hit the ground. I stopped. The confusion on Rand's face made me want to laugh and cry at the same time. How could I explain to him that it wasn't the acrobatics that upset me, but the events that they had triggered? Riyadh's cruel punishment for practicing. Sneaking out to participate in the festival the following year, which had led to Riyadh's death. I shuddered. Those memories of Riyadh were like a trap in the corner of my mind, and I wasn't ready to spring it. Someday, Rand, I'll explain. But for now, I would like to see the fire dance. He hooked his arm around mine as our kitchen group left the tent and joined in the flow of people. Sammy raced ahead, shouting over his shoulder that he would save us some good seats. A drunken man bumped into me, and I stumbled. He mumbled an apology and saluted me with his mug of ale. Trying to make a bow, he landed in a heap at my feet. I would have stopped to help him, but I was distracted by the appearance of blazing staffs of wood. I felt a pulsating rhythm vibrating through the soles of my feet as the fire dancers spun the flaming props around their heads and paraded into the tent. Amazed by the dancers' intricate movements, I stepped over the drunk. But with the excitement and press of people through the entrance, Rand's grip was broken. I wasn't concerned until I found myself surrounded by 4 immense men. 2 of the men wore blacksmiths' uniforms, while the other 2 wore farmers' work uniforms. Excusing myself, I tried to slip past them, but they only pressed closer, trapping me. Chapter 13. Terror welled in my throat. I was in trouble. I screamed for help. A gloved hand clamped over my mouth. Biting into the leather, I tasted ashes but couldn't reach skin. The blacksmiths grabbed my arms and pushed me forward, while the farmers walked in front, blocking me from sight. In all the commotion around the dance tent, nobody noticed my abduction. I struggled, dragged my feet and kicked. Their pace never slowed. I was lugged farther away from the lights and safety of the festival. Craning my neck, I looked for a way to escape. The blacksmith next to me moved closer to block my meagre view. His thick beard was filled with soot, and half of it had been singed off. We stopped behind a dark tent. The farmers stepped aside, and I saw a shadow pull away from the fabric.
Did anyone notice? Did anyone follow you?
the shadow asked with a woman's voice.
It went perfect. Everyone was focused on the dancers,
the blacksmith with the leather gloves replied.
Good. Kill her now,
the woman ordered. A knife flashed in Leather Glove's hand. I renewed my struggle, managing to break free for an instant, but the farmers pinned my arms while Singed Beard grabbed my legs. They held me suspended above the ground. Leather Gloves raised his weapon.
No knives, you idiot! Think of the bloody mess. Use this.
She handed Leather Gloves a long, thin strap. In a blink, the knife disappeared. He wrapped the garrote around my neck.
No!
I screamed, but my protest was cut off along with my air supply as he tightened the strap. Intense pressure squeezed my neck. I jerked my limbs in vain. White dots swirled before my eyes. A faint, buzzing sound dribbled from my lips. Too faint. The survival instinct that had saved me from Brazel's guards and Riyadh's torture was too weak this time. Over the roar of blood in my ears, I heard the woman say,
"Hurry up, she's starting to project."
Ready to step off the edge of consciousness, a drunken voice said,
"Excuse me, sirs. Do you know where I can get a refill?"
The pressure on my neck lessened as Leather Gloves drew his knife. I let my body go limp and was rewarded by being dumped on the ground. The other 3 men stepped over me to face the intruder. Suppressing the urge to gasp for breath, I sucked in air with desperation. I muffled my efforts, unwilling to let anyone know I could still breathe. From my new position, I saw Leather Gloves lunge toward the drunk. The clang of metal rang through the air as the knife stabbed into the man's pewter beer mug instead of his chest. With a hard jerk of his wrist, the mug blurred into motion. The knife flew through the air, embedding into the fabric of the tent. Then the drunk struck Leather Gloves on the head with the mug. Leather Gloves crumpled to the ground. The others, mere steps away when their companion went down, rushed the intruder. The farmers grabbed his upper arms and shoulders while Singed Beard punched him twice in the face. Using the farmers to support his weight, the drunk lifted both legs off the ground and wrapped them around Singed Beard's neck. With a loud snap, Singed Beard fell. Still clutching his mug, the drunk swung it to the right into one farmer's groin. As the farmer doubled over, the drunk brought the mug up, smashing it into the farmer's face. Then the intruder swept his beer mug to the left and slammed it into the other farmer's nose. Blood gushing, the farmer yelped in pain and released his grip on the drunk. The drunk launched a second blow to the farmer's temple. The farmer collapsed to the ground without a sound. The fight had lasted seconds. The woman hadn't moved at all. Her intent gaze had been focused on the skirmish. Recognizing her as the dark-skinned woman I had spotted twice before at the festival, I wondered what she would do now that her goons were beaten. Regaining some strength, I contemplated my odds of reaching the knife in the tent before she did. The drunk wiped blood off his face. Bodies were littered around his feet. I tried to stand on shaky legs. The woman's head snapped toward me as if she had forgotten I was there. Then she started to sing. Her sweet, melodious tune wound its way through my mind. "Relax," it said. "Lie down, be still." Yes, I thought as I sank back down. My body mellowed. I felt as if she were tucking me into bed, drawing the blanket up to my chin. But then the blanket was yanked over my head, pushing against my mouth and nose, suffocating me. I thrashed, wildly clawing my face to remove the imaginary blanket. Out of nowhere, Valak appeared before me, yelling in my ear, shaking my shoulders. Stupidly, belatedly, I realized he was the drunk. Who else but Valak could win a fight against 4 large men when armed only with a beer mug?
Recite poisons in your mind, Valek shouted.
I ignored him. Lassitude overcame me. I ceased fighting. All I wanted to do was sink into the darkness and follow the music to its depths.
Recite! Now! That's an order!
Habit saved me. Without thought, I obeyed Valek. Names of poisons marched through my mind. The music stopped. The pressure on my face eased, and I could breathe again. I gasped noisily.
Keep reciting,
he said. The woman and the knife had disappeared. Valek pulled me to my feet. I swayed, but he steadied me with an arm on my shoulder. I clutched his hand for a second, suppressing the urge to throw myself sobbing into his arms. He had saved my life. When I regained my balance, Valek went back to the men. I knew Singed Beard was dead, but I was unsure of the others. Valek turned one prone form over and cursed.
Southerners,
he said with disgust. He moved around the others, feeling for pulses.
2 alive. I'll have them taken to the castle for questioning.
What about the woman? I croaked. Talking was painful.
Gone.
Will you search for her? Valek gave me a strange look.
Yelena, she's a southern magician. I took my eyes off her, so there's no way I can find her now.
He grabbed my arm and steered me toward the festival. My muscles trembled as the shock of the attack worked through my body. It took a while for his words to sink in. Magician? I asked. I thought they were banished from Ixia. Killed on sight was more like it, but I couldn't bring myself to say those words aloud.
Although very unwelcome, some visit Ixia anyway.
But I thought...
Not now. I'll explain later. Right now, I want you to catch up with Rand and his friends. Pretend nothing has happened. I doubt she'll try again tonight.
The bright firelight stabbed my eyes. Valek and I stayed in the shadows until we spotted Rand near the acrobatics tent. He was searching for me and calling my name. Valek motioned for me to join my friend. I had taken only 2 steps when Valek said,
Yelena, wait.
I turned. Valek waved me closer. When I reached him, his hand reached toward my neck. I stepped back, but recovered and stood still. His hand brushed my skin as he pulled the garrote off my throat. He handed it to me as if it was a poisonous snake. Shivering in disgust, I flung it to the ground. Rand's relief when he saw me emerge from the crowd rolled off him like a breaking wave. I hesitated. Why would he be so concerned? For all he knew, I had only been lost. I caught a sweet whiff of wine as Rand approached.
Yelena, where have you been?
His words slurred. I hadn't realized he had drunk that much wine, which would explain why he had been so desperate to find me. Alcohol poisoned the mind, exaggerated the emotions. The tent was too crowded. I needed some air. My voice caught on the word air as the horror of being strangled swept through me. I glanced back at the shadows. Was Valek still watching, or had he gone to arrest those men? And where was the dark-skinned woman? Earlier I had been so happy to get out of the castle, but now I wanted nothing more than to have strong stone walls around me and to be safely back in Valek's suite. Now that was an odd combination, the words Valek and safe in the same thought. I thought I'd catch up with you later, I lied to Rand as I scanned the festival crowd. I didn't enjoy deceiving him. After all, he was my friend. Maybe even a good friend who had been concerned enough to search for me when I had been separated from him. and who probably would have been the only person to be upset by my murder. Despite his fight on my behalf, I was certain that Valek would have only been annoyed at having to train a new food taster. The fire dance had just ended, and people poured from the tent. The rest of the kitchen group waited outside. Yelena had joined them. Rand dropped my arm like a lump of dough and went over to her. She smiled at him, teasing him about chasing after the food taster when he had promised to meet her. Drunkenly, he begged for her forgiveness, explaining that he couldn't afford to lose me since I had helped him win the baking contest. She laughed. Throwing one of her heartwarming smiles my way, Yelena hugged Rand, and arm in arm they headed back to the castle. The rest of us followed. I found myself once again last in the procession, but this time I had Lisa as a companion. She scowled at me.
I don't know what Rand sees in you,
she said. Not a friendly way to start a conversation. Excuse me, I said, keeping my tone neutral.
He missed the fire dance looking for you, and ever since you came around, the kitchen routine has been destroyed. The staff's flustered.
What are you talking about?
Before you showed up, Rand's mood swings were predictable. Cheerful and content when Yelena was happy and the gambling was profitable. Moody and sullen when they weren't. Then...
Lisa stressed the word. Her plain cornmeal face creased into an ugly expression, which she aimed at me.
You befriended him. He starts snarling at the kitchen staff for no reason. Even winning a big payoff, Rand's still depressed. It's frustrating. We've come to the conclusion that you must be trying to steal him away from Yelena. We want you to stop, leave him alone, and stay out of the kitchen.
Lisa had picked the worst time to accost me. Having just escaped a brush with death had put matters into perspective. I wasn't in the best frame of mind. Pure rage flared. I grabbed her arm and spun her around to face me. We stood nose to nose. You have concluded. The combined brain power of the kitchen staff probably couldn't light a candle. Our friendship is none of your business. So I suggest you rethink your hypothesis. If there's a problem in the kitchen, then deal with it. You're wasting your time whining about it to me. I pushed her away. I could tell by her shocked expression that she hadn't expected such a fierce response. Too bad for her, I thought, as I hurried to catch up with the others, leaving her to walk alone. What did she want me to do? Had she assumed that I would meekly agree to stop talking to Rand just to smooth things in the kitchen? I wasn't going to let her unload her problems on me. I was already overloaded with my own. Like, why would a magician from Sitia want to kill me? At the castle, I said goodnight to Rand and Yelena and rushed to Valek's suite. As much as I wanted to be inside, I cajoled one of the outer-door guards to check Valek's rooms for intruders before I went in. Murder attempts, combined with an overactive imagination, made me jumpy, fearing ambushes. Even sitting on the couch in the middle of the living room with every lantern blazing, I didn't feel safe until Valek arrived near dawn. "Haven't you slept?" he asked. A fist-sized, dark purple bruise on his jaw contrasted against his pale skin. "No, but neither have you," I said peevishly. "I can sleep all day. You need to taste the commander's breakfast in an hour." What I need are answers. To what questions? Valek began to extinguish the lanterns. Why is a southern magician trying to kill me?
A good question. The very same one I was going to ask you.
How should I know? I shrugged in frustration. Brazel's guards I could understand, but magicians? It's not like I've been going around making southern magicians angry.
Ah, that's a shame, since you have a real talent for angering people.
Valak sat at his desk and rested his head in his hands.
A southern magician, Yelena. A master-level southern magician. Do you know that there are only 4 master magicians in Ixia? 4. And since the takeover, they've stayed in Ixia. On occasion, they send a minion or 2 with minor magical abilities into the territory to see what we're up to. So far, each spy has been intercepted and dealt with. Commander Ambrose will not tolerate magic in Ixia.
The magicians of the king's era had been considered the elite. Treated like royalty, they had been quite influential with the king. According to the history of the takeover, Valak had assassinated every one of them. I wondered how, especially since he couldn't capture that woman tonight. Valak stood up. He grabbed a grey rock off his desk. Tossing the stone from hand to hand, he paced around the living room. Remembering Valak's near miss with the last rock he'd held, I pulled my feet off the floor and hugged my knees to my chest, hoping to make myself a smaller target.
For the Southerners to risk one of their master magicians, the reason has to be...
Valak shook the stone in his hand, searching for the right word.
Momentous. So why are they after you?
He sighed and sank down on the couch next to me.
Well, let's try to reason this out. You obviously have some southern blood in your heritage.
What? I had never thought about my heritage. I had been found on the street, homeless, and been taken in by Brazel. Speculation about my parents had only been on whether they were dead or had just abandoned me. I had no memories of my past prior to my arrival at the orphanage. Mostly I had been thankful that Brazel gave me shelter. For Valak to make such a matter-of-fact statement stunned me.
Your colouring is a bit darker than the typical northerner. Your features have a southern quality. Green eyes are very rare in the territory, but are more common in Ixia.
Valak misread my frozen expression.
It's nothing to be ashamed of. When the king was in power, the border to Ixia was open to commerce and trade. People moved freely between the regions, and marriages were inevitable. I would guess you were left behind right after the takeover when people panicked and fled south before we closed the border. It was complete mayhem. I don't know what they were expecting when the commander came to power. Mass killings. All we did was give everyone a uniform and a job.
My mind reeled. Why hadn't I been more curious about my family? I didn't even know what town I had been found in. We had been told daily of our good fortune, reminded that we had food, clothes, shelter, teachers, and even a small allowance. It had been repeatedly pointed out that many children with parents weren't as well off as we were. Was it a form of brainwashing?
Well, anyway, I digress,
Valak said into the silence. He stood and resumed his pacing.
I doubt it was missing family members. They wouldn't want to kill you. Is there anything else besides murdering Riyadh? that you did in the past? Witnessed a crime? Overheard plans for a rebellion? Anything at all?
No, nothing. Valak tapped the rock against his forehead.
Then let's assume this has to do with Riyadh. Perhaps he was in league with some Southerners, and you killing him ruined their plans. Maybe they're scheming to retake Ixia. Or they think you know something about this plot. But I've heard nothing about Sitya attacking us. And why would they? Sitya knows the commander is content to stay in the north, and vice versa.
Valak rubbed a hand over his face before continuing.
Perhaps Brazel has gotten creative in his old age and hired Southerners to kill you, thereby accomplishing his desire to see you dead without implicating himself. No, that doesn't make sense. Brazel would have hired thugs, no need for a magician. Unless he has connections I'm not aware of, which is highly doubtful.
Valak looked around the room. Only half of the lanterns had been extinguished. Setting the rock down, he finished the job just as the timid, pre-dawn light started to brighten the room. He stopped, as if he had a sudden thought, and scowled at me. What?
Magicians will come north to smuggle one of their own kind to safety,
Valak said.
He studied me.
Before I could protest, he asked,
Then why kill you? Unless you're a soul finder, they wouldn't want you dead.
Valak yawned and gently fingered the bruise on his face.
I'm too tired to think straight. I'm going to bed.
He walked to the stairs. Soul finder? I had no idea what that was, but more important concerns needed to be addressed. Valak. He paused with a foot on the first step. My antidote.
Of course.
He continued up the steps. While he was upstairs, I wondered how many times in the future I would have to ask for the antidote. The knowledge that it was keeping me alive poisoned my mind as surely as the butterfly's dust poisoned my body. As the early morning light brightened, I thought of my bed with longing. Valak could sleep, but I had to taste the commander's breakfast soon. Valak came downstairs. Handing me the antidote, he said,
You might want to wear your hair down today.
Why? I ran my fingers through my hair. The ribbons I had braided were torn and knotted.
To cover the marks on your neck.
Before going to the commander's office, I hurried to the baths. I had just enough time to wash and change into a clean uniform before I had to appear at breakfast. The garrote had left a bright red ring around my neck that I couldn't cover no matter how I styled my hair. On my way to the commander's office, I saw Lisa. She set her mouth in a firm frown and looked away when she passed. Oh well, I thought, another person I'd angered. I regretted having taken my ire out on her, but I wasn't about to apologize. After all, she had started the argument. Most mornings the commander ignored my arrival. I would taste his breakfast and then sort through his box of Criollo, randomly selecting a piece to verify that no one had poisoned it during the night. Each morning, my mouth watered as I anticipated the taste of the bitter-sweet dessert. Its nutty flavor coating my mouth was the one pleasure I could look forward to during my day. I had argued with Valak that I should taste it every time the commander wanted some, but the commander hoarded his supply. He rationed out 1 piece of Criollo after every meal. And I had heard through Rand that the commander had already requested more from Brazel, along with a copy of the recipe from his cook, Ving. Each morning, after placing the commander's breakfast tray on his desk, I would pick up his daily schedule and leave without a word being uttered. But this morning, when I set the tray down, he told me to sit. Perched on the edge of the hard wooden chair facing his desk, I felt a feather of fear brush my stomach. I laced my fingers tight together to keep my face impassive.
Valak has informed me that you had an incident last night. I'm concerned that another attempt on your life will jeopardize our exercise.
The commander's golden eyes regarded me as he sipped his tea.
You have presented Valak with a puzzle, and he has assured me that keeping you alive will aid in a speedy resolution. Convince me that you'll be able to play fugitive without getting yourself killed. According to Valak, you failed to recognize him even after he bumped into you.
My mouth opened, but I closed it as I considered his words. A hastily explained or illogical argument would not sway the commander. Also, I had been given an easy out. Why should I risk my neck for his exercise? I wasn't a skilled spy. I hadn't been able to identify Valak even when I knew he was following me. But then again, it was my neck the murderous assailants were after. If I didn't try to draw them out on my own terms, they'd pick the time and location. I weighed the argument in my head, feeling as though I was forever on a tightrope, unable to decide which way led to the perfect dismount. Walking back and forth until some outside force came along to push me one way or the other. I'm new to the hunt and chase game, I told the commander. For someone untrained, trying to spot a tail in a noisy, crowded festival is a difficult task. It's like asking a child to run when she has just learned how to walk. In the woods, alone and trying to avoid everyone, picking up a tail will be easier and within my abilities. I stopped. No response from the commander, so I continued. If we can lure this magician out, maybe we can discover why she wants to kill me. The commander sat as still as a frog that watched and waited for a fly to come closer. I played my last card. And Valak has assured me he will be following. My use of the commander's words was not lost on him.
We will proceed as planned. I don't expect you to get far, so I doubt we'll see this magician.
He said the word magician as if it left a foul taste in his mouth.
I do expect you to keep quiet about this entire affair. Consider it an order. You're dismissed.
Yes, sir. I left his office. I spent the remainder of the day collecting and borrowing provisions for the exercise, which was scheduled to begin the next morning at dawn. I visited Delana's workroom and the smithy. Just mentioning Valak's name produced remarkable results from the blacksmiths, who hurried to procure the items I said Valak needed. Delana would have given me anything I requested. She seemed disappointed that I only wanted to borrow a leather backpack.
Keep it, she had said. No one has claimed it. It's been underfoot since I started.
I kept her company as she mended uniforms, told me the latest gossip, and fussed about how I needed to eat more. My last stop was the kitchen. With the hope of finding Rand alone, I waited until after the staff had cleaned up dinner. He was standing at a counter, working on menus. Each week's menu had to be approved by the commander before Rand could give them to Lisa, who made sure the required food and ingredients were available.
You look better than I feel, Rand said in a soft tone. He held his head like a full cup of water, moving slowly as if to avoid spilling over. I don't have anything for you to taste today. I haven't had the energy. That's okay. I noted his white face and the dark smudges under his eyes. I won't keep you. I just need to borrow some things. Interested, Rand almost returned to his jovial self. Like what? Bread. And some of that glue you invented. Medic Mommy used it to seal a cut on my arm. It's wonderful stuff. The glue? One of my best recipes yet. Did she tell you how I discovered it? I was trying to make an edible adhesive for this mammoth 10-layer wedding cake and... Rand, I interrupted. I would love to hear the story, and you must promise to tell me another time, but we're both short on sleep. Oh, yes, you're right. He pointed to a stack of loaves and said, Take what you need. While I collected bread, he rummaged around in a drawer, then handed me a jar of white glue. It's not permanent. The glue will stick for about a week. Then it loses its grip. Anything else? Yes. I hesitated, reluctant to make my last request, which was my main reason for wanting to be alone with Rand. What? I need a knife. His head jerked. I could see a spark behind his eyes as the memory of how I had killed Riyadh flashed through his mind. I saw the gears in his head turning as he weighed our fledgling friendship against this unusual request. I fully expected him to question me as to why I needed a knife. Instead, he asked, Which one? The scariest-looking one you've got. Chapter 14. The next morning, I headed out the south gate just as the sun crested the Soul Mountains. Soon a glorious sweep of sunlight rushed over the valley, indicating the start of the commander's exercise. My heart pulsed with excitement and fear. A strange combination of feelings, but they fueled my steps. I scarcely felt the weight of my backpack. I had worried that the items contained in my knapsack could be considered cheating. After much thought, I decided that a prisoner intent on escaping from the dungeon would save some of her bread rations, smuggle a weapon from the guard room, and steal the other items from the blacksmiths. And if I was stretching things a bit, then so what? No one had told me I must flee with nothing. My determination to escape had increased since the plan had first been proposed. The money was merely a bonus at this point. I wanted to prove the commander wrong. The commander who thought I wouldn't get far, who had been concerned my death would jeopardize his exercise. Before leaving the castle complex, I had stopped for a moment to view the main building in the daylight. My first impression was that a child had built the palace with his toy blocks. The base of the castle was rectangular. It supported various upper levels of squares, triangles, and cylinders built atop one another in a haphazard fashion. The only attempts at symmetry were the magnificent towers at each corner of the castle. Streaked with brilliantly coloured glass windows, the 4 towers stretched toward the sky. The castle's unusual geometric design intrigued me, and I would have liked to view it from other angles, but Valek had instructed me to leave the complex at dawn, as I only had an hour's head start. Then, the soldiers and dogs in pursuit would try to discover which gate I had exited, tracking me from there. Valek had taken one of my uniform shirts in order to give the dogs my scent. I had asked him who would taste the commander's food while I was gone,
and he'd given me some vague reply about having others trained in the art of poisoning who were too valuable to be used on a regular basis. Unlike me. My southern route was an obvious direction, but I didn't plan to maintain it for long. I hoped the soldiers would assume I was headed straight for the border. The castle complex was in Military District 6, and quite close to the southern lands, wedged between MD7 to the west and MD5 to the east. The dead king who had built the complex had preferred the milder weather. Alternating between jogging and walking, it wasn't long before I entered Snake Forest, avoiding Castletown. While studying some of Valek's maps the previous night, I had noticed that the forest surrounded Castletown on 3 sides. The northern district of the town faced the castle. Snake Forest also spread out to the east and west like a thin belt of green. At the official southern border, Commander Ambrose's soldiers had cleared 100-foot-wide swathe from the Soul Mountains in the east all the way to the Sunset Ocean in the west. Since the takeover, it was a crime for anyone, Ixian or Sitian, to cross this line. I jogged through the forest, making a conspicuous trail. Breaking branches and stomping footprints in the dirt, I remained southbound until I reached a small stream. My hour head start was almost up. I knelt by the stream's bank and reached into the water. Pulling out a handful of mud, I let the water drain through my fingers. I hunched over the stream and smeared the wet sediment on my face and neck. Since I had pulled my hair into a bun, I rubbed mud on my ears and the back of my neck. I hoped the men would guess I had knelt here for a drink. After stamping footprints near the stream's bank to mislead my pursuers into thinking I had walked into the water, I traced my route back until I found a perfect tree. About 6 feet from my path, a velvet smooth trunk rose high into the air. The first sturdy branch off the main trunk stretched 15 feet above my head. Trying not to disturb the ground surrounding my scent path, I removed my backpack and pulled out one of the items I had borrowed from the blacksmiths. It was a small metal grappling hook. I tied it to the end of a long, thin rope coiled inside my bag. With my head start gone, a sudden image of guards and dogs exploding from the castle flashed through my mind. Hastily, I threw the hook up to the branch. It missed. I caught it on the way down. Frantic, I threw the hook again. Missed. I calmed my raging pulse and focused on the task. The hook snagged the branch. Confident the hook was secure, I tied the extra line around my waist so it wouldn't drag and put on my backpack. Grabbing the rope with both hands, I pulled my weight off the ground and wrapped my legs around the slack. It had been a long time since I had climbed this way. All the way up, the rope, my arm, shoulder, and back muscles complained over my year-long inactivity. Once I reached the top, I straddled the branch and repacked the rope and hook in my backpack. A strong breeze blew from the west. Wanting to stay downwind of the dogs, I spent the next half hour climbing east through the trees until I was well away from my original path. For once, my small size and acrobatic abilities proved a benefit. When I came across a chiqueto tree, I found a secure nook near the trunk and unslung my backpack. The chiqueto's leaf was the biggest that grew in the snake forest. Its circular-shaped green leaf, spotted with brown, was perfect for my needs. I sat still for a minute, listening for sounds of pursuit. Birds chirped and insects buzzed. I heard the quick rustling of leaves as a deer moved. I detected the faint baying of dogs, but it might have been just my imagination. There was no sign of Valek, but knowing him, he had to be close behind. Taking Rand's glue from my pack, I stripped leaves off the tree. When I had enough, I removed my shirt and glued the leaves onto it. Feeling self-conscious in just my sleeveless undershirt, I worked fast. I covered the shirt, then my pants, boots, and backpack with leaves. Finally, I glued a large leaf onto my hair and 2 smaller ones onto the backs of my hands, leaving my fingers free to move. Rand's warning that the glue only held for a week passed through my mind, and I smiled as I envisioned his reaction when he saw me walking around the castle with leaves attached to my head and hands. I didn't have a mirror, but I hoped I had camouflaged my entire body in green and brown. I wasn't concerned with the small black patches that might show through. It was the bright red of my uniform shirt that would immediately give me away. Too nervous to stay in one place for long, I continued to climb east as fast and quiet as I could. My eastern direction wandered. Since I was unwilling to let my scent touch the ground, I had to detour either north or south on occasion. My grappling hook and rope were employed many times as I used them to bring branches within reach or to swing from tree to tree. My muscles protested the abuse, but I ignored them. Laughing to myself whenever I overcame a difficult hurdle, I enjoyed the pure freedom of traveling above the ground. I grinned as I sweated through the entire morning. Eventually, I knew I would have to head south again, because that was the only place a fugitive could find safety and asylum. Ixia welcomed the refugees from Ixia. Their government had had an open relationship with the king, trading exotic spices, fabrics, and foods for metals, precious stones, and coal. When the commander ceased trade, Ixia lost mainly luxury items, while Xia's resources became limited. Worry that Ixia would try to conquer the north for needed resources had dissipated when the Xian geologists discovered that their Emerald Mountains, a continuation of the Northern Soul Mountains, were rich in ores and minerals. Now, it seemed, Ixia was content to keep a wary eye on the north. Soon my climb through the trees intersected a well-used path in the forest. I saw deep wagon ruts in the hard-packed dirt. The road was probably a part of the main east-west trading route, which turned north for a few miles to detour around Lake Kira before resuming its easterly direction. The lake was just over the border of MD5. Settling on a sturdy branch within sight of the path, I leaned back on the tree's trunk, rested, and ate my lunch while deciding where to go next. After a while, the soothing noises from the forest almost lulled me to sleep.
"See anything?"
A male voice beneath me disrupted the quiet. Startled, I grabbed the branch to keep from falling. Caught, I froze in shock.
"No! All clear!"
Another man's voice replied from a distance. His tone was rough with annoyance. There had been no barking to alert me. It must be the other team. I had been so worried about the dogs that I had forgotten about the smaller team. Too cocky, I thought. I deserved to be caught early. I waited for them to order me down, but they remained quiet. Looking below, I searched the forest but couldn't locate them. Maybe they hadn't seen me after all. After a bit of rustling, 2 men emerged from the dense underbrush. They too wore green and brown camouflage, although their snug overalls and face paint were more professional than my glued-together ensemble.
"Stupid idea, coming east. She's probably at the southern border by now," Rough Voice grumbled to his partner. "That's what the dog boys figured, even though the hounds lost a scent,"
said the second man. I smiled. I'd outsmarted the dogs. At least I had managed to accomplish that much.
"I don't know if I follow the logic of going east,"
Rough Voice said. The other man sighed.
"You're not supposed to follow the logic. The captain ordered us east, we go east. He seems to think she'll head deeper into MD5. Familiar territory for her." "Well, what if she doesn't come back? Another stupid idea, using the food taster," Rough Voice complained. "She's a criminal." "That's not our concern. That's Valek's problem. I'm sure if she got away, he would take care of her."
I wondered if Valek was listening. We both knew he wouldn't need to hunt me down. All he had to do was wait the poison out. I found the conversation helpful, especially the fact that it wasn't common knowledge that I'd been poisoned.
"Let's go. We're supposed to rendezvous with the captain at the lake. Oh, and try to keep the noise down. You sound like a panicked moose crashing through the woods,"
the smarter man chided.
"Oh yeah? Like you could hear me over your specially trained woodland animal footsteps," Rough Voice countered. "It was like listening to two deer humping each other."
The men laughed, and in a wink disappeared into the underbrush, one on each side of the path. I strained to hear them moving, but couldn't tell if they were gone. I waited until I couldn't bear the inactivity. The men had decided my next move. The lake was to the east. Climbing through the trees, I headed south. As I worked my way along, an odd, creepy feeling burrowed its way into my mind. Somehow, I became convinced that the men I had seen on the path were following me, hunting me. An uncontrollable urge to move fast pushed on me like a strong hand on the back of my neck, propelling me forward. When I couldn't stand it any longer, I threw all precautions of keeping hidden and quiet aside. I dropped to the ground and bolted. When I burst into a small clearing in the trees, I stopped. The overpowering feeling of panic had disappeared. My sides stitched with pain. Dropping my pack, I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. I cursed myself for such panicky behavior. "Nice outfit," a familiar voice said. Dread and fear gave me the energy to jump to my feet. No one in sight. Yet. I ripped open my backpack and pulled the knife. My heart performed somersaults in my chest. I turned in slow circles as I scanned the forest, searching for the voice of death. Chapter 15. Laughter surrounded me. "Your weapon won't do you any good. I could easily convince you that it was your heart you want to plunge that knife into instead of mine." I spotted her across the clearing. Clad in a loose, green camouflage shirt, cinched tight at the waist, and identical coloured pants, the southern magician lounged against a tree with her arms crossed in front of her, her posture casual. Expecting the southern magician's goons to attack me from the forest, I kept the knife out in front of me, turning in circles. "Relax," the magician said. "We're alone." I stopped circling, but retained a firm grip on my weapon. "Why should I trust you? Last time we met, you ordered me killed. Even supplied that handy little strap." The sudden realization that she hadn't needed her thugs at all leapt into my mind. I began reciting poison names in my head. The magician laughed, like someone amused by a small child. That won't help you. The only reason reciting worked at the festival was because Valek was there. She stepped closer. I waved the knife in a threatening gesture. Yelena, relax. I projected into your mind to guide you here. If I wanted you dead, I would have pushed you from the trees. Accidents are less trouble than murders in Ixia. A fact you're well aware of. I ignored her jibe. Why didn't I have an accident at the festival, or at another time? I need to be close to you. It takes a lot of energy to kill someone. I'd rather use mundane methods if possible. The festival was the first time I could get close to you without Valek nearby. Or so I thought. She shook her head in frustration. Why didn't you kill Valek with your magic at the festival? I asked. Then I would have been easy prey. Magic doesn't work on Valek. He's resistant to its effects. Before I could ask for more information, she hurried on. I don't have time to explain everything. Valek will be here soon, so I'll make this brief. Yelena, I'm here to make you an offer. I remembered my last offer, to be the food taster or to be executed. What could you possibly offer me? I have a job, color-coordinated uniforms, and a boss to die for. What more could I need? Asylum in Scythia, she said, her tone tight. So you can learn to control and use your power. Power? The word squeaked out of my mouth before I could stop it. What power? Oh, come on. How could you not know? You've used it at least twice at the castle. My mind whirled. She was talking about my survival instinct. That strange buzzing that possessed me whenever my life was in serious jeopardy. My body numbed with dread. I felt as if she had just told me I had a terminal disease. I was working undercover nearby when I was overcome by your screaming, raw power. Once I was able to pinpoint the source to Commander Ambrose's food taster, I knew a rescue effort to smuggle you south would be impossible. You're either with Valek, or he's been one step behind you. Even now I'm taking an extraordinary risk. But it's too dangerous to have a wild magician in the north. It's amazing you lasted this long without being discovered. The only choice left was termination. A task that proved more difficult than I'd first imagined. But not impossible. And now I'm supposed to trust you? Do you think I'd meekly follow you to Scythia like a lamb to the slaughter? Yelena, if you weren't playing fugitive, which brought you out of the castle and away from Valek, you'd be dead by now. I wasn't sure if I believed her. What would she gain by helping me? Why go to all this effort if she had the power to kill me? Something else must be motivating her. You don't believe me? She grunted in frustration. Okay, how about a little demonstration? She tilted her head to the side and pressed her lips together. A searing, hot pain whipped through my mind like lightning. Wrapping my arms and hands around my head, I tried in vain to block the onslaught. Then, a fist-size force slammed into my forehead. I jolted backward and fell to the ground. Sprawled on my back, I felt the pain disappear as fast as it had arrived. Through vision blurred with tears, I squinted at the magician. She still stood near the edge of the clearing. She hadn't touched me, at least not physically. The weight of her mental connection felt like a wool cap encompassing my skull. "What the hell was that?" I demanded. "What happened to the singing?" I was dazed by her attack, the air on my body feeling as if it had liquefied, and when I moved to a sitting position, the dense air swirled and lapped at my skin. I sang at the festival because I was trying to be kind. This was an effort to convince you that if I wanted you dead, I wouldn't be wasting my time talking to you now. And I certainly wouldn't wait until you were in Ixia. Her head cocked, as if she listened to an invisible person whispering in her ear. Valak has dropped all pretense of stealth. He's traveling fast. 2 men pursue him, but the men believe they're chasing you. She paused, and her mouth settled once again into a hard line as she concentrated. I can slow the men down, but not Valak. She focused her faraway gaze on me. Are you coming with me? I couldn't speak. The thought that her idea of kindness was singing someone to death had left me quite distracted. I stared at her in complete astonishment. No. I had to force the word out. What? It wasn't the answer she'd expected. You enjoy being the food taster? No, I don't. But I'll die if I go with you. You'll die if you stay. I'll take my chances. I stood, brushed the dirt off my legs, and retrieved my knife. The last thing I wanted to do was explain to the magician about the poison in my blood. Why give her another weapon to be used against me? But with her mental link to me, I only had to think about the butterfly's dust, and she knew. There are antidotes, she said. Can you find one before morning? I asked. She shook her head. No. We would need more time. Our healers would need to understand where the poison is hiding. It could be in your blood, or in your muscles, or anywhere, and they would need to know how it kills in order to banish it. When she saw my complete lack of understanding, the magician continued. The source of our power, what you call magic, is like a blanket surrounding the world. Our minds tap into this source, pulling a slender thread down to enhance our magical abilities, to turn them on. Every person has the latent ability to read minds and influence the physical world without touching it. But they don't have the ability to connect with the power source. She sighed, looking unhappy. Yelena, we can't have your wild power flaring uncontrolled. Without knowing it, you're pulling power. Instead of a thread, you're grabbing whole sections and bunching the power blanket around you. As you grow older, you will have amassed so much power that it will explode or flame out. This flame out will not only kill you, it will warp and damage the power source itself, ripping a hole in the blanket. We can't risk a flame out, and soon you'll be untrainable. That is why we have no choice but to terminate you before you reach that point. How long do I have? I asked. 1 year. Maybe a little more if you can control yourself. After that, you'll be beyond our help. And we need you, Yelena. Powerful magicians are scarce in Ixia. My mind raced over my options. Her display of power had convinced me she was more of a threat than I had ever imagined, and that I would be a complete idiot to trust her at all. However, if I didn't go, she'd kill me where I stood. So I delayed the inevitable. Give me a year. A year to find a permanent antidote. To find a way to escape to Ixia. A year free from worrying that you're plotting my death. She stared deep into my eyes. Her mental touch pressed harder in my mind as she searched for a sign that I might be deceiving her. All right. 1 year. My pledge to you. She paused. Go on, I said. I know you want to end this meeting with some kind of threat. Maybe a dire warning. Feel free. I'm used to it. I wouldn't know how to deal with a conversation that didn't include one. You put on such a brave front. But I know if I took another step toward you, you'd wet your pants. With your blood. I brandished my knife. But I couldn't keep a straight face. The boast sounded ridiculous, even to my own ears. I snickered. She laughed. The release of tension made me giddy, and soon I was laughing and crying. The magician then grew sober. Cocking her head again, she listened to her invisible companion. Valak is close. I must go. Tell me one more thing. What? How did you know I'd be the fugitive? Magic? No. I have sources of information that I'm unable to reveal. I nodded my understanding. Asking for details had been worth a try. Be careful, Yelena, she said, vanishing into the forest. I realized that I didn't even know her name. Iris, she whispered in my mind, and then her mental touch withdrew. As I thought about everything she had told me, I realized I had many more questions to ask her, all more important than who had leaked information. Knowing she was gone, though, I suppressed the desire to call after her. Instead, I dropped to the ground. With my body shaking, I replaced my knife in the backpack. I pulled out my water bottle and took a long drink, wishing the container was filled with something stronger. Something that would burn my throat on its way down. Something to focus on besides the disjointed and lost feeling that threatened to consume me. I needed time to think before Valak and the 2 men caught up with me. Taking out the rope and grappling hook, I searched once again for a suitable tree and re-entered the forest canopy. Moving south, I let the physical effort of climbing keep my body busy while I sorted through all the information the magician had given me. When I reached another path in the forest, I found a comfortable position on a tree branch within sight of the trail. I secured myself to the trunk of the tree with my rope. The magician had promised me 1 year, but I didn't want to tempt her with an easy target. She could change her mind. After all, what did I know about magicians and their pledges? She claimed I had power. Magical power that I had always thought of as my survival instinct. When I had been in those dire situations, I had felt possessed. As if someone else, more capable of dealing with the crisis, took temporary control over my body, rescued me from death, and then left. Could the strange buzzing sound that erupted from my throat and saved my life really be the same as Iris's power? If so, I must keep my magic a secret. And I had to gain some control of the power to keep it from flaming out. But how? Avoid life-threatening situations. I scoffed at the notion of evading trouble. Trouble seemed to find me regardless of my efforts. Orphaned, tortured, poisoned, cursed with magic. The list grew longer by the day. I didn't have the time to resolve these complex issues that circled without end in my mind. Focusing my thoughts on the present, I studied the trail below. Small saplings threatened to retake the narrow forest path. It must have been one of the abandoned roadways used to trade with Scythia. I waited for Valak. He would demand an explanation about my encounter with the magician, and I was ready to give one. My only warning of Valak's arrival was a gentle rustling of the branch above mine. I looked up to see him uncoiling from the upper branch like a snake. He dropped soundlessly beside me. Green camouflage seemed to be the outfit of choice today. Valak's was skin-tight and came equipped with a hood to cover his hair and neck. Brown and green paint streaked his face, causing the bright blue of his eyes to stand out in stark contrast. I looked down at my own ragtag outfit. Some of the leaves had frayed at the edges, and my uniform had sustained many tears from climbing through the trees. Next time I planned to flee through the woods, I'd persuade Delana to sew me an outfit like Valak's.
"You're unbelievable,"
Valak said. "Is that good or bad?"
"Good. I assumed you would give the soldiers a good chase, and you did. But I never expected this."
Valak pointed at my leaf-covered shirt and swept his arms wide, indicating the trees.
"And to top it all off, you encountered the magician and somehow managed to survive."
Sarcasm tinged Valak's voice during his last comment. His way of asking for an explanation, I supposed. I don't know what exactly happened. I found myself tearing through the woods until I reached a clearing where she was waiting. The only thing she told me was that I had ruined her plans by killing Riyadh, and then pain slammed into my skull. The memory of her attack was still fresh in my mind, so I allowed the full horror of it to show on my face. If Valak ever suspected what had really happened, I wouldn't live the year the magician had granted me. And mentioning Riyadh's name supported one of Valak's theories about why the magician was after me. I took a deep breath. I started reciting poisons. I tried to push the pain away. Then the attack stopped, and she said you were getting too close. When I opened my eyes, she had disappeared.
"Why didn't you wait for me in the clearing?"
I didn't know where she had gone. I felt safer in the trees, knowing you'd be able to find me. Valak considered my explanation. I covered my nervousness by sorting through my backpack. After a long while, he grinned.
"We certainly proved the commander wrong. He thought you'd be caught by mid-morning."
I smiled with relief. Taking advantage of his good mood, I asked, "Why does the commander hate magicians so much?" The pleased expression dropped from Valak's face.
He has many reasons. They were the king's colleagues, aberrations of nature who used their power for purely selfish and greedy reasons. They amassed wealth and jewels, curing the sick only if the dying's family could pay their exorbitant fee. The king's magicians played mind games with everyone, taking delight in causing havoc. The commander wants nothing to do with them.
Curious, I pushed on. What about using them for his purposes?
He thinks magicians are not to be trusted. But I'm of two minds about that,
Valak said. He gazed out over the forest floor as he talked.
I understand the commander's concern. Killing all the king's magicians was a good strategy, but I think the younger generation born with power could be recruited for our intelligence network. We disagree on this issue, and despite my arguments, the commander has...
Valak stopped. He seemed reluctant to continue. Has what?
Ordered that those born with even the slightest amount of magical power be killed immediately.
I had known about the execution of the southern spies and the magicians from the king's era, but imagining babies being ripped from their mother's arms made me gasp in horror. Those poor children.
It's brutal, but not that brutal,
Valak said. A sadness had softened his eyes.
The ability to connect with the power source doesn't occur until after puberty, which is around age 16. It usually takes another year for someone other than their family to notice and report them. Then, they either escape to Ixia, or I find them.
His words had the weight of a wooden beam pressing down on my shoulders. I found it difficult to breathe. 16 was when Brazel had recruited me, when my survival instinct had started to flare, defending against Brazel and Riyadh's torture. Had they been trying to test me for magic? But why didn't they report me? Why hadn't Valak come? I had no idea what Brazel wanted, and knowing now about my power only added yet another way I could die. If Valak discovered my magic, I was dead. If I didn't find a way to go to Ixia, I was dead. If someone poisoned the commander's food, I was dead. If Brazel built his factory and sought revenge for his son, I was dead. Dead, 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 and dead. Death by butterfly's dust was beginning to look attractive. It was the only scenario where I would get to choose when, where, and how I died. I would have sunk into a deep, brooding bout of self-pity, but Valak grabbed my arm and put a finger to his green lips. The distant sounds of hoofbeats and men talking reached my ears. My first thought was that it was an illusion sent by the magician. But soon enough, I saw mules pulling wagons. The width of the wagons filled the entire path. Saplings and bushes thwacked against the wheels. 2 mules pulled one wagon, and one man dressed in a brown trader's uniform led the team. There were 6 wagons and 6 men who conversed among themselves as they travelled. From my post in the tree, I could see that the first 5 wagons were loaded with burlap sacks that might have been filled with grain or flour. The last wagon held strange, oval-shaped yellow pods. Snake Forest was just bustling with activity today, I thought, in wonder. All we needed was the fire dancers to jump from the trees to entertain us all. Valak and I sat still in our tree as the men passed below us. Their uniforms were soaked with sweat, and I noticed a few of them had rolled up their pants so they wouldn't trip. One man's belt was cinched tight, causing the extra material to bunch around his waist, while another's stomach threatened to rip through his buttons. These poor traders obviously didn't have a permanent residence. If they had, their seamstress would never have permitted them to walk around looking like that. When they were out of sight and hearing range, Valak whispered, "Don't move. I'll be back." He dropped to the ground and followed the caravan. I fidgeted on my branch, wondering if the other two men Iris had said were tracking Valak would find me before he returned. The sun was disappearing in the west, and cooler air was replacing the day's heat. Muscles stiff from inactivity throbbed as the last of my energy faded. The strenuous day of climbing caught up to me. For the first time, the possibility of spending a night alone in the forest made me apprehensive. I had never imagined staying free this long. At last, Valak returned and waved me down from the tree. I moved with care, fumbling with the rope around my waist as my abused muscles trembled with fatigue. He carried a small sack, which he handed to me. Inside were 5 of the yellow pods that had been stacked in the last wagon. I took one out. Now that I could see it up close, I noticed that the elongated, oval pod was about 8 inches in length, with close to 10 furrows running from one end to the other. It was thick around the middle. With 2 hands wrapped around its center, my fingers just overlapped. I was amazed by Valak's ability to steal them in the daylight from a moving wagon. "How did you get these?"
"Trade secret,"
Valak said with a grin.
"Getting the pods was easy, but I had to wait for the men to water their mules to look in the burlap sacks."
When I slid the pod back in with the others, I saw that in the bottom of the sack was a pile of dark brown pebbles. Reaching deeper, I pulled a handful into the waning light. They looked like beans. "What's this?" I asked.
"They're from the sacks," he explained. "I want you to take these back to Commander Ambrose. Tell him I don't know what they are or where they came from, and I'm following the caravan to see where they're going."
"Are they doing something illegal?"
"I'm not sure. If these pods and beans are from Sitia, then yes, it's illegal to trade with the South. One thing I do know, those men aren't traders."
I was about to ask him how he knew this, when the answer clicked in my mind. "Their uniforms don't fit. Borrowed, maybe? Or stolen?"
"Most likely stolen. If you're going to borrow a uniform, I would think you'd find one that fits."
Valak was quiet for a moment, listening to the sounds of the forest. I could hear the droning of the insects grow louder as the sun set.
"Yelena, I want you to find those 2 men you saw this afternoon and have them escort you back to the castle. I don't want you alone. If the magician plans on attacking you again, she'll have to deal with 2 more, and I doubt she'd have the energy. Don't tell anyone about your tree climbing, the magician, or the caravan. But give a complete report about everything to the commander."
"What about my antidote?"
"The commander keeps a supply handy. He'll give it to you. And don't worry about your incentive. You've earned every penny. When I get back, I'll make sure you get it. Now, I need to keep moving or I'll spend the rest of the night catching up to the caravan."
"Valak, wait," I demanded. For the second time today, someone wanted to disappear before explaining everything to my satisfaction, and I was growing weary of it. He stopped. How do I find the others? Without the sun, my sense of direction failed. I wasn't sure if I could find my way back to the clearing, much less to the castle on my own.
Just follow this path.
He pointed in the direction the wagons had come from.
I managed to shake them off my tail before I caught up with you. The soldiers were heading southwest. They're probably staking out this trail. Technically, that's the best strategy.
Valek jogged away along the path. I watched him go. He moved with the light grace and speed of a deer, his muscles rippling under his form-fitting camouflage. When he was out of sight, I crunched my feet on the loose stones of the trail, making noise. Twilight robbed the trees of colour as darkness descended. Uneasiness settled over me. Every rustle caused my heart to jump, and I found myself peering over my shoulder, wishing Valek was here. A shout pierced the air. Before I could react, a large shape rushed me, tackling me to the ground. Chapter 16.
Got you!
Said the man sitting on top of me. Even with my face pressed into the stones and my mouth full of dirt, I recognized his rough voice from earlier in the day. He yanked my arms behind me. I felt cold metal bite into my wrists as I heard the snap and clink of manacles.
Isn't that a bit much, Janko?
Asked Janko's partner. Janko moved off me, and I was hauled to my feet. In the semi-darkness, I saw the man that held me was thin, with a goatee. He wore his dark hair buzzed in the typical military style. A thick scar ran from his right temple to his ear. The lower half of his right ear was missing.
She was too damn hard to find. I didn't want her getting away,
Janko grumbled. His companion was about the same height, but twice as wide. Thick, sculpted muscles bulged through his camouflage uniform. Small, damp curls clung to his head, and from this distance, his eyes held no colour except the black of his pupils. I wanted to flee. It was almost dark. I was manacled and alone with two strange men. Logically, I knew that these were the commander's soldiers and they were professionals, but that didn't stop my pulse from racing.
You made us look bad, Janko said. Every soldier out here is probably going to be reassigned. We'll all be cleaning out latrines because of you. That's enough, Janko, Colourless Eyes said. We won't be scrubbing floors. We found her. And take a look at that get-up. No one expected her to go camo. That's why she was so hard to find. But still, the captain's gonna shit when he sees this.
And the captain's back at the castle? I asked, trying to prompt them in that direction.
No, he's leading a line farther southwest. We'll have to report to him.
I sighed at the delay. I had hoped for a quick trip back. How about you send Janko here to find the captain while we head to the castle?
Sorry, but we're not permitted to split up. We're required to travel in pairs, no exceptions.
Janko started. Yelena, I supplied.
Why are you so anxious to get back?
He asked. I'm afraid of the dark. Colourless Eyes laughed.
Somehow I doubt that. Janko, take the cuffs off her. She's not going to run away. That's not the point of this exercise.
Janko hesitated. I said, You have my word, Janko. I won't run if you take off the manacles. He grumbled some more, but unlocked the cuffs. I wiped the dirt from my face. Thanks. He nodded and then pointed to his partner. "He's our Dennis."
Ari, for short.
Ari extended his hand, giving me an honour. If a soldier offered his hand, he was acknowledging me as an equal. I shook it gravely, and then the three of us headed southwest to find their captain. The trip to the castle was almost comical. Almost. If my stiff and sore muscles hadn't protested my every step, and if the bone-deep ache of pure exhaustion hadn't pulled at my body like a stone cloak, I would have been amused. Janko and Ari's captain fumed and blustered when we caught up with him.
Well, look at what our two sweethearts finally found,
Captain Parfait said. His bald head was beaded with sweat that rolled down the sides of his face, soaking his collar. He was old for a captain, and I wondered if his surly disposition was the reason for his lack of promotion.
I'm supposed to have the best scouts in Commander Ambrose's guard,
Parfait shouted at Ari and Janko.
Maybe you can enlighten us as to which procedure you followed that took you over 17 hours to find the bitch.
Parfait continued his verbal bashing. Even in the darkness, I could see his face turning purple. I tuned him out and studied his unit. A couple of faces smirked, agreeing with their captain. Some were resigned, as if used to his tantrums, and others wore bored and tired expressions. One man, who had shaved his entire head except for his bangs, stared with an uncomfortable intensity at me. When I made eye contact, he jerked his glance to the captain.
Nix! Put the bitch in manacles,
Parfait ordered, and the man with the bangs pulled metal cuffs off his belt.
I see our two prima donnas can't be bothered to follow this unit's standard procedures.
As Nix approached, I searched for a chance to slip away. My promise to Janko had only extended to a hands-free trip back to the castle. Ari, sensing my frame of mind, placed a large hand on my shoulder, anchoring me to his side.
We have a word, sir, that she won't run off,
he said in my defence.
Like that means anything?
Parfait spat on the ground.
She is given her word,
Ari repeated. A low rumble in his voice reminded me of a huge dog growling a warning. Parfait grudgingly allowed procedure to be modified, but savoured his bad temper by harassing the rest of his soldiers into formation, initiating a fast march back to the castle. I walked wedged between Ari and Janko like some prized trophy. Ari explained that the captain didn't handle surprises well, and had been frustrated by my day-long romp in the forest.
It doesn't help that we found you. He didn't promote us to his unit like the others. We were assigned by Valak,
Janko said. Parfait's mood turned blacker when the dog team overtook our procession. Chaos erupted as barking dogs and more guards tangled together. I experienced a moment of panic when the canines rushed me. As it turned out, they greeted me with wagging tails and licking tongues. Their pure joy was infectious. I smiled and scratched their ears, stopping only when Parfait scowled and shouted for order. The dogs wore no collars. The kennel master was part of the tracking team. The dogs reassembled on Porter's command, following his orders without fail. The commander of the dog team seemed disappointed that Porter's dogs hadn't found me first, but she took it with better grace than Ari's captain had. She introduced herself as Captain Etta and walked beside me to ask questions about my run. I liked her easy, respectful manner. Her mop of dark blonde hair pushed the limits of military regulation. I stuck to the truth as much as I could during our conversation. When it came to questions regarding where my scent had disappeared, I lied. I explained that I had walked northward in the water for a while before heading east. Etta shook her head. We were so focused on you heading south. Parfit was right to look east. My eventual destination was south, but I wanted to try and confuse the dogs before I turned. You succeeded. The commander won't be pleased. Good thing Ari and Janko found you. Had you stayed out till morning, both teams would have been demoted. The last 2 miles to the castle were a blur. Using every ounce of my dwindling energy to keep my feet moving forward, I concentrated all my strength on keeping up with the soldiers. When we stopped, it took me a moment to realize that we had entered the castle complex. It was well past midnight. The noise of our arrival bounced and amplified off the silent stone walls. The dogs followed Porter to the kennels while the weary parade of soldiers trod up the steps toward the commander's office. We finished our march among the empty desks of the throne room. Lantern light blazed from the open door of the commander's office. The 2 soldiers standing guard wore amused expressions, but remained quiet and still. Parfit and Etta shared a look of resignation before going in to report to the commander. I found a chair and collapsed into it, accepting the risk that I might have difficulties regaining my feet. Soon the captains returned. Parfit's face was creased in a dark frown, but Etta's showed no emotion. They dismissed their units. I was summoning the energy to stand when Etta came over and helped me to my feet. Thanks, I said. The commander awaits your report. I nodded. Etta left to rejoin her unit, and I headed toward the office. I hesitated in the doorway. I was used to the semi-darkness of the throne room, and the lantern light stung my eyes.
Come in,
Commander Ambrose ordered. I stood before his desk. He sat immobile and impassive as always, his smooth, ethereal face barren of wrinkles. A stray thought plucked at my mind, and I wondered about his age. Grey streaks painted the commander's short hair. His rank alone suggested an older man, but his slight build and youthful face made me guess his age was closer to 40. About 7 years older than Valek, if my estimation of Valek's age was accurate.
report.
I described my actions for the day in detail, including my tree swinging and the magician. Giving the same version of my encounter with the southerner that I had told Valek, I concluded my report with the caravan and Valek's orders that I return. I waited for the commander's questions.
So, Ari and Janko didn't capture you?
He asked. No, but they were the only ones who even came close. They passed right below a tree I hid in and were skilled enough to track Valek for a while. The commander stilled for a moment. His golden eyes looked past me as he absorbed the information.
Where are the items Valek procured?
I opened my backpack and placed the pods and beans on his desk. He picked up a yellow pod and rotated it in his hands before returning it. Grabbing a handful of beans, he hefted them, feeling their weight and texture. After sniffing one, he broke the bean in half. The inside was as unrevealing as the outside had been.
They're not native to Ixia. They must be from Scythia. Yelena, take them with you and do some research. Find out what these are and where they're grown.
Me? Stunned, I had expected to dump them on the commander and forget about them. Yes. Valak is constantly reminding me not to underestimate you, and once again, you've proven yourself. General Brazel gave you a good education. I'd hate to see it go to waste. I wanted to argue, but I was curtly dismissed. Sighing, I dragged my unwilling body to the baths, painfully peeling off my leaf-covered clothes. I washed the mud from my face and neck before submerging into a steaming pool. There, I luxuriated in the warmth, stretching my aching muscles under the hot water to loosen them. Hoping to dissolve some of the glue from my hair, I dipped my head back, pulled my bun apart, and let the long black strands float on the surface. The gentle sounds of lapping lulled me. Strong hands grabbed my shoulders. I jerked awake, under the water. Liquid filled my mouth and nose. I pushed the hands away in a panic. They released their grip for a second. I began to sink. Instinctively, I clutched my unknown assailant's arms. Before I could curse my stupidity, I was yanked out of the bath and dumped onto the cold floor. I sprang to my feet to meet the next assault. But there stood Marg, with a disgusted expression anchored on her broad face. Water dripped from her hands and had soaked her sleeves. I shivered and pulled wet clumps of hair off my face. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I yelled.
"Saving your worthless life," she snarled.
"What?"
"Don't worry, I took no pleasure in it. Frankly, I would have rejoiced to see you drown. Justice finally served. But the commander ordered me to find you and see to your needs."
Marg grabbed a towel from the table and threw it at me.
"You may have the commander and Valak fooled into thinking you're smart, but how smart can you be to fall asleep in a deep pool of water?"
I tried to think of a rude retort, remembering Delana's advice to be nasty right back. Nothing. My brain felt waterlogged with fatigue. The idea that Marg had just saved my life kept sloshing around in my head. It was such a foreign concept that I couldn't find a proper place to dock it. Marg snorted, hatred oozing from her.
"I followed my orders. Some might even agree that rescuing you was beyond the call of duty. So don't you forget it, rat."
She spun around to leave. Her skirts wrapped around her legs, and she stumbled through the door. So much for a dramatic exit, I thought, as I toweled dry. I felt no gratitude toward Marg for saving my life, assuming that was what she'd done. She might have pushed me under in spite, then saved me. And I didn't owe her a favor. She had left me in a puddle of my own vomit after I had taken my love, had refused to clean out my room in Valak's suite, had written me a nasty message in the dust, and even worse, was probably leaking information about me to Brazel. If she had saved me from drowning, then in my mind, it was a payback for some of those indiscretions, but not for all. As I saw it, she still owed me. The hot soak helped restore some flexibility to my muscles. I peeled the leaves from my hands. Although green still clung to parts of my hair, I thought with some artful braiding I might be able to hide it. The walk back to Valak's suite seemed endless. In a zombie-like state of mind, I passed through countless hallways, intersections, and doorways. My steps were fueled by the single-minded desire of getting to bed. For the next few days, I fell into a routine. I tasted the commander's meals, went to the library for research, and took a daily walk around the castle complex. My day as a fugitive had caused me to crave the outdoors, and if I couldn't swing through the trees, at least I could explore the grounds. I used the map of the castle that I had copied in my journal to find the library. It was a multi-level suite of rooms, burgeoning with books. The smell of decay and dust floated in the air along with a sense of abandonment. I was saddened by the knowledge that this tremendous source of information was going to waste because the commander discouraged his people from educating themselves beyond what was necessary for their jobs. Within his military structure, a person was trained specifically for their position only. Learning just for the sake of learning was frowned on and greeted with suspicion. Once I had ascertained that the library was truly a forgotten place, I brought the pods and beans there instead of carrying the heavy books back to my room. I found a small nook tucked away in a corner. The nook had a wooden table which faced one of the large egg-shaped windows that randomly perforated the back wall of the library. Sunlight streamed into the nook, and after clearing the table of dust, it became my work area. Cutting one of the yellow pods in half, I discovered it was filled with a white, mucilaginous pulp. A taste of the pulp revealed it to have a sweet and citrus flavour, with a taint of sour, as if it was starting to rot. The white flesh contained seeds. I cleaned the pulp from the seeds and uncovered 36 of them. They resembled the beans from the caravan. My excitement diminished as I compared seed against bean in the sunlight. The pod seed was purple instead of brown, and when I bit into the seed, I spit it out as a strong, bitter, and astringent taste filled my mouth. Nothing close to the slightly tart and earthy taste of the brown beans. Assuming that the pods were a fruit and the beans edible, I pulled out every botany book I could find in the library and piled them on my table. Then I went through the shelves again. This time I grabbed any volume with information about poisons. A much smaller stack. Valek had probably taken the interesting ones back to his office. My third trip through the shelves was an effort to find books on magic. Nothing. I paused by an empty shelf, an oddity in this tightly packed library, and wondered if it had contained manuals about magic. Considering how the commander viewed magic, it was logical to destroy any pertinent information. On a whim, I explored the lower levels of the bookcase under the empty shelf. Thinking that a book from the empty shelf could have slid back behind the other books, I took out all the texts on the lower shelves. My efforts were rewarded by the discovery of a slim volume entitled Magical Power Sources. I hugged the book to my chest as paranoia gripped me. Scanning the library, I made sure no one was there. With sweaty palms, I hid the book in my backpack. I planned to read it later, preferably in my room with the door locked. Giddy with my illicit acquisition, I searched the various rooms of the library until I found a comfortable chair. Before dragging it back to my nook, I beat the dust from its purple velvet cushions. It was the most elegant seat I had seen in the castle, and I wondered who had used it before me. Had the dead king been a bibliophile? The considerable collection of books said as much. Either that, or he had shown his librarian great favour. I spent many hours in that chair, reading through the botany books, and discovering nothing. I planned to decipher the pod and bean puzzle while I researched information for myself. The tedious work was at least broken into small sessions by my tasting the commander's meals, and by my afternoon strolls around the castle. It had been 4 days since the exercise, and that afternoon, my walk had a purpose. I scouted for a place with a view of the east gate, but where I wouldn't be obvious to the flow of people passing through. Valak still hadn't returned from his mission, and closing ceremonies had been performed the night before at the fire festival, ending the week-long celebration. Rand, looking hungover, had informed me this morning that Brazel and his retinue would finally leave the castle via the east gate to go home. My desire to see Brazel's retreating back with my own eyes had driven me to seek the perfect position. The barracks for the commander's soldiers filled both the northeast and southwest corners of the castle complex. In the northeast barracks, the L-shaped building extended from the north gate to the east gate, and a large rectangular training area had been built next to the east leg of the building. There was a wooden fence around the yard, and when training was in progress, the fence attracted the castle's various residents to stop along it to watch the exercises. That afternoon, I joined in with a group of observers, who not only had a clear view of the fighting drills, but the east gate as well. Rand's information proved accurate. Soon I was rewarded by a parade of green and black-clad soldiers. I could see Brazel on his dappled mare, riding among his most trusted advisers at the end of the procession. Brazel's retinue ignored the people around them. As I watched Brazel's back, Riyadh's ghost appeared next to me. He smiled as he waved goodbye to his father. A shudder vibrated down my spine. I glanced around. Did anyone else see him? The group of people that I had been standing with had dispersed. Had Riyadh scared them off? But when I looked again, his ghost was gone. A hand touched my arm. I flinched.
Good riddance to that lot,
Ari said, tilting his head toward the east gate. Seeing him for the first time in the sunlight, I noticed that Ari's eyes were such a pale blue that in the darkness his eyes had seemed to hold no colour. Ari stood with Janko on the other side of the fence. Both wore the sleeveless shirts and short pants that the soldiers liked to train in. Sweat-soaked and streaked with dirt, their faces and bodies sported new cuts and bruises.
Bet you're as glad as we are to see them go,
Janko said. Resting his wooden training sword on the fence, he rubbed the sweat off his face with the bottom of his shirt. Yes, I am, I said. Looking toward the east gate, the three of us stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching Brazel's entourage disappear through the gate.
We want to thank you, Yelena,
Ari said. What for?
The commander promoted us to captains. He said you gave us a good report,
Janko said. Surprised and pleased that the commander would heed my words, I smiled at them. I could see Ari and Janko shared a loyalty to one another, an obvious bond of friendship and trust. 3 years ago, I had felt that kind of kinship with May and Kara at the orphanage, but Riyadh had torn me away, and the empty space inside me still ached. Rand had given me friendship, but there was still a distance. I longed to connect with someone. Unfortunately, my life as the food taster made it impossible. Who would take the risk of connecting with me when my odds of living through the next year were little to none?
We're scouting for the commander's elite guard now,
Janko said, with pride in his voice.
We owe you one. Any time you need help, just let us know,
Ari said. His words gave me a bold idea. Brazel might be gone, but he was still a threat. I thought fast, searching for reasons why my plan wouldn't be to my benefit. I need help, I said. Surprise flashed over their faces. Ari recovered first. With what? He asked warily. I need to learn how to defend myself. Can you teach me self-defense and how to use a weapon? I held my breath. Was I asking too much? If they said no, I hadn't lost anything. At least I had tried. Ari and Janko looked at each other. Eyebrows twitched. Heads tilted. Lips pursed, and hands made small movements. I watched their silent conversation in amazement as they discussed my request.
What kind of weapon?
Ari asked. Again, that hesitation evident in his voice. My mind raced. I needed something that was small enough to hide within my uniform. A knife, I said, knowing I'd have to return Rands to the kitchen. More facial expressions were exchanged. I thought Ari might be agreeing, but Janko looked queasy, as if the idea didn't sit well with him. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. Look, I said, I'll understand if you refuse. I don't want to get you into trouble, and I know how Janko feels about me. I believe his exact words were, "She's a criminal." So if the answer is no, that's fine with me. They stared at me in astonishment. How did you... Janko started to say, but Ari punched him on the arm.
She overheard us in the forest, you dope. How close were you?
15 feet.
Damn.
Ari shook his head, which caused his tight blonde curls to bounce.
We're more worried about Valek. We'll train you if he doesn't object. Agreed?
Agreed. Ari and I shook hands. When I turned to Janko, he seemed deep in thought.
A switchblade,
he declared, grabbing my hand. What? I asked.
A switchblade would be better than a knife,
Janko said. And where would I carry this switchblade?
Strapped to your thigh. You cut a hole in your pants pocket. Then, if you're attacked, you pull it out, hit the switch, and a 9-inch blade leaps to your disposal.
Janko demonstrated the motion to me and mock-stabbed Ari, who clutched his stomach dramatically and fell over. Perfect, I thought. Thrilled by the idea of learning to defend myself, I asked, "When do we start?" Janko scratched his goatee.
Since Valek isn't back, we could start with some basic self-defense moves. Nothing objectionable about that. Moves she could have learned by watching the soldiers train,
Ari said, agreeing with his partner. They decided.
Right now,
they said in unison. Chapter 17. Standing next to the two oversized soldiers, I felt like a plum wedged between a couple of cantaloupes. Misgivings crept into my mind. The notion that I could defend myself against someone of Ari's build seemed ridiculous. If he wanted, he could pick me up and throw me over his shoulder, and there was nothing I could do about it.
Okay, first we'll start with some self-defense,
Ari explained.
No weapons until the basic moves are instinctive. You're better off fighting hand-to-hand than wielding a weapon you don't know how to use. A skilled opponent would simply disarm you. Then your troubles would be doubled. Not only would you be under attack, but you'd have to counter your own weapon.
Ari leaned his practice sword next to Janko's, scanning the training yard. Most of the soldiers were gone, but small clumps of men still worked.
What are your strengths?
Ari asked. Strengths?
What are you good at?
Janko, sensing my confusion, prompted,
Are you a fast runner? That's a handy skill.
Oh, I finally understood. I'm flexible. I used to be an acrobat.
Perfect. Coordination and agility are excellent skills. And...
Ari grabbed me around the waist. He threw me high into the air. My limbs flailed a moment before instinct kicked in. Still in midair, I tucked my chin, arms, and legs close to my body, executed a somersault to align myself, and landed on my feet, wobbling to regain my balance. Outraged, I turned on Ari. Before I could demand an explanation, he said,
Another advantage of having acrobatic training is the ability to stay on your feet. That maneuver of yours could mean the difference between life and death. Right, Janko?
Janko rubbed the vacant spot where the lower half of his right ear used to be.
It helps. You know who else would make a great fighter?
Ari's shoulders sagged, as if he knew what Janko was going to say next, and resigned himself to it. Intrigued, I asked, Who?
A dancer. With the proper training, the fire dancers at the festival could take on anyone. With a blazing staff spinning around, I wouldn't go against one with any weapon.
Except a pail of water,
Ari countered. He and Janko then launched into an intense argument, debating the technical aspects of a fight against a fiery staff wielded by an enraged dancer. Although fascinated by the discussion, I had to interrupt them. My time was limited. The commander's dinner would soon be served. With only occasional sarcastic comments about fire dancers, Ari and Janko spent the remainder of my first lesson teaching me to block punches, then kicks, until my forearms were numb. Ari halted the exercise when another soldier approached. His and Janko's relaxed postures tightened. They shifted to defensive stances, as Nix, the guard from Captain Parfit's unit, came closer. The skin on Nix's bald head was sunburned, and his thin fringe of black hair lay damply on his forehead. An overpowering stench of body odour preceded him, gagging me. His lean muscles reminded me of a slender coil of rope, dangerous when pulled tight.
What the hell do you think you're doing?
Nix demanded.
That's what the hell do you think you're doing, sir?
Janko corrected him.
We outrank you, and I think a salute would be a nice touch.
Nix sneered.
You'll lose your promotion when your boss finds out you're associating with a criminal. Whose brainless idea was it to make her into a more effective killer? When another dead body shows up, you'll be accomplices.
Janko took a menacing step toward Nix, but Ari's meaty hand on his shoulder stopped him. With undertones of a threat laced into his voice, Ari said,
What we do in our free time is none of your business. Now, why don't you shuffle off to Parfit? I saw him heading toward the latrines. He'll need you to wipe his ass soon. It's the one skill you're most suited for.
Nix was outnumbered, but he couldn't resist a parting shot.
She has a history of killing her benefactor. I'd watch my necks if I were you.
Ari's and Janko's eyes stayed on Nix's back until he left the yard. Then they turned to me.
That's a good start,
Ari said, ending the lesson.
See you tomorrow at dawn.
What about Nix? I asked.
No problem. We can take care of him.
Ari shrugged it off, confident in his ability to deal with Nix. I envied Ari's self-assurance and physical power. I didn't think I could handle Nix, and I wondered if there was another reason besides killing Riyadh that made Nix hate me. "I taste the commander's breakfast at dawn," I said.
Then right after.
"What for?" I asked.
"The soldiers run laps around the compound to keep in shape,"
Janko answered.
"Join them,"
Ari said.
"Do at least 5 circuits. More, if you're able. We'll increase the amount until you've caught up to us."
"How many laps do you run?"
50.
I gulped. As I returned to the castle, I thought of the work and time I would need to devote to training. Learning self-defense would require the same commitment I had applied to my acrobatics. I couldn't go halfway. It had seemed like a good idea at the time. I had been giddy with fairy tale visions of easily fighting off Brazel's guards. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized this wasn't something to do on a whim. I wondered if I would be better off spending my time learning about poisons and magic. In the end, all the physical training in the world wouldn't save me from Iris's magical powers. My feet dragged on the ground, and my body felt as if it were pulling a wagon full of stones. Why couldn't I just go for it? Why was I constantly considering each option, searching both sides of an argument for gaps in the logic? Like somersaulting on the trampoline, plenty of ups and downs, but no forward motion. I longed for the days when a wrong decision wouldn't cost me my life. By the time I reached the commander's office, I had concluded that I had other enemies besides the magician, and being able to defend myself might save my life someday. Knowledge, whatever the form, could be as effective as a weapon. Soon after I arrived, one of the tutors bustled into the office, dragging a young girl with him. At age 12, every child was assigned a profession based on their capabilities, and then they were sent to the appropriate tutor for 4 years to learn. The tutor's red uniform had black diamonds stitched on the collar, making it the direct opposite of an advisor's black uniform. The girl wore the simple red jumper of a student. Her brown eyes were shiny with unshed tears. Her facial expressions alternated between terror and defiance as she battled to compose herself. I guessed she was about 15 years old.
"What's the problem, Bevan?"
the commander asked, annoyance tainting his voice.
"This disobedient child is a constant disruption to my class." "In what way?" "Mia is a know-it-all. She refuses to solve mathematical problems in the traditional manner and has the gall to correct me in front of the entire class."
"Why are you here?"
"I want her disciplined, whipped preferably, and reassigned as a servant."
Bevan's request caused silent tears to spill down Mia's cheeks, although she maintained her composure, which was impressive for someone so young. The commander steepled his fingers, considering. I cringed for the girl. Having her tutor bother the commander for this dispute would not help her. Bevan must have gone over the training coordinator.
"I'll handle it," the commander finally said. "You're dismissed."
Bevan wavered for a moment, opening and closing his mouth several times. His pinched expression revealed that this was not the response he had expected. Nodding stiffly, he left the office. The commander pushed his chair away from the desk and gestured to Mia to come around. Now eye level with her, he asked,
"What's your side of the story?"
With a thin, quavering voice, she answered,
"I'm good with numbers, sir."
She hesitated, as if expecting to be corrected for making a bold statement. But when none came, she continued. I was bored solving mathematical problems Tutor Bevan's way, so I invented new and faster ways. He's not good with numbers, sir.
Again, she stopped, flinching as though she was anticipating a blow.
I made the mistake of pointing out his errors. I'm sorry, sir. Please don't whip me, sir. I'll never do it again, sir. I'll follow Tutor Bevan's every command.
Tears flowed down her bright pink cheeks. No, you won't, the commander replied. Terror gripped the girl's face. Relax, child. Yelena? Startled, I spilled some of his tea. I had been holding his tray. Yes, sir. Fetch Advisor Watts. Yes, sir. I put the tray on the desk and hurried through the door. I had met Watts once. He was the commander's accountant, who had given me the money I had earned playing fugitive. He was working at his desk, but immediately followed me back to the office. Watts, do you still need an assistant? The commander asked. Yes, sir, Watts replied. Mia, you have 1 day to prove yourself. If you don't dazzle Advisor Watts with your mathematical skills, then you'll have to return to Bevan's class. If you do, then you can have the job. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mia's pretty face was radiant as she trailed behind Watts. I marveled at the commander. Being compassionate, hearing Mia's side of the story and giving her a chance were the exact opposite of how I imagined the encounter would play out. Why would a man with such power take the time to go that extra step? He risked upsetting Bevan and the coordinator. Why would he bother to encourage a student? His stack of reports reclaimed the commander's attention, so I slipped out the door, heading toward the library to continue my research. After a while, the sun began to set. I picked out a promising botany book to take with me, as I was reluctant to have a lantern light betray my presence in the library. The candlelight cast a dismal glow in the corridors. I watched my shadow glide along the walls as I headed for Valek's suite, wondering if I should move back to my old room in the servants' wing. Now that Brazel was gone, there was no logical reason for me to remain with Valek. But the thought of living in that small room, where I wouldn't have anyone to argue with or to discuss poisoning methods with, left a hollow feeling inside me. That same empty pang I'd been having on and off these last 4 days. Only the cold darkness greeted me when I entered Valek's suite. My disappointment surprised me, and I realized I had been missing him. I shook my head at the foreign concept. Me? Miss Valek? No, I couldn't allow myself to think that way. Instead, I focused on my survival. If I wanted to discover an antidote to butterfly's dust, paging through books on counteracting poisons while sitting in Valek's living room wouldn't be the smartest idea. Of course, the decision might not be mine to make. Once Valek found out Brazel had gone, he'd probably order me to move back anyway. After I had lit the lanterns in Valek's suite, I relaxed on the couch with the botany book. Biology had never been a favourite subject of mine, and I soon found my mind wandering. My weak efforts to remain focused were lost to my daydreams. A muffled slam brought my attention back to the present. It sounded like a book hitting the floor. I glanced down, but my volume remained in my lap, opened to a particularly boring passage about fruit trees. I scanned the living room to see if one of Valek's untidy piles of books had fallen over. Sighing at his mess, I couldn't tell if something had toppled or not. A frightening thought crept into my mind. Maybe the noise had come from upstairs,
Maybe it hadn't been a book, but a person. Someone sneaking in to wait until I fell asleep to kill me. Unable to sit still, I grabbed a lantern and dashed into my room. My backpack rested on the bureau. Rand hadn't asked for his knife yet, so I hadn't returned it. Pulling the blade from the pack, Ari's words about misusing a weapon flew through my mind. It was probably foolish to take the knife, but I felt more confident with it in my hand. Armed, I returned to the living room and considered my next move. Sleep would be impossible tonight until I investigated the upstairs rooms. Blackness from above pressed down on my meager light as I ascended the staircase. Curving to the right, the stairs ended in a sitting room. Piles of boxes, books, and furniture were scattered throughout the room in a haphazard fashion, casting odd-shaped shadows on the walls. I maneuvered with caution around the heaps. My blood slammed in my heart as I shone my lantern into dark corners, searching for an ambush. A flash of light caused a yip to escape my lips. I spun, only to discover it was my own lantern reflecting in the tall, thin windows that striped the far wall. 3 rooms were located to the right of the sitting chamber. A quick, heart-pumping check of the box-filled rooms revealed they were empty of ambushers and identical to the 3 off the downstairs living area. To the left of the upstairs sitting area was a long hallway. Doorways lined the right side of the corridor opposite a smooth stone wall. The hall ended in a set of locked double wooden doors. Carved into the ebony wood was an elaborate hunting scene. By the thin coating of white powder on the floor beneath the doors, I guessed this was the entrance to Valek's bedroom. The powder would show footprints, alerting Valek to an intruder. I breathed easier, seeing the powder undisturbed. As I systematically checked the remaining rooms along the corridor, the growing realization that Valek was a true pack rat struck me. I had always imagined assassins as creatures of the dark, traveling light and never staying in one place for too long. Valek's suite resembled the house of an old married couple who had filled their rooms with all the things they had collected over the years. Distracted by these thoughts, I opened the last doorway. It took me some time to properly register what I saw. Compared to the others, the room was barren. One long table lined the back wall, centered under a large, teardrop-shaped window. Grey rocks streaked with white. The same stones I had been tripping over in Valek's living room and office for the past month and a half were arranged by size on the floor. A thick layer of dust scrunched under my boots when I walked into the room. On the table, carving chisels, metal sanding files, and a grinding wheel occupied the only dust-free spots. Small statues in various stages of creation were interspersed among the tools. To my delight, I realized that the grey rocks, when carved and polished, metamorphosed into a beautiful, lustrous black, and the white streaks transformed into brilliant silver. Setting the lantern on the table, I picked up a finished butterfly with silver spots sparkling from its wings. It fit into the palm of my hand. The detail was so exquisite that it appeared the butterfly might beat its wings and lift into the air at any moment. I admired the other statues. The same devoted care had been applied to each. Lifelike animals, insects, and flowers lined the table. Apparently, nature provided the artist's favorite subjects. Stunned, I realized Valek must be the artist. Here was a side of Valek I had never imagined existed. I felt as though I had intruded upon his most personal secret. As if I had uncovered a wife and children living up here in happy seclusion, complete with the family dog. I had noticed the figurines on Valek's desk, and at least once a day, I glanced at the snowcat in the commander's office, attempting to understand why he had selected that particular statue for display. I now understood its significance. Valek had carved it for the commander. The shuffle of feet made me whirl round. A black shape rushed me. My knife was yanked from my grasp and pressed against my neck. Fear clenched my throat tight, suffocating me. The familiar feeling triggered a sudden flashback of soldiers disarming and dragging me off Riyadh's dead body. But Valek's face showed mirth instead of wrath.
Snooping?
Valek said, stepping back. With effort, I banished my fear and remembered to start breathing again.
I heard a noise. I came to
investigate. Valek finished my sentence.
Searching for an intruder is different from examining statues.
He pointed with the knife to the butterfly clutched in my hand.
You were snooping.
Yes.
Good. Curiosity is a commendable trait. I wondered when you would explore up here. Find anything interesting?
I held up the butterfly. It's beautiful. He shrugged.
Carving focuses the mind.
I placed the statue on the table, my hand lingering over it. I would have enjoyed studying the butterfly in the sunlight. Grabbing the lantern, I followed Valek from the room. I really did hear a noise, I said.
I know. I knocked a book over to see what you would do. I didn't expect a knife, though. Is it the one missing from the kitchen?
Did Rand report it? I felt betrayed. Why hadn't he just asked for it back?
No. It just makes sense to keep track of large kitchen knives, so when one goes missing, you're not surprised when someone attacks you with it.
Valek handed the knife back.
You should return it. Knives won't help you against the caliber of people after you.
Valek and I descended the stairs. I lifted the botany book from the couch.
What does the commander think of the pods?
Valek asked. He thinks they're from Ixia. He returned them to me so I could discover what they are. I've been doing research in the library. I showed Valek the book. He took it from me and flipped through the pages.
Find anything?
Not yet.
Your actions as our fugitive must have impressed the commander. Normally, he would have assigned this sort of thing to one of his science advisors.
Valek's words made me uncomfortable. I wasn't convinced that I could discover the origin of the pods and beans. The idea of failing the commander made me queasy. I changed the subject. Where did the caravan go? Valek paused, undecided. Finally, he said,
Brazel's new factory.
If Valek had been surprised by his discovery, it didn't show on his face. It occurred to me that despite all the discussion about Brazel's permit, I didn't know what he was planning to make. What's the product?
It's supposed to be a feed mill.
Valek handed the book back to me.
And I don't know why he would need those pods and beans. Maybe they're a secret ingredient. Maybe they're added to the feed to enhance the cow's milk supply. Then, every farmer would buy Brazel's feed instead of growing his own. Or something along that line. Or maybe not. I'm not an expert.
Valek pulled at his hair.
I'll have to study his permit to see what I'm missing. Either way, I assigned some of my corps to stake out the route and infiltrate the factory. At this point, I need more information.
Brazel left the castle this afternoon.
I passed his retinue on my way back. Good. One less thing to worry about.
Valek crossed to his desk and began sorting through his papers. I watched his back for a while, waiting. He didn't mention my moving out. I finally worked up the nerve to ask. Should I return to my old room now that Brazel's gone? I berated myself for my choice of words. I should have been firmer, but it was too late. Valek stopped. I held my breath.
No,
he said.
You're still in danger. The magician hasn't been dealt with yet.
His pen resumed its course over the paper. Strong relief flushed through my body like a hot wave, alarming me. Why did I want to stay with him? Remaining was dangerous, illogical, and by every argument I could muster, the worst situation for me. The book on magic was still hidden in my backpack, which went with me everywhere because I feared Valek would pull one of his stunts and surprise me. Damn it, I thought, angry at myself. As if I didn't have enough to worry about. I shouldn't miss Valek. I should try harder to escape. I shouldn't figure out the bean puzzle. I should sabotage it. I shouldn't admire and respect him. I should vilify him. Shouldn't, should, shouldn't, should. So easy to say, but so hard to believe. Exactly how do you deal with a magician? I asked. He turned around in his seat and looked at me.
I've told you before.
But their powers
have no effect on me. When I get close, I can feel their power pressing and vibrating on my skin. And moving toward them is like walking through thick syrup. It takes effort, but I always win in the end. Always.
How close? Valek had been in the castle both times I had unknowingly used magic. Did Valek suspect?
I have to be in the same room,
Valek said. Relief washed through me. He didn't know. At least not yet. Why didn't you kill the southern magician at the festival? I asked.
Yelena, I'm not invincible. Fighting 4 men while she threw every ounce of her power at me was exhausting. Chasing her down would have been a fruitless endeavor.
I thought about what he said. Is being resistant to magic a form of magic? I asked.
No.
Valek's face hardened. What about the knife? I pointed to the long blade hanging on the wall. The crimson blood gleamed in the lantern light. In the 3 weeks I'd lived in Valek's suite, it hadn't dried. Valek laughed.
That was the knife I used to kill the king. He was a magician. When his magic couldn't stop me from plunging that knife into his heart, he cursed me with his dying breath. It was rather melodramatic. He willed that I should be plagued with guilt over his murder, and have his blood stain my hands forever. With my peculiar immunity to magic, The curse attached to the knife instead of me.
Valek looked at the weapons wall thoughtfully.
It was a shame to lose my favorite blade, but it does make for a nice trophy.
Chapter 18. My lungs blazed. Flushed and sweat-soaked, I lagged behind the main group of soldiers, my throat burning with every gasp. It was my 4th lap around the castle complex. One more to go. I had hovered by the northeast barracks right after tasting the commander's breakfast. When a large clump of soldiers ran past, I spotted Ari, who waved me to join in. I worried that the other guards would resent my presence, but there were servants, stable boys, and other castle workers mixed in with the soldiers. The first 2 laps quickened my pulse and shortened my breath. Pain began in my feet during the 3rd lap and travelled up my legs by the 4th. My surroundings blurred until all I saw was the small patch of ground right in front of me. When I limped to my finishing point, ending my agony, I found a thick row of hedges and threw up my breakfast of sweet cakes. Straightening, I saw a grinning Janko give me a thumbs up as he jogged by. He didn't even have the decency to look winded, and his shirt was still dry. As I wiped vomit off my lip, Ari paused beside me.
Training yard, 2 o'clock. See you then, he said.
But, I said to nobody as Ari jogged away. I could hardly stand. I couldn't imagine doing anything more strenuous. In the training yard that afternoon, Ari and Janko leaned against the fence, watching 2 men sparring with swords. The loud ring of metal striking metal echoed. The fighters had drawn the attention of every soldier. I realized with surprise that one of the men was Valek. I hadn't seen him since early that morning, and I had assumed he was resting after being up late the night before. Valek was liquid in motion. As I watched him, one word came to my mind. Beautiful. His movements had the speed and cadence of a complex dance performance. In comparison, his adversary resembled a newborn colt, lurching and jerking his arms and legs as if this were his first time on his feet. Valek's smooth lunges and graceful parries disarmed his opponent in no time. Pointing with his sword, he sent his beaten foe to a small group of men and motioned for another to attack.
What's going on? I asked.
Valek's challenge, Janko said.
What's that?
Valek has declared a challenge to anyone in Ixia. Beat him in a fight with the weapon of your choice or hand-to-hand, and you can be promoted to his second-in-command.
Ari gestured to Valek, now engaged in combat with a 3rd man.
It's become a sort of graduation from basic training for the soldiers to fight Valek at least once, although you can try as many times as you like. The captains watch the matches and recruit the more promising soldiers, and if you manage to impress Valek with your skills, he may offer you a post in his elite intelligence corps.
How did you guys do? I asked.
Okay,
Ari demurred.
Okay,
Janko snorted.
Ari came close to beating him.
Valek was pleased, but Ari would rather be a scout than a spy.
I want all or nothing,
Ari said with a quiet intensity. We continued to watch. Ari and Janko made technical comments about the different fights, but I couldn't tear my eyes from Valek. With the sunlight glinting off his sword, he dispatched 2 more men. He tapped them with the flat of his weapon, just to let them know he had broken through their defences without shedding any blood. The next opponent approached with a knife.
Bad choice,
Ari said. Valak put down his sword and unsheathed his blade. The match was over in 2 moves.
Valak excels in knife fighting,
Janko commented. The last challenger was a woman. Tall and agile, she wielded a long wooden staff. Ari called it a bow. She held her own against Valak, and their sparring lasted longer than any of the previous 6 fights. With a loud crack, her bow snapped in 2, ending the match. As the crowd dispersed, Valak spoke with the woman.
"That's Maren,"
Ari said.
If she doesn't disappear into Valak's core, you should ask her to teach you the bow. With your smaller size, it would extend your reach against a taller attacker.
But you can't conceal a bow, I said.
Not around the castle. But if you're hiking through the woods, you wouldn't look out of place holding a walking stick.
I looked at Maren and considered the possibilities. Would she agree to help me? Probably not. What would she stand to gain? As if reading my thoughts, Ari said,
Maren's aggressive and encouraging. Every new female recruit gets her personal attention whether they want it or not. Since so many women fail due to the rigours of training, she tries to coach them through. We've more women in the guard now than ever because of her. We tried to get her to teach us. A bow would make a good weapon for a scout, but she has no interest in training men.
But I'm not a new recruit. I'm the food taster. Why would she waste her time with me? I might be dead by tomorrow.
Aren't we grumpy today?
Janko said cheerfully.
Too much exercise this morning?
Shut up, I said. Unfazed, his grin only widened.
All right, that's enough. Let's get started,
Ari said. I spent the rest of the afternoon learning to punch someone without breaking my hand and practicing the proper technique of kicking. The first 2 knuckles of both hands turned bright red as I punched into a training bag over and over. Mastering the front kick was a challenge since my stiff thigh muscles hindered my flexibility. When Ari finally dismissed me, I aimed my battered body toward the castle.
See you in the morning,
Janko said, with a gleeful sound in his voice. I turned to tell him where to stick it and came face to face with Valak. I held my breath. He had been watching us. I felt self-conscious.
Your punches are slow,
he said. Taking my hand, he examined the bruises, which were starting to purple.
At least your technique is good. If you hold weights in your hands while you train, your punches will be much quicker without them.
I can continue? I asked in disbelief. He still held on to my hand, and I couldn't summon the willpower to pull it back. The warmth of his touch coursed through my body, temporarily vanquishing my aches and pains. With the memory of his stunning physical display fresh in my mind, I gazed at his strong face. His flashing and dangerous blue eyes had always taken my attention. I had learned to read his facial expressions as a survival tactic, but I had never really looked at him in this way before. He was a study in contradiction. The man who carved delicate statues was also capable of disarming 7 opponents without breaking a sweat. My interactions with Valak resembled a performance on the tightrope. 1 minute, I was confident and balanced, and the next, insecure and unstable.
I think it's an excellent idea, he said. How did you get the Power Twins to agree to teach you?
Power Twins?
Combine Ari's strength with Janko's speed, and they would be unbeatable. But so far, I haven't had to test my theory, since they haven't tried to fight me together. No one said I couldn't have more than one second in command. You're not going to give me away, are you?
No. Valak gave my hand a small squeeze, and then released his grip.
Good. They're probably the best instructors at the castle. How did you meet them?
They were the men who found me in the forest. The commander promoted them, and I took advantage of their gratitude. My hand tingled where he had touched it.
Opportunistic and underhanded. I love it.
Valak laughed. He was in a good mood as he walked beside me to the castle, probably a rush from beating so many opponents. Before we reached the east entrance, he stopped.
There's one problem.
My heartbeat increased to double time. What?
You shouldn't train so visibly. Word spreads quickly. If Brazel finds out and makes a fuss, the commander will order you to stop. And it'll make the commander suspicious.
We entered the cool, dark air of the castle. It was a relief to be out of the hot sun.
Why don't you make use of all those empty storerooms in the lower level of the castle? You can still run laps in the morning for exercise,
Valak said. Great, I thought sarcastically. Jogging was the one aspect of training I would have been willing to give up. However, Valak was right. Working with Ari and Janko in the middle of the yard had already attracted negative attention. Mainly Nyx, whose scowls and nasty glares burned on my skin. Valak was quiet as we travelled through the castle. I was headed to the commander's office to taste his dinner. He walked with me.
Mentioning Brazel reminds me that I've been wanting to ask you about that Criollo that the commander enjoys. Do you like the taste of it?
I chose my words with care. Yes, it's an excellent dessert.
If you stopped eating it, how would you feel?
Well, I hesitated, unsure where this conversation was leading. Truthfully, I would be disappointed. I look forward to eating a piece every morning.
Have you ever craved the Criollo?
Valak inquired. I finally understood where his pointed questions were leading. Like an addiction? He nodded. I don't think so, but...
But what?
I only eat it once a day. The commander has a piece after every meal, including his evening snack. Why this sudden concern? I asked.
Just a feeling. It might be nothing.
Valak was silent during the rest of the trip.
Well, Valak, any new promotions?
The commander asked as we entered his office.
No, but Marin shows promise. Unfortunately, she doesn't want to be in my corps, or even be my second. She just wants to beat me.
Valak grinned, delighted by the challenge. And can she? The commander inquired. His eyebrows rose.
With time and the proper training. She's deadly with her bow. It's just her tactics that need work. Then what do we do with her? Promote her to general and retire some of those old windbags. We could use some fresh blood in the upper ranks. Valak, you never had a good grasp of military structure. Then promote her to first lieutenant today, captain tomorrow, major the next day, colonel the day after, and general the day after that. I'll take it under advisement.
The commander flashed me an annoyed glance. I was dawdling, and he had noticed.
Anything else?
he asked Valek. I finished tasting, placed the commander's tray on the desk, and headed for the door. Valek grabbed my arm.
I'd like to try an experiment. I want Yelena to taste the Criollo every time you do for a week. Then, the next week, I'll taste it for you. I want to see if anything happens to her when she stops eating the dessert. No.
The commander raised a hand when Valek started to argue.
I recognize your concern, but I think it's misplaced. Humor me. We can try your experiment once Rand duplicates the recipe from General Brazel. Acceptable? Yes, sir. Good. I want you to join me in a meeting with General Kitvivan. We're just starting the cooling season, and he's already worried about snowcats.
The commander's eyes found me.
Yelena, you're dismissed.
Yes, sir, I said. After stopping at the baths to wash, I visited the kitchen to borrow a large sieve and bowl, which I carried to the library. The remaining 4 pods had turned brown and were starting to rot, so I opened them, scraped out the browning pulp and seeds into the colander, and placed it into the bowl. Its bottom and sides were suspended above the inside of the bowl by the metal handles. The strong odour from the seeds permeated the room. I set the bowl on the windowsill and opened the window to air out the smell. My experiment wasn't based on any scientific research. I just wanted to see if the pulp would ferment. Maybe Brazel was using it to make some kind of alcoholic beverage. My careful reading of the various botany books hadn't revealed anything useful so far. The poison books, while interesting, had made no mention of butterfly's dust. In 4 different volumes on poisons, I had discovered missing pages. Poking up from the binding were ragged edges where the paper had been ripped out. Valek had probably removed all pertinent information long ago in anticipation of the food taster's keen interest in butterfly's dust. Sighing, I piled the books at the end of the table. I knew Valek was attending the commander's meeting, so I slid the Book of Magic out of my backpack. The silver lettering of the title glinted. My stomach knotted. Opening the slim volume, I began to read a technical discussion of the source of a magician's power. Unable to understand all of the detailed descriptions, I only sensed that the power source blanketed the entire world, making it accessible from anywhere. The magicians used this power in different ways, depending on their talents. Some could move objects, while others could read and influence minds. Healing, lighting fires, and mental communication were also magical skills. Some could only do one thing, but the stronger the magician, the more the magician could do. A weaker magician could only read someone's mind, while a more powerful one could not only read, but communicate and even control someone's mind. I shuddered at the thought of Iris controlling my mind. But the magicians had to be careful when drawing power. By pulling on the source too hard, or misusing it, a magician could cause creases that would set off a ripple effect. This effect, or warping, would concentrate power in certain areas and leave other places bare. Fluctuating unpredictably, another wave might reverse the amount of power available. In order to tap the power, the magicians would have to seek areas of power, but once they found a pocket, they wouldn't know how long it would remain. The book chronicled a time when a strong magician had tapped into the source, pulling it toward him. Because he was so powerful, he was able to control the blanket without causing an explosion. The other magicians were then uncovered. Stripped of their power, they united and searched for him. Once found, and after a battle that left many dead, they tapped into his stolen source and killed him. Eventually, the blanket had smoothed out and returned to normal, but that had taken over 200 years. Fingering the raised lettering on the cover, I now understood why Iris had been so determined that I should either be trained or be killed. When my magic reached a flameout, it would cause major ripples in the blanket of power. I sank deep into my chair, disappointed that the book hadn't contained magic spells or lessons. I had been hoping for an answer. Something along the lines of, "This is why you have the power, here's how you use it, and while you're at it, this is how you conjure up the antidote to butterfly's dust." It had been wishful thinking, plain and simple, dangerous for me to indulge in. Hope, happiness, and freedom were not in my future. They had never been, not even as an ignorant child in Brazel's orphanage. While hoping for a normal life, I had been raised as a laboratory rat for his experiments. I slumped in my chair until the sun set, allowing self-pity to run its course. When the muscles in my legs began to throb with inactivity, I stood and physically shook off my gloom. If I couldn't find the antidote in the books, I would find it another way. Someone had to know something. There had been food tasters on Commander Ambrose's staff for 15 years. If no one could help me, then I would try another way. Perhaps stealing the antidote, or following Valek to its source. Skills I lacked, but I was determined to learn. The next morning, prepared with an empty stomach, I joined in the flow of jogging soldiers. Ari and Janko breezed past me. Janko flashed a jaunty wave and mischievous smile. Later, when I heard heavy steps pounding behind me, I assumed Janko was up to no good. I moved aside to let him pass, but the runner stayed close on my heels. I glanced back in time to see Nyx thrust his arms out. His hands connected with my back. I fell forward, crashing to the ground. As Nyx ran over me, his boot slammed into my solar plexus, knocking the wind out of me. Pain bloomed in my chest. I gasped for breath while curled in a fetal position on the ground. Once I regained my wind, I pushed myself to a sitting position. The flow of soldiers remained unabated, and I wondered if anyone had witnessed what that bastard had done. If he was trying to discourage me, he was going about it the wrong way. Nyx had just increased my resolve to learn self-defense, so I didn't fall victim to mongrels like him. I stood up and waited for Nyx's next circuit, but he never came back. Ari stopped.
What happened?
Nothing. Nyx, like Marg, was my problem. If I didn't deal with him, he would never leave me alone. A tingle of doubt touched my stomach. It had been that kind of thinking that had landed me in the dungeon, awaiting execution.
"Your face is covered with blood,"
Ari said. I wiped the blood on my sleeve. I fell. Before he could question me further, I changed the subject by giving him something else to think about. I repeated Valek's advice about concealing our training sessions. Ari agreed that it was prudent to go underground. He offered to scout out a suitable location.
"You're Marin, right?"
I asked between gasps for air. I had been running laps for a week, and this morning I had timed my pace to run beside Maren. She shot me a quick, appraising glance. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail. Wide, muscular shoulders atop a thin waist made her figure appear disproportionate. She moved with athletic ease, and I had to scramble to keep up with her long, loping strides. "And you're the puker," Marin said. It was an insult aimed with a purpose. Her interest in my response was keen. If she had wanted to dismiss me, she would have made her comment and sprinted away, not bothering to watch for a reaction. "I've been called worse." "Why do you do it?" Marin asked. "What?" "Run till you're sick." 5 circuits were assigned. I don't like to fail." I received another measuring look. With my words coming out as huffs, I knew I wouldn't be able to maintain a conversation for long. "I watched you fight Valak. I've heard you're the best with a bow. I want to learn to use one." Her pace slowed. "Who told you that?" "Ari and Janko." Marin snorted, as if she thought a con artist had duped me. "Friends of yours?" "Yes." Her mouth formed a small O as she made a mental connection. "They found you in the forest. It's rumoured they were training you to fight, but you quit. Are they foisting you off on me?" "The problem with rumours," I panted, "is the difficulty in sorting the truth from the lies." "And the reason I'm willing to donate my time?" I had anticipated this question. "Information." "About what?" "You want to beat Valak, right?" Her grey eyes focused on me like 2 sword points pressing against my skin. With the last of my breath, I wheezed out, "Come to the east entrance of the castle this afternoon at 2, and I'll tell you." Unable to keep up with her any longer, I slowed down. She pulled ahead. I lost sight of her in the press of soldiers. Throughout the rest of the morning, I replayed the conversation in my mind, trying to guess her response as I tasted the commander's meals. At 2 o'clock, I waited in the castle's east doorway, chewing on my lip. Ari and Janko had spread a rumour that my training had stopped. I'd taken a considerable risk by indicating to Marin that this might not be true. When I spotted a tall figure carrying 2 bows heading in my direction, my anxiety eased a little. Marin paused when she entered the corridor. She spotted me leaning against the wall. Before she could comment, I said, "Follow me." I led her to a deserted hallway where Janko and Ari waited. "I guess gossip is not to be trusted," Marin said to Ari.
"No, but there are certain rumours we would like to keep as is."
A thinly disguised threat laced Ari's words. Marin ignored him. "Okay, puker, what's your information? And it better be good, or I'm walking." Ari's face reddened, and I could see that he bit back a remark. Janko, as always, grinned in anticipation. "Well, as I see it, the 4 of us can help each other out. Ari, Janko, and I want to learn how to fight with the bow. You want to beat Valak. Working together, we may be able to achieve our goals." "How's my teaching you going to help in a match against Valak?" Marin asked. "You're skilled with the bow, but your fighting tactics need work. Ari and Janko can help you with that." 1 week of training, and the puker thinks she's an expert, Marin said to Ari with an incredulous voice. He remained mute, but his face darkened. "I'm not an expert, but Valak is." She shot me a cold stare. "He said that? About me?" I nodded. So I teach bow, and Ari and Jan teach tactics. What's your contribution? I gestured to the four of us. This. And... I hesitated, unsure if my next statement would have any sway. I could teach you some flips, and help you to gain greater flexibility and balance that might benefit you in a fight.
Damn!
Janko was impressed.
She's got you there. And 4 does make for a better training group than 3.
Annoyed, Marin shifted her focus to Janko. He smiled sweetly at her.
All right, I'll try it on a temporary basis. If it doesn't work, I'm walking.
Before anyone could interject, she said, Don't worry, I may listen to the rumour mill, but I don't participate in it. Once we shook hands on the arrangement, my apprehension dissipated. We showed her where we had been meeting for the last week.
Cozy,
Marin said as she entered our training room. Ari had found an abandoned storeroom on the lower level in the deserted southwest corner of the castle. 2 windows near the ceiling let in enough light to work by. We spent the remaining time practicing the rudiments of bow fighting.
Not bad, Puka,
Marin said at the end of the session. I see some potential. When she picked up her bows to leave, Ari placed a large hand on her shoulder.
Her name's Yelena. If you don't want to call her by her name, then don't come back tomorrow.
I could see my astonished expression mirrored on Marin's face, but she recovered quicker than I did. Nodding curtly, she shook off Ari's hand and walked away. I wondered if she would join us again. She returned the next day and showed up without fail for the next 2 months as we trained together throughout the cooling season. The air held a fresh, crisp scent, and true to the season's name, each day grew cooler than the last. The bright flowers of the hot season wilted while the trees turned orange, russet, and finally brown. The leaves dropped to the ground and were blown away by the frequent rainstorms. My research on the pods had stalled, but Valek appeared unconcerned by my lack of progress. On occasion, he observed us training, and he would comment and make suggestions. Nyx continued to plague me during my morning run. He threw rocks, he spat at me, and tripped me. I had to change my routine to avoid him by running laps around the outer wall of the castle complex. My defensive abilities were still in the beginning stages, and not sufficient for a confrontation with Nyx. At least, not yet. There were advantages to running outside the complex. The smooth grass was softer on my feet than the dirt path inside the complex, and by jogging before dawn, I encountered no one, which added to the deception that I had quit training. At the end of the cooling season, the hours of daylight shortened, and our training sessions ended with the setting sun. In the semi-darkness of twilight, I headed to the baths, moving with care to accommodate my bruised ribs. Janko, that annoying jackrabbit, had gotten through my defences with his speedy little jabs. As I approached the entrance to the baths, a large shadow detached from the stone wall. Alarmed, I stepped back into a fighting stance. Fear, excitement, and doubt raced through my body. Would I need to defend myself? Could I do it? Should I run? Marg's ample shape coalesced out of the shadows, and I relaxed a bit. "What do you want?" I asked. "Are you running another errand for your master like a good doggy?"
Better than being a rat caught in a trap.
I brushed past her. Exchanging insults, while enjoyable, was a waste of my time. Would the rat like some cheese? She asked. I turned. What?
Cheese, money, gold. I bet you're the kind of rat that would do anything for a piece of cheese.
Chapter 19. What would I have to do to get a piece of cheese? I asked. I knew it. Marg was the one leaking information about me, and now she wanted to use me. Finally, some evidence.
I have a source that pays well for information. It's the perfect setup for a little rat,
Marg said. What kind of information?
Anything you might overhear while you're scurrying around the commander's office or Valek's apartment. My contact pays on a sliding scale. The juicier the news, the bigger the chunk of cheese.
How does it work? My mind raced. Right now it was her word against mine. I needed proof I could show Valek. To be able to finger both Marg and her source would be a sweet treat.
You give me the information, she said, and I pass it along. I collect the money and give it to you minus a 15% fee.
And I'm supposed to believe that you'd stick to 15% cut of a total I'd be unaware of? She shrugged.
It's either that or nothing. I'd think that a half-starved rat like you would pounce on any morsel, no matter how small.
Marg began to walk away. What if we went to your source together? I suggested. Then you'd still receive your fee. She stopped. Uncertainty creased her fleshy face.
I'll have to check.
She disappeared down the hallway. I lingered outside the baths for a while, considering the possibility of following Marg around for a couple of days, but dismissed the idea. If her contact didn't like my suggestion, I'd scamper to Marg with my tail between my legs, begging for another chance. She'd enjoy that. Then I'd follow her. Revealing her as a traitor to Valek would be a pleasure. My conversation with Marg had used up my bath time, so I headed to the commander's office. When I arrived, Sammy, Rand's kitchen boy, hovered outside the closed door holding a tray of food. I could hear a muffled, angry voice inside. What's going on? I asked Sammy.
They're arguing, he said.
Who?
The commander and Valek.
I took the tray of cooling food from Sammy. No reason we both had to be there. Get going. I'm sure Rand needs you. Sammy smiled his relief and sprinted through the throne room. I'd seen the kitchen during dinner times. Servers and cooks swarmed like bees with Rand directing the chaos. Barking orders, he controlled his kitchen staff like the queen bee of the hive. Knowing the commander disliked cold food, I stood close to his door, waiting for a break in the conversation. From my new position, I could hear Valek clearly.
Whatever possessed you to change your successor?
Valek demanded. The commander's soft reply passed through the wooden door as an indecipherable murmur.
In the 15 years I've known you, you've never reversed a decision.
Valek's tone became more reasonable.
This isn't a ploy to discover your successor. I just want to know why you changed your mind. Why now?
The response wasn't to Valek's liking. With a sarcastic jab in his voice, he said,
Always, sir.
Valek jerked the door open. I stumbled into the office. He wore a glacial expression. Only his eyes showed his fury. They were pools of molten lava beneath an icy crust.
Yelena, where the hell have you been? The commander's waiting for his dinner.
Not expecting an answer, Valek strode briskly through the throne room. Advisors and soldiers melted from his path. Valek's anger seemed extreme. Everyone in Ixia knew that one of the 8 generals had been chosen as the commander's successor. In the typical paranoid custom of the commander's ruling, the name of the selected general was kept secret. Each general held an envelope that contained a piece of a puzzle. When the commander died, they would assemble the puzzle to reveal an encrypted message. A key would be required to decipher the note. A key only Valek held. The chosen general would then have the complete support of the military and the commander's staff. The theory behind the puzzle was that secrecy would prevent someone from staging a rebellion in support of the chosen heir, since the heir was unknown. The added risk that the inheritor might be even worse than the commander was another deterrent. As far as I could see, a change in the chosen general probably wouldn't affect day-to-day life in Ixia. We didn't know who had been originally selected, so the switch would have no bearing until the commander died. I approached Commander Ambrose's desk. He read his reports, unaffected by Valek's rage. I performed a quick taste of his dinner. He thanked me for the food, then ignored me. On my way back to the baths, I wondered if the information I had just overheard would fetch a decent price from Marg's contact. I quenched my curiosity. I had no desire to commit treason for money. I just wanted to get out of my present situation alive. And knowing Valek, I had no doubt that he would discover any clandestine meetings with Marg. For that reason alone, I had to prove that no matter what Marg believed, I was not a spy. Just the mental vision of Valek's burning eyes focused on me sent a hot bolt of fear through me. A long soak in the bath eased my sore ribs. As it was still early in the evening, I thought it prudent to avoid Valek for a while. I stopped in the kitchen for a late dinner. After helping myself to the leftover roast meat and a hunk of bread, I carried my plate to where Rand worked. He had an array of bowls, pots, and ingredients messily spread out on his table. Dark smudges rimmed his bloodshot eyes, and his brown hair stuck straight out where he had run his wet hands through it. I found a stool and a clean corner on Rand's table and ate my dinner.
Did the commander send you?
Rand asked. No. Why?
I finally received the Criollo recipe from Ving 2 days ago. I thought the commander might be wondering about it.
He hasn't said anything to me. 2 large shipments of Criollo, sans the recipe, had arrived for the commander since Brazel had left the castle. Each time, the commander had responded with a thank you and another request for the formula. As the quantity received had been plentiful, the commander had given Rand some Criollo to play with. Rand hadn't disappointed. He had melted it, mixed it into hot drinks, invented new desserts, chipped it and remolded it into flowers and other edible decorations for cakes and pies. I watched Rand stir a mahogany-coloured batter with tight, agitated movements. How's it going? I asked.
Horrible. I have repeatedly followed this recipe and all I've gotten is this awful tasting mud.
Rand banged the spoon on the bowl's edge to knock off the pasty residue.
It won't even solidify.
He handed me a sheet of once white paper smeared with brown stains and flour.
Maybe you can see what I'm doing wrong.
I studied the list of ingredients. It looked like a normal recipe, but I wasn't a cooking expert. Tasting, on the other hand, was becoming my forte. I took a scoop of his batter and slid it onto my tongue. A sickeningly sweet flavour invaded my mouth. The texture was smooth, and the batter coated my tongue like Criollo, but it lacked the nutty, slightly bitter taste that balanced the sweetness. "Maybe the recipe's wrong," I said, handing the sheet back to Rand. "Put yourself in Ving's position. Commander Ambrose loves Criollo, and you hold the only copy of the recipe. Would you give it away? Or would you use it to manipulate a transfer?" Rand plopped wearily onto a stool. "What do I do? If I can't make Criollo, the commander will probably reassign me. It'll be too much for my ego to stand." He attempted a weak smile. "Tell the commander that the recipes are fake. Blame Ving for your inability to duplicate the Criollo." Sighing, Rand rubbed his face in his hands. "I can't handle this type of political pressure." He massaged his eyelids with the tips of his long fingers. "Right now, I'd kill for a cup of coffee, but I guess wine will have to do." He rummaged around in the cabinet and produced a bottle and 2 glasses. "Coffee?" "You're too young to remember, but before the takeover, we imported this absolutely wonderful drink from Ixia. When the commander closed the border, we lost an endless list of luxury items. Of all those, I miss coffee the most." "What about the black market?" I asked. Rand laughed. "It's probably available, but there's nowhere in this castle that I could make it without being discovered." "I'll most likely regret asking you this, but why not?" "The smell. The coffee's rich and distinct aroma would give me away. The scent of brewing coffee can weave its way throughout the entire castle. I woke up to it every morning before the takeover." Rand sighed again. "My mother's job was to grind the coffee beans and fill the pots with water. It's very similar to brewing tea, but the taste is far superior." I sat up straighter on my stool when I heard the word beans. "What colour are coffee beans?" "Brown. Why?" "Just curious," I said in a calm tone, but excitement boiled within me. My mystery beans were brown, and Brazel was old enough to know about coffee. Maybe he missed the drink and planned to manufacture it. My efforts to ferment the pod's pulp had resulted in a thin, chestnut-coloured liquid that tasted rotten. The purple seeds inside the pulp had been sopping wet and covered with flies. I had closed the window and dried the seeds on the windowsill. As they dried, the seeds turned to brown and looked and tasted like the beans from the caravan. Thrilled to link the pods with the beans, my excitement had faded when I hadn't been able to learn anything further. "Does coffee taste sweet?" I asked. "No, it's bitter. My mother used to add sugar and milk to half of her finished pots, but I liked it plain." My beans were bitter. I couldn't sit still any longer. I had to find out if Valek remembered coffee. I felt uncomfortable asking Rand, unsure if Valek wanted him to know about the southern pods. After bidding farewell to Rand, who stared morosely into the failed batter as he drank his wine, I rushed back to Valek's suite. The sound of slamming books greeted my entrance. Valek stormed around the living room, kicking piles of books over. Grey rock debris littered the floor and clung to impact craters on the walls. He clenched a stone in each fist. I had wanted to discuss my coffee hypothesis with him, but decided to wait. Unfortunately, Valek spotted me staring. "What do you want?" he snarled. "Nothing," I mumbled, and fled to my room. For 3 days, I endured Valek's temper. He vented his ill humour on me at every opportunity, thrusting the antidote at me, speaking curtly, if at all, and glaring whenever I entered a room. Weary of avoiding him and hiding in my room, I decided to approach him. He sat at his desk, his back to me. "I may have discovered what those beans are." It was a weak opening. What I really wanted to say was, "What the hell's the matter with you?" But I thought a soft approach more prudent. He swiveled to face me. The energy of his anger had dissipated, replaced by a bone-chilling cold.
"Really?"
His voice lacked conviction. The fire in his eyes had extinguished. I stepped back. His indifference was more frightening than his anger. I swallowed, my mouth dry. "I was talking to Rand, and he mentioned missing coffee. Do you remember coffee? A southern drink."
"No."
"I think our beans might be coffee. If you don't know what coffee is, perhaps I should show them to Rand. If that's all right with you." I faltered. My suggestion had sounded like a child pleading for a sweet.
"Go ahead. Share your ideas with Rand. Your buddy, your best friend. You're just like him."
Icy sarcasm spiked Valek's words. I was stunned. "What?"
"Do as you like. I don't care."
Valek turned his back on me. I stumbled to my room and then locked the door with shaky fingers. Leaning against the wall, I replayed the last week in my mind to see if there had been some clue to Valek's withdrawal. I could remember nothing that stood out. We had barely said a word to each other, and I had believed his anger had been directed toward the commander. Until now. Maybe he had discovered my magic book. Perhaps he suspected I had some magical power. Fear replaced my confusion. Lying on my bed that night, I stared at the door. With every nerve tingling, I waited for Valek's attack. I knew I was overreacting, but I was unable to stop. I couldn't erase the way he had looked at me as if I was already dead. Dawn arrived, and I moved through my day like a zombie. Valek ignored me. Even Janko's ever-present good humour couldn't snap me out of my funk. I waited a few days before bringing the beans along to show Rand. He was in better spirits. A big smile graced his face, and he greeted me with an offer of a cinnamon swirl. "I'm not hungry," I said.
"You haven't eaten in days. What's the matter?"
Rand asked. I dodged his question by asking about the Criollo.
"Your plan worked. I informed the commander that Ving's recipe was wrong. He said he'd take care of it. Then he inquired about the kitchen staff. Were they working well? Did I need more help? I just stared at him because I felt like I was in the wrong room. I'm usually greeted with suspicion and dismissed with a threat."
That doesn't sound like a good relationship. Rand stacked a few bowls and straightened a row of spoons. His smile faded.
"My interaction with the commander and Valek could be considered rocky at best. Being rather young and rebellious right after the takeover, I attempted every trick of sabotage possible. I served the commander sour milk, stale bread, rotten vegetables, and even raw meat. At that point, I was just looking to be a nuisance."
He picked up a spoon and tapped it against his knee.
It became a battle of wills. The commander was determined that I cook for him, and I was determined to either be arrested or be reassigned.
Thump, thump, thump went the spoon, and Ran continued his story, his voice husky.
Then Balak made my mother the food taster. That was before they implemented that damn code of behaviour. I couldn't bear to have her taste the garbage I served the commander.
Old sorrows pulled at Ran's features. He twirled the spoon in circles between his fingers. Words failed me. Dread crept up my spine as I contemplated the fate of Ran's mother.
After the inevitable happened, I tried to run away, but they caught me just shy of the southern border.
Rand rubbed his left knee.
They shattered my kneecap, hobbling me like some damn horse. Threatened to do my other leg if I ran again. And here I am.
He snorted, sweeping all the spoons off the table. They clattered on the stone floor.
Shows you how much I've changed. The commander's nice to me and I'm happy. I used to dream of poisoning the bastard, of taking that final step in our battle. But I have this weakness of caring for the food taster. When Oskov died, I promised myself never to care again.
Rand pulled out a bottle of wine.
Only I failed. Again.
He retreated to his rooms. I hunched over the table, regretting that my comment had caused Rand pain. My pockets bulged uncomfortably with the beans. I shifted in my seat. Lisa would have good cause when she blamed this mood swing on me. Valek's actions with Rand's mother seemed harsh from Rand's perspective, but when I thought about it from Valek's point of view, it made sense. His job was to protect the commander. I lived the next 2 days in a fog. Events blurred together. Tasting, training, tasting, training. Ari's and Janko's curses and attempts to rouse me remained unsuccessful. The news that I could start knife defense failed to produce any enthusiasm. My body felt as wooden as the bow I held. When Marg materialized after one of my training sessions to inform me that a meeting with her contact had been scheduled for the following evening, it was with great difficulty that I summoned the strength to rally. I thought out each possible scenario, and each combination of events kept leading me to one conclusion. Who would believe me if I reported the meeting? No one. I needed a witness who could also act as a protector. Ari's name sprang to mind, but I didn't want any suspicion to fall on him if something went wrong. It was also possible that Marg's contact had a boss, or a whole network of informers, and I could be getting in over my head. Dance as I might, there was but one course of action, and it led to but one person. Valek. I dreaded the encounter. My interaction with him had dwindled to the silent, awkward dispensing of my antidote every morning. But after tasting the commander's dinner, I sought Valek out, my stomach performing flips. His office was locked, so I tried his suite. He wasn't in the living room, but I heard a faint sound from upstairs. A thin slash of light glowed under the door to Valek's carving studio. A metallic, grinding noise raised goosebumps on my flesh. I faltered at the entrance. This was probably the worst time to disturb him, but I was to meet Marg's contact the next day. I had no time to waste. Gathering courage, I knocked and opened the door without waiting for an answer. Valek's lantern flickered. He stopped grinding. The wheel spun in silence, reflecting pinpricks of light that whirled along the walls and ceiling. He asked,
"What is it?"
"I've had an offer. Someone wants to pay me for information about the commander." He spun around. His face was half hidden in shadows, but it was as rigid as the stone he held.
"Why tell me?"
"I thought you might want to follow along. This might be the one who has been leaking information about me." He stared at me. I wished then that I held a heavy rock, because I had the sudden desire to bash it on his head. "Espionage is illegal. You might want to make an arrest, or maybe even feed this leak some misinformation. You know, spy stuff. Remember? Or have you become bored with that too?" Anger fueled my words. I took a breath to launch into an attack, but it slid unvoiced past my clenched teeth. There was a slight softening in Valek's face. Renewed interest emanated from him, as if he had been holding every muscle taut and had just relaxed.
"Who?"
he had asked finally.
"And when?"
Marg approached me, and she mentioned a contact. "We're meeting tomorrow night." I studied his expression. Was he surprised or hurt by Marg's treachery? I couldn't tell. Reading Valek's true mood was like trying to decipher a foreign language.
"All right. Proceed as planned. I'll tail you to the rendezvous and see who we're dealing with. We'll start by feeding this contact some accurate information to make you look reliable. Perhaps the commander's change of successor would work. It's harmless information that will be made public anyway. Then we'll go from there."
We outlined the details. Even though I was placing my life in danger, I felt cheerful. I had my old Valek back. But for how long, I wondered, as wariness crept back in. When we were through, I turned to go.
"Yelena."
I halted in the doorway, looking back over my shoulder.
"You once said I wasn't ready to believe your reason for killing Riyadh. I'll believe you now."
"But I'm not ready to tell you," I said, and left the room. Chapter 20. Damn Valek. Damn him. Gave me the cold shoulder for 4 days and then expected me to trust him? I'd admitted to murder. They'd arrested the right person. That was all he should care about. Walking down the stairs in the darkness, I headed toward my room. I have to get out of this place, I thought with sudden intensity. The overwhelming desire to take off and damn the antidote was strong. Run away, run away, run away, sang in my mind. A familiar tune. I had heard it before when I was with Riyadh. Memories I had thought were tightly locked away now threatened to push free, seeping through the cracks. Damn Valek! It was his fault I couldn't suppress my memories any longer. In my room, I locked the door. When I turned around, I spied Riyadh's ghost lounging on my bed. The wound in his neck hung open, and blood stained his nightshirt black. In contrast, his blonde hair was combed in the latest style, his moustache groomed to perfection, and his light blue eyes glowed. "Get out," I said. He was, I reminded myself, an intangible ghost, and not, absolutely not, to be feared.
What kind of greeting is that for an old friend? Riyadh asked.
He lifted a book of poisons off my nightstand and flipped through the pages. I stared at him in shock. He spoke in my mind. He held a book. A ghost, I kept repeating. Riyadh was unaffected. He laughed. "You're dead," I said. "Aren't you supposed to be burning in eternal damnation?" Riyadh wasn't banished so easily.
"Teacher's pet," he said, waving the book in the air. "If only you'd worked this hard for me, everything would have been different."
I liked the way it turned out.
Poisoned, pursued, and living with a psychopath. Not what I would consider the good life. Death has its perks.
He sniffed.
I get to watch your miserable existence. You should have chosen the noose, Yelena. It would have saved you some time.
"Get out!" I said again, trying to ignore the touch of hysteria in my voice and the trickle of sweat down my back.
You do know, you'll never get to Ixia alive. You're a failure. Always were. Always will be. Face it. Accept it.
Riyadh rose from the bed.
You failed all our efforts to mold you. Do you remember? Remember when Daddy finally gave up on you? When he let me have you?
I remembered. It had been the week of the fire festival, and Riyadh had been so preoccupied with General Tesso's visiting retinue, especially Tesso's daughter, Kana, that he hadn't bothered to check on me. Since I'd been meekly obeying his every command to gain some trust, he was smug in the assumption that he'd cowed me into submission. As a result, it was more than a month since he'd locked me into my tiny room that was next to his suite. But the festival had once again tempted me into disobeying Riyadh's instructions to stay away. The beatings and humiliations of the year before were insufficient to deter me this year. In fact, I felt a stubborn pride in refusing to be intimidated by him. I was terrified of getting caught, knew deep down in a small corner of my mind that I would get caught, but I threw all caution to fate. The fire festival was a part of me, the only time I tasted true freedom. Even though it was for but a few moments, it was worth the consequences. My defiance added an edge to my acrobatic routines, making me bold and reckless. I sailed through the first 5 rounds with aplomb. Dismounts steady, flips tight, energy level unlimited. I advanced to the final round of competition, which was scheduled for the last day of the festival. I scrambled to put the finishing touches on my costume for the competition, while Riyadh guided Kana and a group of friends on a hunting party in the countryside. I had scrounged around the manor for the preceding 2 weeks to acquire the necessary supplies for my attire. Now, I stitched scarlet silk feathers onto a black leotard and then outlined them with silver sequins. Wings tied to a harness completed the outfit, but I folded them small and flat so they wouldn't impede my motion. Braiding my hair into one long rope, I wound it tightly around my head and secured 2 flaming red feathers in the back. Pleased with the results, I arrived early at the acrobatics tent to practice. When the competition started, the tent bulged with people. The crowd's cheers soon dimmed to a dull roar in my ears as I performed my routines. The only sounds reaching me were the thump of my hands and feet on the trampoline, the creaking of the tightrope as I launched myself in mid-air to execute a 2.5 twist and the crack of the slender rope when I landed on it without falling. The floor routine was my last event. I stood on the balls of my feet at the edge of the mat, breathing deeply. The heavy, earthy smell of sweat and the dry scratch of chalk dust filled my lungs. This was my place. This was where I belonged. The air vibrated like a thunderstorm poised to blow in. Energized as lightning, I started my first tumbling run. I flew that night, spinning and diving through the air. My feet hardly touched the ground. My spirit soared. I felt like a bird performing aerial tricks for sheer delight. At the end of my last run, I grabbed my wings with both hands. Pulling them open, I raised them over my head as I somersaulted and landed on my feet. The bright, scarlet fabric of the wings billowed out behind me. The crowd's thunderous cheers vibrated deep in my chest. My soul floated with crimson wings on the updraft of the audience's jubilant praise. I won the competition. Pure, uncomplicated joy consumed me, and I grinned for the first time in 2 years. Face muscles aching from smiling, I stood on the platform to receive the prize from the Master of Ceremonies. He settled a blood-red amulet, shaped like flames and engraved with the year and event on my chest. It was the greatest moment of my entire life, followed by the worst, as I spotted Riyadh and Kana watching me from the crowd. Kana was beaming, but Riyadh's expression was hard and unforgiving as suppressed rage leaked from his twitching lips. I lingered inside the changing room until everyone had gone. There were 2 exits to the tent, but Riyadh had positioned his guards at both. Knowing Riyadh would take my amulet and destroy it, I buried it deep under the earthen floor of the room. As I expected, Riyadh grabbed me as soon as I stepped from the tent. He dragged me back to the manor. General Brazel was consulted. He agreed that I would never be one of his group. Too independent, too stubborn, and too willful, Brazel said, and gave me over to his son. No more experiments. I had failed. That night, Riyadh just managed to control his temper until we were alone in his room. But once the door was closed and locked, he vented his full anger with his fists and feet. "I wanted to kill you for disobeying me," Riyadh's ghost said as he glided across my room. "I planned to savor it over a very long period of time, but you beat me to it. You must have had that knife tucked under my mattress for quite a while." He paused, creasing his brow in thought. I had stolen and hidden a knife under Riyadh's bed a year before, after he had beaten me for practicing. Why his bed? I had no real strategy, just a terrible foreboding that when I needed it, I would be in Riyadh's room, and not in my small room next door. Dreaming of murder was easy. Committing it was another story. Even though I'd endured much pain that year, I hadn't crossed the threshold of sanity. Until that night. "Did something set you off?" the ghost asked. "Or were you procrastinating like now? Learning to fight?" He chuckled. "Imagine you fighting off an attacker. You wouldn't last against a direct assault. I should know." He floated before me, forcing the memories out. I flinched from him and from that night's recollection. "Go away," I said to the spectre. Picking up the book on poisons, I stretched out on my bed, determined to ignore him. He faded slightly as I read, but brightened whenever I glanced his way.
"Was it my journal that set you off?"
Riyadh asked when my eyes lingered too long. "No!" The word sprang from my mouth, surprising me. I had convinced myself that his journal had been the final straw after 2 years of torment. The painful memories flooded with a force that shook me and left me trembling. After I had regained consciousness from the beating, I'd found myself sprawled naked on Riyadh's bed. Flourishing his journal before me, he ordered me to read it, taking pleasure in watching the growing horror on my face. His journal had listed every single grievance he had against me for the 2 years I'd been with him. Every time I disobeyed or annoyed him, he noted it, and then followed with a specific description of how he would punish me. Now that Roselle no longer needed me for his experiments, Riyadh had no boundaries. His sadistic inclinations and overwhelming depth of imagination were written in full detail. As I struggled to breathe, my first thought was to find the knife and kill myself, but the blade was on the other side of the bed, near the headboard.
"We'll start with the punishment on page 1 tonight,"
Riyadh purred with anticipation as he crossed to his toy chest, pulling from it chains and other implements of torture. I flipped back to the beginning with numb fingers. Page 1 recorded that I had failed to call him Sir the first time we met. And for lacking the proper deference, I would assume a submissive position on my hands and knees and then be whipped. He would demand that I call him Sir. With each lash, I would respond with the words, "More, sir, please." During the following rape, I would address him as Sir and beg him to continue my punishment. His journal slipped from my paralyzed hands. I flung myself over the bed, intent on finding the knife, but Riyadh, thinking I was trying to escape, caught me. My struggles were useless as he forced me to my knees. With my face pressed into the rough stone floor, Riyadh chained my hands behind my neck. The anticipation was more frightening than the actual event. In a sick way, it was a comfort, because I knew what to expect and when he would stop. I played my part, understanding that if I denied him his intended moves, I would only enrage him further. When the horror finally ceased, blood covered my back and coated the insides of my legs. I curled into a ball on the edge of Riyadh's bed. My mind dead, my body throbbing. His fingers were inside me. Where he would always be, he breathed into my ear as he lay beside me. This time, the knife was within my reach. My thoughts lingered on suicide. Then Riyadh said,
"I guess I'll have to start a new journal."
I did not respond.
"We'll be training a new girl now that you've failed."
He sat up and dug his fingers deeper into me.
"Up on your knees. Time for page 2. "No," I screamed. "You won't."
Fumbling for a frantic second, I pulled the knife out and sliced his throat. A surface cut only, but he fell back on the bed in surprise. I leapt onto his chest, slashing deeper. The blade scraped bone. Blood sprayed. A warm feeling of satisfaction settled over me when I realized I could no longer determine whose blood pooled between my thighs.
So that's what set you off? The fact that I was going to rape you again?
Riyadh's ghost asked.
No. It was the thought of you torturing another girl from the orphanage. Oh, yes. He snorted. Your friends.
My sisters, I corrected. I killed you for them.
But I should have done it for me.
Anger surged through my body. I cornered him. My fists struck out, even though I knew in a tiny part of my mind that I couldn't hurt him. His smug expression never changed, but I punched again and again until the first rays of dawn touched Riyadh's ghost. He vanished from sight. Sobbing, I sank to the floor. After a while, I became aware of my surroundings. My fists were bloodied from hitting the rough stone wall. I was exhausted and drained of all emotions. And I was late for breakfast. Damn Valek.
Pay attention,
Ari said. He jabbed me in the stomach with a wooden knife.
You're dead. That's the 4th time today. What's the matter?
Lack of sleep, I said. Sorry. Ari gestured me to the bench along the wall. We sat down and watched Marin and Janko engaged in a friendly bow match on the far side of the storeroom. Janko's speed had overpowered Marin's skill, and she was on the retreat, backing into a corner.
She's tall and thin, but she's not going to win,
Janko sang. His words aimed to infuriate her, a tactic that had worked before. Too often, Marin's anger caused her to make critical mistakes. But this time, she remained calm. She planted the end of her bow between his feet, which trapped his weapon close to his body. Then, she flipped over his head, landed behind him, and grabbed him around the neck until he conceded. My bleak mood improved a notch watching Marin use something I had taught her. The indignant expression on Janko's face was priceless. He insisted on a rematch. They launched into another rowdy duel. Ari and I remained on the bench. I think Ari sensed that I had no energy to continue our lesson.
Something's wrong,
he said in a quiet voice.
What is it?
I stopped, unsure of my answer. Should I tell him about Valek's cold shoulder and change of heart? Or about my night-long conversation with the ghost of the man I'd murdered? No. Instead, I asked him, "Do you think this is a waste of time?" Riyadh's words about procrastination had held a ring of truth. Perhaps the time I spent training was merely a subconscious ploy to avoid solving my real problems.
If I thought this was a waste of time, I wouldn't be here.
A trace of anger coloured Ari's voice.
You need this, Yelena.
Why? I might die before I even have a chance to use it.
As I see it, you're already good at running and hiding. It took you a week to get up the nerve to talk to Marin. And if it was up to you, she'd still be calling you Puka. You need to learn to stand and fight for what you want.
Ari fidgeted with the wooden knife, spinning it around his hand.
You hover on the edges, ready to take off if something goes wrong. But when you can knock the bow from Janko's hands and sweep my feet out from under me, you'll be empowered."
He paused and then said,
"If you feel you need to spend your time on something else, then do it, in addition to your training. Then, the next time someone calls you puker, you'll have the confidence to tell her to go to hell."
I was amazed at Ari's assessment of me. I couldn't even say if I agreed or disagreed with him. But I did know he was right about my compulsion to do something else. He didn't know what it was, but I did. Find the antidote to butterfly's dust. "Is that your idea of encouragement?" I asked in a shaky voice.
"Yes. Now quit looking for an excuse to stop training and trust me. What else do you need?"
The quiet intensity of Ari's voice caused a chill to ripple up my spine. Did he know what I was planning? Or was he guessing? My intentions had always been to get the antidote and run to Ixia. Run away, run away, run away. Ari had been right about that. But running south would require me to be in top physical condition and to have the ability to defend myself from guards. However, I had been evading one important detail. Valek. He would follow me to Ixia, and crossing the border wouldn't make me safe from him. Even Iris's magic couldn't protect me. He would consider my recapture or my death a personal responsibility. And that was what I'd been so afraid to face. What I'd been dancing around. I'd been concentrating on training so I wouldn't have to deal with the dilemma I feared I wasn't smart enough to solve. I had to enhance my strategy to include not only obtaining the antidote, but dealing with Valek without killing him. I doubted Ari had the solution.
"You might beat Valek with these blows,"
Janko puffed while blocking Marin's bow.
"He'll laugh himself silly at how pathetically weak they are, giving you the perfect opening."
Marin remained silent, but increased the pace of her attack. Janko backed off. Janko's words stirred in my mind. An odd little long-shot plan began to take shape. "Ari, can you teach me how to pick locks?" He considered my words in silence. Finally, he said,
"Janko could."
"Janko?" Ari smiled.
"He seems harmless and happy-go-lucky, but as a boy he got into all kinds of mischief until he was trapped in a tight spot. Then he was given the choice of either joining the military or going to jail. Now, he's a captain. His biggest advantage is that no one thinks he is serious, and that's exactly what he wants."
"I'll try and remember that the next time he's cracking jokes and my ribs." I watched Marin beat Janko a second time.
"Best of 3 out of 5, my lady cannot deny,"
Janko called tirelessly. Marin shrugged.
"If your ego can handle it,"
she replied, swiping at his feet with her bow. He jumped, avoiding her attack with an athletic grace, and lunged. The rhythmic crack of wood striking wood filled our practice room. Ari stood, assumed a defensive stance, and somehow I found the energy to face him. After the workout, the 4 of us were resting on the bench when Valek arrived. Marin shot to her feet, as if she thought being found sitting idle was a crime, but the rest of us kept our relaxed positions. I found it fascinating to watch the small changes in Marin's behavior whenever Valek was around. Her rough edge softened. She smiled more and tried to engage him in conversation or a match. Most of the time he would review fighting tactics with her or conduct a practice, and she would preen like an alley cat attracting the biggest tom. But this time, He wanted to talk to me. Alone. The others left the room. Marin shot me a dark look with the force of one of her bow strikes. I would pay for this tomorrow, I thought. Valek paced. With an uneasy feeling, I hoped that he wasn't searching for a rock to throw. What's wrong? I asked him. Is it about tonight? Excitement over exposing Marg soured to nervousness when I thought of the risk I'd be taking. The idea that this might be another waste of time surfaced. Damn Riyadh's ghost. He was making me doubt everything. The leak impacted my life. Someone had tipped off those goons at the fire festival, and Iris had known I was in the forest. Marg needed to be plugged.
No. We're all set for tonight,
Valek said.
This is about the commander.
He paused. What about him?
Has he been meeting with anyone strange this week?
Strange?
Someone you don't know, or an advisor from another military district?
Not that I've seen. Why? Valek paused again. I could see his mental wheels turning as he considered whether or not to trust me.
Commander Ambrose has agreed to admit a Citian delegation.
That's bad? I asked, confused.
He hates Southerners. They've requested a meeting with him every year since the takeover, and for the last 15 years the commander has replied with a single word: no. Now, they're due to arrive in a week.
Valek's pacing increased.
Ever since you became the food taster and that Criollo showed up, the commander has been acting different. I couldn't put my finger on it before, it was just a nagging feeling, but now I have two particular incidents.
The change in his successor and now the Southern delegation?
Exactly.
I had no response. My experience with the commander had been the complete opposite of what I had expected from a military dictator. He considered other opinions, was firm, decisive, and fair. His power was obvious. Every command was instantaneously obeyed. He lived the Spartan life that he endorsed. There was no fear in his advisors and high-ranking officers, just an unflappable loyalty and immense respect. The only horror story since the takeover that I'd heard was about Rand's mother. Of course, the assassinations before were infamous. Valek stopped and took a deep breath.
I've misdirected some Criollo to our suite. I want you to eat a piece whenever he does. But you're not to tell anyone, not even the commander. That's an order.
Yes, sir, I replied automatically, but my mind reeled over his calling the suite ours. Did I hear that right, I wondered.
Keep your meeting with Marg tonight. I'll be there.
Should I tell Marg's contact about the Southern delegation?
No. Use the change of the commander's successor. It's already floating around as a rumor, so you'll just confirm it.
Valek strode from the room. In case someone would discover our training room, I hid the practice weapons, removed all visible traces of our presence, and locked the door. On my way to the baths, my thoughts dwelled on the meeting tonight. Distracted, I walked by an open doorway. An oddity. In this section of the castle, most of the doors led to storerooms and were kept locked. Movement blurred to my left. Hands grabbed my arm and yanked me inside. The door slammed shut. Complete darkness descended. I was flung face first against a stone wall. The air in my lungs whooshed out from the impact. I turned. My back to the wall, I gasped for breath.
Stay put, a male voice growled.
I aimed a front kick toward the voice, but met air. Laughter taunted. A candle was uncovered. The weak yellow glow reflected off a long silver blade. Terrified, I traced the knife to the hand, then along the arm, and up to the face. Nyx. Chapter 21.
Why?
Nyx placed the candle among the cobwebs lacing the tabletop.
Why am I always the smartest one?
He stepped closer. I kicked again, but he blocked it with ease.
Why haven't my attempts to discourage you worked?
In the flicker of the candlelight, he moved. The edge of his knife pressed against my throat.
Maybe I need to be more obvious.
The smells of boiled cabbage and body odour penetrated my nose. Keeping my body still, I asked in the most neutral and unfrightened voice I could manage, "What's your problem?"
My problem is that no one sees you as a threat. But I'm smarter than Ari, Janko, and Marin. I'm even smarter than Valek. Aren't I?
When I failed to respond, Nyx added pressure to the knife.
Aren't I?
A thin line of pain burned across my neck. Yes, I replied. In the air behind Nyx, Riyadh's ghost coalesced out of the dust motes, sporting a smug smile.
My boss wants you to stop training. I'm not allowed to kill you. Pity.
Nyx stroked my face with his free hand.
I'm here to warn you off.
Parfit. Why would he care? As I tried to distract him, my mind frantically shuffled through my brief sessions with Ari on knife defense. Damn, I thought. Why hadn't I paid more attention?
He doesn't care. The only thing dull-witted Parfit cares about is getting promoted. But General Brazel has a keen interest in your new hobby.
Nyx thrust his free hand between my legs and leaned his body against mine. For a terrified second, I froze. Panic erased all techniques of self-defense from my mind. A soft buzzing began to grow inside my head, but I stifled it, pushed it away, and it transformed into a simple musical scale of notes. Calm flowed. The necessary defense moves appeared before my eyes. I moaned and rocked my hips, widening my stance. Nyx smiled with delight.
You're just the whore I thought you'd be. Now, remember you're to be punished.
His upper thigh replaced his hand. He began to tug at my belt. I rubbed my knee between his legs, then rammed it straight up into his groin. Grunting, Nyx doubled over. I grabbed his blade with both hands to prevent it from biting farther into my neck. Ari's practical voice,
"Better to cut your hands than your neck,"
echoed in my head even as I winced at the sharp pain. Focusing on the knife, I pushed the weapon from me. Nyx stumbled back.
"Bitch!"
he snarled and pulled his arm back to swing the knife. As the blade swept toward me, I stepped in close to his body, so when I turned, my right shoulder brushed his chest. Using the edges of my opened hands, I struck his upper and lower arm. The combined force of my strike and his swing made Nyx's arm go limp. The weapon clattered to the floor. Grabbing his arm, I twisted it until the heel of his hand pointed toward the ceiling. Then I pivoted, placing my right shoulder under his elbow. With all my might, I yanked his hand down. I heard a loud crack, followed by a scream as Nix's arm broke. Spinning around to face him, I punched him twice in the nose. Blood gushed out. While he was off balance, I kicked his kneecap, breaking it. Nix crumpled to the ground. I danced around him, kicking him in the ribs. My blood hummed and sizzled. His weak attempts to block me only fueled my frenzy. In that state of mind, I might have killed him. Riyadh's ghost cheered me on.
"That's it, Yelena!" he urged. "Kill another man and it's the noose for sure."
Somehow his words reached the rational part of my mind and I stopped, breathing hard. Nix was still. I knelt beside him and felt for a pulse. A strong throb met my fingertips. The relief that coursed through me vanished when Nix clutched my elbow. I yelped and punched him in the face. His grip relaxed, and I pulled my arm free. Snatching the knife from the floor, I took Janko's oft-repeated advice for self-defense. "Hit and git." I ran. But this time, fear didn't follow me. I ran with imaginary scarlet wings flowing behind me. Moving fast to ward off the shakes that threatened to overpower me, I reached the baths. They were empty at this time of day, so I hid Nix's knife under one of the towel tables. I checked the extent of my wounds in the mirror. The cut on my neck had stopped bleeding, but 2 deep gashes on my palms looked serious enough to require the medic's attention. There was also a wild, unrecognizable shine to my eyes, as if I had turned feral. I bared my teeth and thought, now who's the rat? Pondering my next move, I wavered. The commander expected me to taste his dinner, but I couldn't bleed all over his food. My initial surge of energy from the fight with Nix was waning. A wave of dizziness swelled. I headed toward the infirmary, hoping to reach it before I passed out. Medic Mommy gave me a quick appraisal. She pointed to an examining table. I perched on the edge and held my hands out for inspection. "How?" she started. "Broken glass," I said. She nodded, lips pressed tight in thought. "I'll get my medkit." I stretched out on the bed when she returned with her metal tray full of instruments. A jar of Rand's glue seemed out of place among the medical supplies, like a child's toy surrounded by adult paraphernalia. My hands had started to throb, and I dreaded the medic's ministrations. I turned my head in time to see Valek burst into the infirmary. Just what I needed, I thought, sighing. This had turned out to be one hell of a bad day. "What happened?" Valek demanded. I glanced at the medic. She took my right hand and began to clean my wound. "Broken glass leaves jagged lacerations. These clean slices are obviously from a knife. I'm required to report it." The medic had reported me to Valek, and he wasn't going to leave without an answer. With resignation, I focused on him, hoping to distract myself from the pain in my hands. I was attacked. "By who?" His tone sharp. I cut my eyes at the medic, and Valek understood. "Could you excuse us for a minute?" he asked her. She pursed her lips as if considering his request. Her authority overruled Valek's for all